Our story begins in Seoul in 2021, where life at first glance seems calm and everything goes on as usual. In the backyard of one of the ordinary educational institutions, a completely natural phenomenon was taking place. Four hooligans, led by a guy with a cockerel hairdo, wanted to make fun of one of the ordinary schoolchildren. Despite this, the guy with glasses behaved calmly and measuredly. He thoughtfully looked at his notebook and asked the hooligans to hurry up with their dialogue so that he would not be late for the academy. The enraged leader of the hooligans was not particularly pleased with his words and, like a typical antagonist, began to scratch the back of his head, discontentedly repeating the name of this guy. Without taking his eyes off his notebook, the bespectacled boy named Do Jae-min walked past the cheeky student, saying that if they didn't have any questions for him, then he would move on. As soon as the young man began to move away, the rest of the hooligans, looking at the trembling boss, began to laugh that he was ignored. Of course, this seemed like a blow to his pride and authority, so Soo-hyuk shouted at the impudent youth that he should stop if he wanted to live. Do Jae-min continued to remain calm and didn't even look away from his notebook when the bully lunged at him with a punch. With a sly laugh, Jae-min closed his red notebook at the last moment, satisfied that his provocation had been taken in after all. At that moment, he suddenly changed the course of events with his sudden kick to the face of the boss of this gang of hooligans. The blow caused Soo-hyuk to lose his balance and fall to the ground, while his opponent, still standing, silently watched the result. The bully winced in pain. He was angry, and his whole body began to tremble from the simultaneous rage and helplessness in this situation. It seemed that after this, his authority would be significantly shaken. Jae-min looked at the boy lying on the ground, hoping that he realized that he was not the one to behave like that with. Getting up from the ground, Soo-hyuk grabbed his cheek and glared at his bastard, calling him an insulting nickname. Sighing heavily, he replied that the bully could act tough as much as he wanted, but only as long as he didn't touch him. Demonstrating calm and determination, he said that he was not interested in them because he had enough problems without them. Hearing such a bold speech, the guy who felt like a real gangster smiled slyly and said that he shouldn't act so self-confident in a fight where four people were standing against him. Jae-min stood with his hands on his hips and didn't even notice how a purple-haired bastard with a bat in his hands approached him from behind. With a sly smile, he struck the guy with glasses on the back of the head, and he barely remained conscious, almost falling to the ground. Coming from behind, the smug bully who had struck with the bat reminded Jae-min that he shouldn't be so overconfident, knowing that it wasn't just Soo-hyuk who was up against him. They really weren't joking with him. After this blow, blood started to flow from the back of his head, and it began to slowly drip onto the ground, staining his snow-white shirt. Everything suddenly changed in favor of the bullies, and Soo-hyuk began to laugh slyly. Sitting down opposite the poor guy, the disgusting leader of the gang of hooligans with a sly smile suggested that Jae-min was in damn pain after he missed such a vile blow to the back of his head. When the bully explained that it was precisely because of moments like these that he had to be a good boy, not even daring to argue with them at school, Jae-min responded with brazen anger, swearing at the bullies. This disrespectful gesture made Soo-hyuk even more angry. Feeling like the leader of the gang and being in a more advantageous position, he said with anticipation that he wondered how long this poor guy could last in an unfair beating. Looking haughtily at the boy who was barely able to kneel, he ordered his guys to take charge of his education. The disgusting bastards began to beat the poor guy without a drop of pity, and the smug Soo-hyuk began to slowly walk away, looking around with an evil grin. Suddenly he noticed a small purple glow appear in the air. He waved his hand, not losing his composure, but was surprised by what was happening. Looking around, he noticed that more and more of these small purple balls with a strange glow began to appear, and now they could be seen even next to his guys who were beating up Jae-min. Suddenly, this glow intensified significantly. These strange purple balls filled the area, and the light became simply blinding. Covering his eyes, Soo-hyuk couldn't see what was happening, and his friends suddenly stopped beating the poor guy. When the purple light stopped, the surprised boys began to discuss what had happened, but no one had any idea what the origin of this light was. Soo-hyuk didn't lose his composure, but he found it very strange. Taking advantage of the moment, Jae-min began to try to get to his feet with great difficulty. Seeing him trying to escape, Soo-hyuk pinned his head to the ground with his foot and shouted that he had no right to even move until they gave him permission. With a smug smile, the hooligan continued to enjoy this atmosphere of impunity, where he was at the top of the local hierarchy. Suddenly, a guy with black hair appeared next to him and said with surprise that the local hooligans had not changed even after 20 years. His sudden appearance caught the leader of the gang of hooligans by surprise, and he was even a little scared, although he tried not to pretend that it was so. In response, the strange guy began to examine his clothes with great curiosity, saying that even the school uniform had not changed in 20 years. The bully was clearly confused, asking the others what was wrong with this homeless man in strange clothes from some distant past. The guy in the shabby country shirt and strange shoes took it as an insult and asked the bully with displeasure if he knew who he had just called a homeless person. At this point, the hooligan seemed a little confused, not from fear, but from not understanding who they were dealing with. They assumed that this was a senior from their school, but this guy really looked more like a Lost Village eccentric. Meanwhile, Jae-min was able to take a short breather after this beating. He looked with particular interest at the strange guy who dared to appear in front of 3 hooligans with such calmness. Sighing, the dark-haired stranger said that although it all looked like a conflict between friends, it would not be very right to leave everything like this. He did not care whether the people in front of him were high school students or not. In response, the self-confident and as impudent as ever, So-hyuk pointed his finger at him and angrily said that he should stop meddling in other people's business and go where he was going. He continued his disrespectful speech by asking what some homeless guy was doing at their showdown. Asking if he really wanted to be beaten up by junior high school students, he nervously urged him to stop acting like a jerk and leave as quickly as possible. After listening to this self-confident speech, the guy in the strange, tattered clothes mockingly asked why the youth were so rude and disrespectful these days. He said that they were not dealing with some homeless person, but with a great high school student who was 20 years older than them. His words sounded like the ramblings of a madman, so So-hyuk placed his fist on the guy's chest as a warning and told him to run as far as he could before he got into trouble. The guy with the black unkempt hair had reached the limit of his patience, and in response he grabbed the rude man by the arm and said that he would break his arm if he continued to irritate him. This guy's grip was really strong, but he wasn't completely serious, and so Hyuk was able to break free from his grip, shouting that there was some crazy suicide in front of them. Now it was clear that this situation would not end without a fight. Swinging his fist high, an enraged So-hyuk shouted that the homeless man had played at being brave. He aimed his blow with all his might towards the face of the calmly standing guy. However, the mysterious stranger easily avoided this furious blow. So-hyuk didn't even have time to realize that he had missed. Looking to the side, he saw that the crazy stranger had managed to slip away and was already standing a few meters away from him. With his hands folded in front of him, the boy in village clothes responded to his insolence by saying that he had gone too far in calling the high school student crazy. Looking at his hand, he sternly said that they would still receive their punishment, but first they would be able to see something incredibly frightening. After this mysterious speech, the stranger raised his hand high and began to pronounce some mysterious words with a frighteningly confident expression on his face. Every word he said reminded the kids of the moment in some movie where a villainous magician suddenly appears. Having finished some unintelligible spell reading, the stranger snapped his fingers. The boys were horrified, because they didn't know what else to expect from the madman, before whose appearance a mysterious purple light appeared. However, despite their worries, nothing happened, and after the strange movements of this young man, silence reigned on the back platform of the school. The weird high school boy with the weird haircut didn't understand why his spell wasn't working. He kept snapping his fingers in different directions, but nothing happened. The bullies he encountered started to lose their temper. The high school student, looking at his hand, began to be genuinely surprised that the magic wasn't working, while So-hyuk, sighing heavily, began to grimace in anger. He couldn't believe that in one day he would meet 2 idiots who behaved incomprehensibly. First, they came across a bespectacled man who dared to contradict them on his own. The second irritable person turned out to be some crazy guy who was doing some kind of nonsense right in front of their eyes. Returning to his hometown after 20 years due to some unforeseen circumstances, the mysterious young man was nevertheless convinced that his magic did not work as before. However, even despite this, he looked at the impudent bully and understood that he could not just give it up. Looking at So-hyuk, He said threateningly that even though he hadn't managed to scare them with his abilities, they had already played too much. A moment later, the mysterious high school student appeared right in front of the leader of the bullies and aimed his flick at him. The blow was so strong that it threw the poor guy several meters away, so Hyuk found himself on the ground for the second time in 20 minutes after he hit his back hard against the wall. Everyone present was shocked. Jae-min couldn't believe what had happened, and the frightened hooligans couldn't even move from their place. One flick from this terrifyingly strong senior was enough to knock one of the school's strongest bullies unconscious. From such a strong blow, smoke began to come out from the high school student's middle finger. With a smile that anticipated the fun, he slyly, and at the same time maliciously asked who would be next. A moment later, Jae-min still couldn't move. He was shocked because all his offenders, including the guy with the bat, ended up on the ground. They were helpless against the strange guy in village clothes. Even the leader of the hooligans, who is an excellent fighter, lost consciousness from just one flick. With a shocked look, Jae-min tried to comprehend how it was possible that someone could beat 4 hooligans with just one finger. Although those guys were insignificant, they were at the same time strong enough to stand up to even high school students who practice martial arts. The discipline lesson was over, but it remained a mystery to everyone who this strange guy in ridiculous clothes was and what he was doing in this school. Rising to his feet, Jae-min bowed and respectfully thanked the stranger for his help. When the strange guy started looking intently at him, the guy with glasses thought that he was worried about his condition, so he said that he was fine because his hard head was capable of withstanding even greater loads. However, what the strange young man was interested in caught him off guard. This high school student in homeless clothes wanted to know what day it was. In response, the guy in glasses said that it was now the 10th of September. The stranger was truly surprised when he learned that we were talking about. Putting his hand to his face, the stranger began to talk in surprise about how he was called in 2016, so he thought that after 20 years of his absence in Seoul, exactly 20 years should have passed. He did not understand what had happened wrong, that during his absence in this world, only 5 years had passed. While Jae-min couldn't figure out what was wrong with this strange guy, he decided that it was for the best. Saying goodbye to the poor guy with glasses, the dark-haired weirdo asked him not to get into any more fights. The strange guy began to leave, but his identity remained a mystery. Suddenly he stopped and raised his hand up, raising even more questions about his sanity. He seemed too crazy for a high school student, as his behavior once again seemed crazy due to him snapping his fingers and nervously shouting about some kind of teleportation. After trying in vain to use some crazy magic, he suddenly turned around and looked at the guy with glasses again, causing his whole body to tremble. Then he began to slowly walk towards him, causing genuine fear due to the mystery and strangeness of his actions. When he approached the bespectacled guy, he awkwardly asked him what his name was. Jae-min introduced himself but was clearly confused, not knowing what to expect from this madman. Looking at the poor fellow with particular curiosity, the high school student asked if he had any money. The abnormal person literally cornered the decent student and started whispering nonsense in his ear about how he had returned too early and still couldn't use his magic. The high school student confessed that he had just returned from another world to Earth via molecular teleportation. When he started talking about how something had happened to the mana management system during the process, Jae-min couldn't stand it and anxiously asked how much money he needed. Even though this guy asked for 2,001, Jae-min was kind enough to give him a whole 5,001 just to get him to leave him alone. Walking through the city, the high school student thought about what a good friend he had met, because he even gave him money, so he would need to repay him somehow. Looking at the building with its shiny windows, he suddenly began to stare at his reflection and stopped. 20 years had passed since his teleportation to the magical world, but in earthly time it was only 5 years, and now he had no doubt that he was very lucky in this regard. Now 24 years old, he knew that his family would likely still recognize him. On the way, he saw something strange, something that was different from the ordinary situation 5 years ago. At the entrance to the metro, there were signs prohibiting passage, and next to them stood fully armed soldiers, who looked with some excitement in the direction of the descent down. Scratching his head, the high school student wondered what was going on there. Kang Woo-jin couldn't think of a better method for reconnaissance than to approach 2 pretty girls in government uniforms. He asked what had happened, that the military was blocking his path right at the entrance to the metro. The girls, surprised by his sudden question, looked around. After a moment of silence, they began to laugh at the suddenness of such an obvious question, saying that it was nothing strange, since all the entrances to the subway were now under strict guard. They assumed that he had escaped from North Korea, since he did not know what was happening underground now. As they left laughing, they still hadn't given him a clear answer, and Woo Jin wondered if he should teach them a lesson in politeness. Still, he didn't raise his hand to the girls and walk towards the bus stop to take the bus home instead of the metro. As he had guessed, there were no military personnel at the stop, but he found another entrance to the metro nearby that was not guarded by the military. His curiosity led him downstairs, where he found himself confronted with a grate blocking further progress into the subway. There was a lock on the door, which made him realize that something was indeed happening in the subway. It was locked here, and there was no light at all. Moreover, it was clear that even the booth where tickets were bought was covered in dust, because no one had been down there for a long time. To his surprise, the key to the door lock was lying in plain sight. The curious boy who had returned from another world went further. It was his first time in the subway, which for some reason was not working. His conclusions were quite amusing. He continued to confirm his guess that the security service had completely closed at least this station. Returning to the entrance, he was disappointed, thinking that he had come to this place in vain. However, the moment he tried to open the door, he felt that it was impossible, and a system window appeared in front of him, telling him that he had entered the dungeon. The guy was puzzled. He saw the system window for the first time since returning to his home world, and exiting the dungeon was prohibited. Now he realized that the girl's words about guarding the dungeon were not a coincidence. This place was no longer an ordinary subway. It was no longer used for transportation. The status window clarified that this dungeon was already in the process of being cleared, but since he had joined the process, he had no way to leave the area. The monsters in the subway station were an unexpected discovery. Woo Jin had no idea what had happened to the land in the past 5 years. Touching the door, he was once again convinced that there was no way out. The status window appeared in front of him again, telling him that he needed a return stone to exit. Suddenly he felt like he sensed monsters approaching. A rustling and strange sound coming from the darkness made him wary. Suddenly a monster with red fur, resembling some kind of wolf, appeared behind him. Kang Woo Jin's reflexes were enough to dodge this sneaky attack. Despite this, the monster had no intention of retreating. His predatory gaze indicated that he was about to attack again. Pointing his palm at him, Woo Jin uttered the name of his ability, attempting to use restraint. However, this ability never worked, and the monster had already rushed to attack him. Kang Woo Jin was once again convinced that his magical power still didn't work on Earth. This time he again had to avoid the attack by dodging it. He managed to cope with this monster using his own reflexes and the brute force of his body. Taking a closer look at this monster, he suddenly realized that he was already looking at a familiar creature. The predatory red wolf he had started the battle with turned out to be a dwarf. Drebit charged again, but Woo Jin continued to wonder why the monster from Alphen was in his home world. Always dodging his attacks seemed like madness. Luckily, Woo Jin noticed a fire crowbar lying on the ground nearby. Dodging another attack from the Drebit, he rushed towards the metal tool to use it as a weapon. Rising to his feet, he looked at the monster with a sly smile, realizing his advantage. Armed with a crowbar, he decided that he had no choice but to get rid of this monster in order to figure out his further path. The predatory creature began to growl furiously, rushing to attack again. However, this time Woo Jin didn't dodge. He easily dealt a fatal blow to this monster. Although Kang Woo Jin was left without magic even for his basic skills, fighting against Drebit was child's play. As expected, it didn't end there. Looking around, Kang Woo Jin saw another small flock of Drebit approaching. With an anticipatory smile, the boy who had been investigating the changes in his homeworld assumed that these guys had lined up specifically to entertain him. As expected, he had no trouble dealing with even such a flock of Drebitoi. There wasn't a single scratch on his body, which wasn't surprising, but he knew that if someone much stronger appeared, there might be problems. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of him, informing him that he had gained a level up. Now he realized that he had not just been transported back to Earth, he had become a newbie again, although he also belonged to the necromancer class. Despite the lost progress, he was still an experienced fighter and was not against going through this path a second time. He thought that there was nothing wrong with getting stronger while these creatures were running around Seoul. Looking at his progress window again, He thought about how the necromancer class was probably retained due to his status as a mage transported from another world. For returning to level 1 instead of level 99, he was given stat and skill points, and he also received some transferred abilities, a combination box, and access to some kind of achievement store. After looking at the new features, he learned that he could now combine materials to create items, and the achievement shop, which was not available in Alphen, was like online shopping. At this moment, he needed skills and a return stone the most. To fight monsters, he first thought about acquiring the ability to detect and summon a skeleton soldier. Each skill required 10 points from him. He still did not have enough resources for this, so he decided to first raise his stats. After using the stat boosting points, he immediately felt the relief of leveling up. In this way, he used up all his points and his strength increased significantly. As he swung the crowbar, he realized that he could now fight with greater speed, striking with a much greater range. This was quite good, as it turned out. Ordinary weapons were not enough to cope with his new power. The goal was very clear. He had to continue fighting to collect another 5 achievement points in order to acquire the search skill, which would make it possible to locate the return stone. The only thing left to do was to deal with 5 more drebbits to get 5 points. Even without any special skills, he could sense the presence of these budding monsters. The drebbits began to approach him again, making the task easier. Wu Jin was glad that the monsters were nearby because that way he could find the stone and get out much faster. After a long battle, he destroyed the last drebbit that was within range. He didn't expect that after returning, his body would be so weakened that such a battle would cause him some difficulty. There were too many drebbits and they never ended, but thanks to this, he managed to rise to the 3rd level. By opening the system search, he acquired the skills of searching and tracking. Having acquired the new skill, Wu Jin used it without hesitation, but in this room he found nothing but the bodies of the destroyed drebbits. It became obvious that the return stone was somewhere near the train landing, but looking down the stairs and seeing the many drebbits, Wu Jin wondered whether he should go down and make his life more difficult with another grueling battle. Even with his vast experience in another world, he knew that fighting everyone at once would be too risky. Moreover, being an experienced necromancer, he thought that doing this alone was not his style. With this thought, he entered the achievement shop again and purchased the Skeleton Soldier Summon Skill Book. The system informed him that in order to use the skill, he needed to sacrifice a monster corpse to summon a skeleton soldier. Being experienced in this matter, Wu Jin immediately distributed 10 points between mana and control. Pointing his hand at the fallen drebbits, he even shed tears from the fact that he once again had the opportunity to use the power with which he had already once reached the maximum level. Commanding the fallen monsters to rise again, he used magic for the first time since his return. A malicious smile appeared on his face, and his gaze became wild with anticipation of the duel he was accustomed to. Together with his small squad of skeletons, he was ready to go on his first hunt in a long time. He led his nimble lads down to the boarding point for the metro trains and ordered the fighters to rush into the attack. The Drebbites responded in kind, the first of them launching a furious attack and immobilizing several skeletons, as they were significantly superior in strength. In turn, the skeletons fought back, dealing critical hits, but this was still not enough. It soon became clear that the current skeletons were no match for the dreadful beasts of this dungeon. Wu Jin was lucky to get into the place for a beginner fighter, because these skeletons were enough to repel the first dangerous attack of the drebbits. He ordered the skeletons to block the enemies with their bodies to slow down their attack. Having chosen a convenient moment, he finished off the weakened monsters with his own hands. After they destroyed the first gang of monsters, it became possible to use the fallen drebbits to summon more soldiers. Within a moment, the forces gradually began to equalize in number, because the new skeletons were already ready for battle. Despite the fact that the balance of power was changing right before our eyes, the novice monsters did not feel any particular danger and continued to rush into battle. Using the previous strategy, Wu Jin once again ordered his subordinates to block the monsters with their bodies. With a mad smile, the user of the ordinary crowbar rushed into the attack again. At that moment he seemed crazy, because with the help of this unusual weapon, he began to tear apart the bodies of monsters with a scream. The drebbits were indeed no match for him, and by using fallen enemies he had significantly increased his army. Having destroyed the rest of the monsters, the guy was ready to return home. He used the search skill again, and a noticeable red light appeared nearby, indicating the location of the return stone. Meanwhile, one of the government workers began walking towards this descent into the metro, near which there was no security. The guy, with his hands in his pockets, went downstairs, not suspecting what had happened during his absence. Looking at the grate that blocked the descent into the metro, he was stunned. During his absence, someone broke in, which he clearly did not expect. The emotion of panic was clearly visible on his face. This was due to the realization that some crazy civilian had gotten inside. The boy clutched his head, realizing that it would be the end for him if anyone found out about what had happened. He started calling somewhere, thinking that he should call for help as quickly as possible in order to find the madman who most likely already said goodbye to his life in a battle with monsters. Suddenly, he caught his breath as he saw a blue glow on the other side of the bars. Some kind of portal appeared in front of him through which Wu Jin came out. The boy suddenly started screaming and stopped the phone call when he saw that some strange high school student in village clothes was able to get inside and return to the entrance of the dungeon without any problems. Seeing Wu Jin, he shouted and assumed that he was one of the awakened ones. Meanwhile, on the streets of Seoul, there was another young man who had quietly snuck into the dungeon without any permission or hunter's license. His backpack was full of red mana crystals, which he called quite a catch. Apparently, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Looking at his trophies, he talked about the injustice of the current world. According to him, the scum from the guilds get all the profits for themselves, although in reality, it is people like him who risk their lives participating in raids. Pleased with his catch, the guy began to slowly walk towards the exit of these back alleys, arguing out loud that only fools would take this stuff to the procurement center, considering that on the black market, these crystals would fetch several times more. Suddenly, he froze in place when he heard a female voice calling him a rat. He turned around and asked in panic who was following him, and in response, he heard a question about how much he had managed to steal in this way. With a dominant tone of voice, the woman with red hair and bright red lipstick said that he was hardly unprepared for the consequences. The confident girl, who is an awakened warrior class, introduced herself to him as the scythe-wielding Death, who came to take back what was stolen from her. The boy was in a bad situation, being cornered by the captain of the Cinnabar team from the Hwarang Guild. Lee Yoon-hee asked with a menacing look how he dared to steal the bloodstones from their dungeon. With her hands outstretched, she seemed to be offering him a compromise, saying that if he already knew her, then they could settle the matter in a less bloody way if he went with her. However, the boy was trembling with fear, knowing that being caught was a disaster, and running into her was death. The only chance he had to survive was to escape immediately, so he immediately began using magic. At that moment, he used magic, shouting that he would never surrender to some dogs from the big guilds. With these words, he aimed a large number of ice magic bullets at her. However, the experienced A-rank hunter easily dodged them, continuing to track the poor guy's every move. His maneuver didn't delay Yoon-hee for a second, but the boy had no other option but to start escaping. A moment later, she suddenly appeared right in front of him, and with a wild thirst for blood said that he had chosen death. A moment later, she was already behind him, and deep cuts left by her blade appeared all over the poor guy's body. The terrifying monster in the form of a red-haired girl, looking away from the boy's agony, said that he should have listened when she offered him a compromise in the form of sparing his life. After these words, she left the poor guy lying in this nook and taking his backpack with crystals. She looked at the message on her mobile phone, which surprised her with the news that there was another unauthorized intrusion into their portal. Yoon-hee was indescribably angry to learn that another madman had appeared nearby and dared to invade their territory. Meanwhile, Wu Jin, who was the second intruder, was already far away from the crime scene. He took the bus to another part of the city. He couldn't get the thought out of his head that his home world had become filled with dungeons and monsters. Now Earth was more like Alphen than the place where he grew up. Remembering how stubbornly the entrances to the metro were defended, he wondered what had happened during the 5 years of his absence. Hoping that nothing had happened to his family, he arrived at the place where his house had previously been located. It was a real shock for him that his area had been transformed beyond recognition. His house disappeared without a trace, and in its place appeared some huge corporate building. Seeing this high-rise building, he immediately realized that most likely his family had changed their place of residence, selling their apartment for the benefit of some guild. Considering the time it took him to get to this place, He knew it was too late to look for his family's place of residence. On the other hand, he hadn't eaten anything since he returned to Earth. Luckily, the money he got from Jae-min was enough to visit a small establishment. For the first time in the 20 years he had spent in Alphen, he finally tasted something truly delicious, connected to his former life on Earth. Instant noodles gave him at least some positive emotions after a series of disappointments he faced upon returning to his hometown. Having eaten his fill and washed it all down with soda, he sighed with relief, and placing his hands on his stomach full of food, joyfully said that he finally felt like he was back on Earth. And yet the joy of returning had another side. He still had a poor understanding of what his native soul was like now. Moreover, he had no place to spend the night. Looking at the change left in his pocket, he thought that he did not want to go to the bathhouse, and there was not enough money for an internet cafe. He also couldn't spend the night in the metro, as people with housing problems usually do, because it's teeming with monsters, and in most cases is a heavily guarded facility. He didn't yet know that on the first day after returning home, incredible luck would follow him. Besides the fact that he managed to avoid meeting Yoon-hee, the person he had left without money for a proper cafe was approaching the shop where he stopped to get ramen. The sudden meeting upon my return turned out not to be sudden. After the front door creaked, Woo Jin, as usual, looked at the person entering and froze in surprise. Jae-min had the same reaction. He hoped that he would never meet this weirdo again, who saved him from the hooligans. Seeing this old man in a place like this after a hard day was the worst possible outcome for him, but Woo Jin turned out to be a really lucky guy. As soon as he saw the poor guy in glasses, he immediately rushed towards him and, smiling, clapping him on the back, said that he just wanted to meet him. When Jae-min heard the question about whether his parents were home, he was very confused. Woo Jin, understanding his concerns, decided to be cunning and said that he wanted to talk to them about what happened earlier. After this question, Jae-min said with some sadness that his parents had passed away. Woo Jin was so caught up in his brilliant plan to use this young man that he was initially happy with his answer, but after a moment, he corrected himself and expressed his condolences. Now Jae-min couldn't dispute the assumption that he lived alone. Understanding this, Woo Jin, without further questions, invited him to come and visit him as soon as possible. Jae-min was at a loss, as he couldn't comprehend how he had been so cleverly deceived. With an obsessive smile, Woo Jin took his hand and said that he would stay the night with him, but not for free. As it turned out, with these words he gave him 300 won, which was left over from the 5,000 he had received from this poor guy earlier. The confused schoolboy, seeing these coins, said that this was probably the money that he had shared with him that same morning. A moment later he heard a sudden whistle near his left ear, so Woo Jin decided to change the subject, saying that he had just killed a fly that was trying to land on his dear comrade's ear. Jae-min was depressed. He had no choice but to accept this joke of fate. Even the promises that he would get back everything that was due to him did not calm him down. The next day the boys went to school together. First of all, Woo Jin shocked his teacher with his appearance. The elderly man responded to his appearance with a trembling voice, saying that he could not believe that he was alive. With a smile on his face, Woo Jin, who now looked more like some kind of maniac, said that he was glad for their long-awaited meeting. Over a cup of coffee, they had a short conversation in which the teacher tried to find out where Woo Jin had been all this time. Everyone was afraid that he had died due to the sudden appearance of dungeons from which monsters began to break through. In response, Woo Jin said that he technically died and came back. As expected, the teacher didn't pay much attention to such nonsense, still thinking that this guy had become very strange and needed psychological help. The conversation that followed concerned what was happening at this time, but due to the stupidity of the questions asked, Woo Jin never learned anything interesting. The only useful information he got from his teacher was the list of students in the school. As expected, his classmates had long since entered universities or found jobs, so the only person he knew was Ko Jae-min. The polite guy with glasses attracted the attention of the girls, which really got on the nerves of the guys in his class, including So Hyuk, a bully with whom he constantly had conflicts. This cheeky guy once again showed his disgusting character by pushing a student aside on his way to Jae-min. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he reminded him in a rude tone that his luck was not due to his personal strength, but to the fact that some madman had appeared out of nowhere and interrupted their lesson in politeness. With an angry and threatening look, he asked if he thought they should finish the conversation they had started earlier. Jae-min calmly replied that he would listen to his words, but only if he stopped making noise in the classroom. His words and calmness in such a situation made the bully furious. In response, he grabbed the poor guy by the hair and shouted that he needed to think again about the situation he was in and how he should behave in front of them. Just before So Hyuk was about to slam his head into the table, he heard a boy suddenly enter the classroom asking him to stop. As it turned out, it was Woo Jin, who was happy that he not only visited his new friend, but also met the hooligans who did not understand his words the first time. Seeing him at the door, the main bully among the younger classes, with a tremor running through his whole body, angrily pointed his finger at him, calling him the crazy one they had met yesterday. With an angry expression on his face, Woo Jin didn't even say anything but ordered those guys to follow him. The hooligans did not resist. They went out with him onto the roof of the school. In just a few minutes, a lot of onlookers had appeared at this place. This was necessary to confirm the position of the side that would win this conflict. Seeing that some senior had just called Soo Hyuk and his gang to a fight, the students thought that he was some kind of crazy person. Only Jae-min, who had already seen how this guy fought, understood perfectly well that it was not he who was in danger, but those who rushed towards him with a scream, succumbing to excessive emotions. Watching the futile attempts of some fool from a gang of local hooligans, Woo Jin only confirmed his suspicions that there are such people everywhere, no matter whether it is Earth or Alphen. So Hyuk, who rushed forward so desperately even though he couldn't even touch the enemy, was one of those who was full of arrogance due to strength or power. Seeing this impudent man, Woo Jin understood that he did not know his place, his behavior reminiscent of Cassis from the Alphen Union. As a bloodthirsty necromancer who only summoned the souls of sinners, he tried in every way to frame Woo Jin and set the alliance against him. Just like that disgusting scumbag from Alphen, So Hyuk also tried his best to hurt Woo Jin, but his own strength was not enough. Woo Jin had seen this pattern of behavior before and knew exactly what to expect next. As expected, So Hyuk's arrogance prevented him from falling into despair, so he immediately turned to his subordinates, forcing them to attack Woo Jin in a similar manner to how Cassis from the Alphen Alliance did. However, this was not a problem, because having superior strength, the high school student already remembered from his own experience that such people can only be dealt with by responding to them in the same way tenfold. Only by having overwhelming force can one not worry about the intentions of this or that arrogant, stuck-up bastard. None of these guys were a match for the senior, even though they kept the whole school in fear. Woo Jin had no problem treating everyone who wanted some of his father's bream. The educational moment with the followers of the school's main bully happened in a matter of seconds. Next came a tired, trembling boy who was destroyed by his own arrogance. Looking at So Hyuk, Woo Jin egged him on by appealing to his pride. Seo Hyuk couldn't stand this kind of treatment and desperately rushed into the attack. However, this time, Woo Jin wasn't going to play around with him and sent him to the others, lying on the ground with his body shaking from the blow he had taken. Addressing these bullies in front of the entire school, the senior put them in their place by telling them that they were too loud for simpletons. While looking at how the area had changed over the past 5 years, the high school student noticed a taxi rushing towards them. He froze in place when he saw who came out of it. A middle-aged woman ran quickly towards the school entrance in the middle of the school day. Woo Jin couldn't confuse her with anyone else, because even though 20 years had passed since his reincarnation in another world, his mother still looked the same. He ran to meet her without delay, and when they saw each other, they threw themselves into an embrace for several minutes. His mother was shaking with excitement, and tears were flowing like a stream. Even the cold-blooded Woo Jin, who had been through hell for the past 20 years, could hardly contain his emotions. After that, they started a long conversation, during which Woo Jin learned that right after he disappeared 5 Earth years ago, there was a dungeon strike all over the world, and the subway stations instantly became dungeons full of deadly monsters. By an unfortunate coincidence, his father died on his way to work, leaving his mother to take care of Soo-ae alone. Because their family was not well off, the family's financial situation quickly deteriorated when Soo-ah became seriously ill. From then on, every day of their life was like torture. When they returned home, the mother left her son alone, saying that she needed to go to kindergarten to pick up her daughter. Excited by this long-awaited meeting, Woo Jin could not collect his thoughts. To his regret, he returned to a different house than the one they had lived in before. Mom never told him what had happened to their home and how a high-rise building of some corporation had appeared in their place. However, As soon as he got to their new place of residence, a small, cramped apartment, he immediately felt how difficult it was for his mother to take care of the family alone. Just looking around the house, he immediately realized that such a family would not fit here. In one of the boxes by the wall were things from the previous house, things that belonged to him and his dad. Most likely, his mother simply could not throw away such valuable things associated with them. The realization of the reason why his mother couldn't throw them out made even his cold heart freeze immediately. An hour later, Mom and Sue returned home, and the little sister finally met her older brother. The shy little girl hid behind her mother, but her brother's smile inspired confidence in her. Sitting down opposite her, Woo Jin asked if she remembered him and how he changed her diapers when she was little. In response, Sue became embarrassed and said that she no longer peed. As it turned out, the mother had been working in a restaurant all this time, but for the first time in a long time, she took a day off to spend the day with her family after the return of her beloved son. The family atmosphere melted the cold ice in Woo Jin's heart, and he even played with his little sister before they had dinner. Night fell and they went to bed. However, Woo Jin couldn't fall asleep for a long time, thinking about what his family's life was like now. He understood that the world was no longer the same as before, and he also needed to change and adapt. 20 years ago, he was summoned by Alphen for no reason. That world looked more like a game than anything like Earth. Thrown into such a wild environment where everything around him was deadly, he fought harder than anyone to survive at any cost against the brutal monsters and creatures of Alphen. Finally, after many years of countless battles, he became a maximum-level necromancer, gaining unprecedented power. With no end in sight for his long journey, he returned to Earth after meeting with the spatial administrator, and he came all this way just to finally be reunited with his family, which he had never stopped thinking about all this time. He just wanted normal happiness, but the Earth he returned to had changed almost beyond recognition. Not only is there a new order with the dungeons and corporations, his father is dead, and his family is barely making ends meet. Woo Jin couldn't accept this. He had no other option but to earn a decent amount of money to support his family. As a survivor of Alphen, he had no doubt that he could overcome even worse if it was for his family, who had been waiting for him all this time. The next day, Woo Jin continued to get used to life in Seoul, which had changed significantly in the past 5 years. He now even had a phone, something he could only dream of in the past. While exploring the vastness of the internet, he constantly came across references to awakened people. Moreover, when he left the dungeon he had accidentally entered, the security guard was relieved to call him awakened. The confused man was scared to death, thinking that an ordinary civilian had entered the dungeon. The first thing he asked was why Woo Jin went there if there were no more bloodstones. Before Jin could say a word, he was forced to sign some papers and agreements stating that he had followed safety precautions. Based on his still poor understanding of the modern world, he assumed that he had a pretty good job. A way that will allow you to earn good money in a short period of time is to use your awakened status. For the first time of his work, he did not want to disturb his mother, so he wrote her a message that he knew a friend, that he lived alone, and agreed to accept him as a guest to prepare for the entrance exams. Although Woo Jin did feel a bit awkward about his importunity, he was still forced to turn to Do Jae-min again. However, when he called the number Jae-min left for him, he connected to the Dongjin District Employment Agency. Hearing the voice of the employee who identified himself as a representative of the agency, Woo Jin became confused and began to check the number. He didn't make any mistakes and entered all the numbers correctly, so there was no doubt that this was the same number. Only after confirming that he had indeed contacted an employment agency did Woo Jin realize that the cunning Jae-min had dared to deceive him out of fear of further extortion of money. In fact, Woo Jin understood his behavior because their acquaintance happened extremely strangely and he himself could not inspire any trust. On the other hand, Jae-min might even have regretted doing this because he never said thank you for the fact that Soo Hyuk and his gang wouldn't bother him anymore thanks to the high school student's actions. Returning to his apartment after much thought about this situation, he came to the conclusion that although Woo Jin looked like a psycho, he was definitely not a bad guy. In addition, there was no need to worry about him anymore, since he was able to meet and talk to his mother. However, when Jae-min returned and entered his apartment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice welcoming him home. Jae-min was startled to see Woo Jin sitting at the table, eating tangerines and watching TV. His first panicked question was how he managed to get inside. As it turned out, he had seen Jae-min type in the password to enter the house earlier. Although he could be praised for his phenomenal memory, his new friend from elementary school was not so happy and said that it could be considered breaking and entering. However, when Woo Jin mentioned that he had called him but someone else had picked up, all the complaints disappeared due to the guilt he felt about the deception. Seeing Jae-min's awkwardness, Woo Jin decided to put himself in his shoes and change the topic, asking if he would mind answering a few questions for him. Within a moment, the conversation took on a completely different emotion, because Jae-min had discovered the truth about Woo Jin being an awakened person. Now everything fell into place for him, because he had already observed how amazing the strength of this high school student was. The first question that interested Woo Jin was how much money the people who awakened after the dungeons appeared made. Without thinking twice, Jae-min confirmed his suspicions, clarifying that it usually depended on how difficult the dungeon was. According to him, Woo Jin is not yet qualified to participate in clearing, so he first needs to register as an awakened in the association to obtain a license to enter dungeons, and then he will have to join a guild for team raiding. Alternatively, he could also get a job in an association or an administrative bureau, but Woo Jin, understanding how team cleansing works, was right when he decided that it was more profitable to work alone, for himself. However, in Jae-min's opinion, it was not that simple. He suggested avoiding the risk and joining a guild, since fighting alone was too dangerous, especially for a high school student. However, Woo Jin did not listen to his words. He understood that guilds require entrance tests, which he did not have time for. He did not pay attention to this risk, justifying his decision by saying that he urgently needed money. Realizing that arguing with him was simply useless, Jae-min suggested that he at least form a group, since the dungeons were indeed very dangerous, and many of the awakened were never able to rise outside. Remembering that he had a phone, his friend suggested that he download an app. It was clear from Woo Jin's expression that he had no idea what this was all about, so the more modern Jae-min took his phone to help with the matter. When Jae-min picked up the phone, he showed surprise that he was holding such an old model. When he suggested that it was used by someone in his family, Woo Jin awkwardly replied that it was a new model. He was truly furious when he found out that this mobile had been on the market for 4 years, which meant that the seller had cheated him by selling it as new. The cheeky owner of a small shop convinced him that it was the best-selling phone at the time, being a long-lasting model used by a huge number of famous awakened people. While Woo Jin was dreaming about how he would beat all the bad manners out of that salesman, Jae-min managed to enter the dungeon forum with the help of a slow technological device, and said that one could find information about dungeons there and reserve them in advance. Woo Jin thought that he was now ready to earn all the money in the world, but his ardor was dampened by the reminder that he needed to attain the awakened rank first. Moreover, Jae-min was sure that he would simply die if he rushed into the first dungeon without discrimination. When the old phone was returned to its owner, the truth about the entrance fee was also revealed. Jae-min clarified that when it comes to the entrance fee, it is important to know that even for low-level dungeons, you will need to pay 10,000 won. The issue of money, as usual, continued to be acute and problematic. There was silence, which was broken by an appeal to Jae-min. After this, a very obvious event happened. Woo Jin again asked Jae-min to lend him money. On the advice of his friend, Woo Jin went to the Awakened Administration Bureau the next day. In the Awakened examination room, he showed off his strength without hiding anything. The judges present could not contain their surprise when they saw the black aura emanating from the high school student. They didn't yet understand what was happening, but everything became clear when the guy pointed his hand to the side, controlling this aura. Nearby lay the body of a rabbit, which was necessary for using his necromancy skill. Even though the rabbit was not a monster, even such a weak creature was suitable for turning into part of his army. In front of everyone present, Woo Jin used necromancy magic, and after his dark aura and the rabbit's body came into contact, a skeleton soldier appeared and kicked the floor, breaking the tiles. The fact that he shocked all the judges could be judged by the fact that they could not utter a word. Even though the skeleton was summoned using the corpse of a weak animal, its powers were comparable to at least an ordinary person. Seeing their reactions, Woo Jin was in anticipation of receiving a decent rank. With only one skeleton, he felt extremely confident, realizing that necromancy was a very rare and truly powerful magic. His only warrior gave off quite an impressive aura, even though he was only a beginner level. The judges said with surprise that his powers were truly amazing. They had indeed seen a lot here over the past 5 years, but this was the first time they had met a user of necromancy. Summoners' abilities are judged by the combat abilities of the familiars they summon, so it was common practice to use copies of goblins to test Wu Jin's strength. Seeing the use of a hologram that had a physical form, Wu Jin couldn't help but be amazed at how far technological advancement had come since the blood crystals appeared in his home world. This looked pretty cool, as it greatly simplified the process of testing the skills of new recruits. Wu Jin immediately ordered his familiar to charge in and show his power. The skeleton obeyed the order without question and destroyed the goblin in an instant. Despite his abilities being truly unique, he was left disappointed with his license upon completion of the test. Wu Jin was given an F rank, and when asked if that was a high rank, he was gently informed that it was actually reserved for the weakest awakened. As expected, the summoned familiar's power was weaker than they expected, however. In turn, the judges tried to calm the awakened one by saying that since it was a unique ability, there was no doubt that he would easily find a party for himself. Still, Wu Jin wasn't too upset, thinking that he didn't care about the rank as long as he could enter the dungeon. Having obtained the license, he immediately went to the nearest point, which turned out to be Silim Station. The dungeon rank was estimated at 2 stars, and quite a lot of novice awakened warriors with fairly good equipment had already gathered here. One of the awakened, who was not going into the dungeon for the first time with his group, when he saw a newcomer standing alone, asked if he wanted to join their squad. There were 7 of them, and the guy with green hair said that they still had some free space for him. However, Wu Jin refused his offer, saying that he could handle it himself. The green-haired stranger was surprised and replied that he didn't see the point in spending so much money to enter, since he would hardly be able to carry many bloodstones due to the time limit. When he saw the surprise on Wu Jin's face, he immediately realized that he had only recently become a minor and did not yet know all the nuances. The next question was what rank the curious boy was. After learning that Wu Jin was only an F rank, the green-haired awakened believed in himself and that he could be manipulated. As an experienced E-rank minor, he assumed that Wu Jin still didn't know much, so he should treat his first trip as an experience by joining their party. In return, he would guarantee his safety. While Wu Jin was thinking about his proposal, those wishing to enter the dungeon began to slowly descend. Looking at Do Su, who was calmly discussing the weather and such things with his guys, Wu Jin began to reason about how the entry fee was indeed calculated for the maximum number of participants, and it would be too expensive for a single person. According to Do Su, the maximum number of participants at the entrance is 8, and to enter alone, you need to pay for 8 at once, a whopping 800,000 won. His words about how it is better to go in a group to mine stones effectively seemed to be the obvious truth. Wu Jin decided to listen to his advice, because the idea of going in a group wasn't that bad, because it would be nice to get some information about the process first. Suddenly, he was distracted by a strange young man who looked rather nervous. He assumed that Wu Jin was also nervous about entering this dungeon. When the necromancer replied that a man should not show fear, even if he was afraid, the intrusive stranger laughed awkwardly, saying that he liked this confidence. Hong Sung-gu turned out to be the same F-rank fighter. This fire mage was recruited in the same way as Wu Jin. It seems he awakened 2 months ago, after which he left school and began to earn money as an awakened. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted when they heard a noise at the entrance of the dungeon. 4 people came out, all of them quite seriously injured, which only increased Song-gu's anxiety. The trembling boys who had emerged shocked everyone present with their sudden announcement that there was a hobgoblin in that subway, a monster that shouldn't be in such low-level dungeons. Seeing his team's anxiety, Do Su calmed them down by telling them that there was no point in worrying as it was just a waste of time. Addressing the new recruits who had joined his small party, he said that sometimes there were monsters in the dungeons that weren't supposed to be there. He believed that the hobgoblin was only a 2-star monster that they could easily deal with if they were careful enough. Having calmed his comrades, the squad captain suggested going down into the dungeon. From the very beginning, they were met by low-level monsters, which was to be expected in such a place. Upon seeing the ordinary goblins, Song-gu immediately used his fire magic. His fireball was quite a formidable weapon for such weaklings, so he could destroy multiple enemies at once in one attack. The squad leader's fire magic turned out to be more sophisticated. Using burning, the mage Do-su could stop multiple targets at once, depriving them of sight or the ability to breathe. The teamwork of his squad was well practiced. Without waiting for orders, his comrades from the warrior class rushed to the attack. The goblins, who could not see anything, could not resist and became easy targets for these guys. Wu Jin acted alone in his usual manner, using his beginner-level familiar, which easily overcame obstacles in the form of goblins. After the first wave was easily destroyed, Wu Jin took the opportunity to praise Sun Gu's skills, saying that his fire spells were quite powerful. In turn, the rest of the squad admitted that the skeleton summoned by the necromancer was faster than it seemed at first glance. In addition, in their opinion, it seemed quite strong. No one doubted that it was definitely higher than rank F. There was nothing strange about it, because Wu Jin actually spent the remaining points to raise the skill level. Looking at his creation, he was convinced that it was worth it. Meanwhile, Do-su began to check the loot. While collecting bloodstones, he found that the 2-star dungeons had some pretty good loot. Wu Jin became even more interested when he heard that one bloodstone would cost around 200,000 won. Hearing that even such a small mana crystal had such a hefty price tag, Wu Jin understood why awakened ones were risking their lives instead of doing their usual things. Now it became clear that the 100,000 won entrance fee was just a pittance compared to the profit. They were only at the very beginning of the dungeon, but they had already made a pretty good profit. The group leader's greed began to rapidly increase due to the realization that the 1-star dungeons were nowhere near as good as the quality of the loot. Looking at another good bloodstone, he had no doubt that he had found a real gold mine. The squad continued clearing the dungeon and easily reached the last floor, where they had to give it their all for a worthy reward. When they got down to the top floor, they were surprised that the monsters did not attack them. Their worst fears turned out to be true because the guys who entered the dungeon before them did not break the news about the hobgoblin being here. Seeing panic begin to spread among the team members, Do-su asked the guys to calm down, saying that everything was fine and they would be able to overcome this obstacle using the normal formation. Wu Jin, who had been constantly improving his leadership skills for the past 20 years, did not understand Do-su's intentions. In response to his words, he asked whether it would not be better to act a little more cautiously than he suggested. Despite Wu Jin's attempt, he still did not give up on the idea of acting according to his strategy, saying that he had studied the manual for fighting the hobgoblin in advance, learning that its main attack was magic. The overconfident E-rank mage thought of defensive measures for the team, using the ability of one of them who had the ability to create barriers. The leader believed that if they blocked the first attack and got closer, then victory would be assured. Despite his experience, which literally screamed at him that everything was not so simple, Wu Jin decided not to argue with the team leader, because his guys were under his personal responsibility. As expected, the fearsome hobgoblin greeted them using magic. Seeing him raise his magic cane, Do-su immediately shouted at his comrade to immediately use magic to block the attack. This guy's barrier was unique, so it didn't matter what kind of magic he encountered. The hobgoblin turned out to be a user of lightning magic, but its power was not enough to destroy the magician's defense. Having repelled the enemy's first attack, Do-su ordered the boys to go on the offensive. First of all, the team leader blinded the enemy by using the hobgoblin's eye burn. Within a moment, the warriors using swords rushed to attack, but the second-level monster stubbornly blocked the close attacks. Sun Gu joined them, directing his fireball spell at the hobgoblin. It seemed like everything was going according to the team leader's plan, but Wu Jin clearly saw that they were already in danger. Among the monsters he encountered on Alphen were hobgoblins. Compared to ordinary goblins, these guys had high intelligence, which became clear when the enemy cast a spell. Based on his experience, Wu Jin knew better than anyone that the real danger of this beginner-level monster was not its magic. While fighting the hobgoblin, the boys completely forgot about where the small goblins had disappeared to. As it turned out, they hid on the floor and even armed themselves with improvised means, and their look and behavior suddenly changed. With a tremor in his voice, one of the team members said that those guys were different from what they had seen before. Taking advantage of the situation, one of the goblins secretly fired a dart from around the corner at one of the squad members. His victim was a warrior in armor, the dart hitting him right in the neck. His whole body became paralyzed and he began to tremble from unbearable pain. A moment later, he received a sudden blow to the back of the head and fell to the ground. The goblins acted quietly and covertly. It was clear that they could deal with the entire team if they did not take action. Watching the pathetic actions of the guys from the squad he agreed to go with, Wu Jin said that this was exactly what he was afraid of. The cocky Do Su didn't seem like someone who wanted to listen to some new recruit among the awakened. Wu Jin knew from the very meeting that the real danger of the hobgoblins was not their magic or brute strength, but their ability to lead due to their comparatively high intelligence. The goblin squad leader is not just another one-star monster, but a true leader of the army, who is capable of using various tactics and even giving personal orders to each subordinate. Realizing that the guys couldn't cope with the panic, and the situation was getting worse with every second, Do Su made an adequate decision for the first time. He shouted that they should retreat and get out of this place as soon as possible. All the fighters immediately ran towards the exit, without looking back at the monsters. Only Wu Jin and Sun Gu stood in their place, diligently covering the backs of their comrades. Using fire magic, he continued to strike, losing most of his mana reserves. However, now using the means at hand, the goblins were able to withstand his attacks and continue their advance. Addressing the others, Do Su stated that they were no match for this enemy, so they should retreat immediately. When one of his bewildered comrades asked what they would do with Zhang Chul, who had suffered from 2 surprise attacks, the leader shouted that he was beyond help. Without even trying to help their friend, they cowardly ran towards the exit. However, the hobgoblin was not willing to stop the fun. He was delighted with how well his players had performed. Having accumulated enough mana, he directed lightning magic towards the fleeing boys. The blow was accurate. The hobgoblin aimed it at the most diligent of the fighters. Songgu, who was too careless, was hit by this magical attack. The boy began to fall to the ground, and the leader, despite his condition, did not change tactics. They continued to run towards the exit. The boys began to move away to a safe distance, and the goblins decided to stop pursuing them, being satisfied with such prey. When everyone had fled, the wounded Songgu, lying on the ground, was left to be torn apart by the goblins and their leader. The only one who didn't chicken out was the most experienced and quiet among the awakened Wu Jin. Taking out his favorite weapon, a crowbar found in the subway, from his inventory, he began to slowly walk towards the goblins, saying that he had not hunted such enemies for a long time. Using his power, Wu Jin summoned 4 fighters who could easily replace the cowards who fled as soon as they sensed danger. Realizing that the battle was not yet over, the hobgoblin immediately ordered his army to continue the offensive. Analyzing the situation and referring to his experience, Wu Jin came to the conclusion that it would be difficult to deal with goblins under the command of a hobgoblin. Based on this, he decided to make an unexpected move and rushed into the vanguard himself, heading towards the strongest enemy, the goblins, whose instincts and will belonged entirely to their leader, fearlessly rushed into a frontal attack. Within a moment they were stopped and busy fighting the necromancer's familiars. While the skeletons were fighting the goblins, Wu Jin could fight their leader without fear. Seeing a human next to him, the hobgoblin began to release lightning magic, pointing his cane at the enemy. Wu Jin had calculated from the very beginning the time it would take for the enemy to carry out such an attack. A moment later, he dealt a fatal blow to his opponent. With a sly smile on his face, he asked the hobgoblin if he really thought he would politely wait for him to finish casting his ridiculous spell. Due to the enemy's rather low level, his actions were quite predictable, and dealing with him alone was not particularly difficult. After defeating the strongest monster in this dungeon, Wu Jin received a level-up message. As soon as he raised his level to the 6th, he immediately felt the increase in characteristics. Having received a lot of experience for destroying the enemy on his own, he was only convinced that fighting on his own is much better and more fun than with a group of losers. Suddenly, he was distracted by some groans, and looking around, he saw Songgu lying on the ground, trembling in pain. Wu Jin was surprised that he was still alive, and in response, he heard a desperate, weakened plea for help. He had no particular reason to help the stranger, but he still decided to make contact with the poor fellow. Sitting down next to him, he asked what would happen to him if he saved him. In response, Songgu said in a trembling voice that he would not tell anyone that he was actually a D-rank fighter, not an F-rank fighter. The dying boy's words seemed like complete nonsense, and even Wu Jin was surprised by their stupidity. Wu Jin knew that this guy could be useful, so he thought about what he could ask for in return. With a sly smile, he said that 2 would be enough. His suggestion was made so carefully that the dying man could not even make out what was being said. Despite the unclear conditions, they managed to reach an agreement. After Wu Jin saved this wounded poor guy, he gave him a completely fair task. Songgu personally extracted all the mana crystals from the bodies of the dead goblins. Using this boy's labor, Wu Jin managed to obtain a backpack almost full of precious materials. After finishing the job, Songgu, who was staring at his savior, could not stop thinking about how he was given the lowest rank. After seeing it in action, he immediately realized that even without using the power of a necromancer, he could hunt 2-star monsters, which immediately made him a D-rank hunter. In addition, his familiars, the skeletons, were also of particular interest, each of whom was stronger than the guys they came with. In front of this fire mage, he even demonstrated the use of the search skill to find bloodstones and more. No less surprising was the fact that in order to save the poor guy, he used some unique magic, pumping out the last of the life from the monsters. Taking all this into account, he could already be assigned a C rank. And another shocking fact was that Wu Jin had previously reported that he had registered as a hunter only 3 hours ago. Taking back his backpack, which was overflowing with precious materials, Wu Jin learned that he would receive approximately 800,000 won for all of this. Looking at the trophies, he admitted that it was not bad considering he only paid 100,000 won for entry. Looking greedily at the poor fellow, he put him in an awkward position, warning him that all the loot belonged only to him. Wu Jin's obsession with money really scared Songgu, but despite this, he was glad that he was able to save his life with 2 million. Having finished collecting the mana crystals, the guys went to pick up the return stone. Suddenly, Wu Jin felt a slight thirst for blood, causing him to stop and ask his new comrade to wait at a safe distance. It was difficult to see where the danger was coming from at first glance, but Wu Jin was sure that an enemy ambush was waiting for them ahead. Looking around, he made sure that there were no more monsters here. Based on this, it became clear that the problem was with those scumbags who abandoned them to their fate. When Wu Jin shouted for them to finally show themselves, the cowards hesitantly took a few steps out of the shadows. After going down, Dosu decided not to show that he was planning something vile, and was only surprised that the 2 of them were able to defeat all the enemies. Seeing that Songgu didn't fully understand the situation, Wu Jin warned him that if they came any closer, those scumbags would deal them a vile blow. Looking in their direction, he himself did not know what to do with them, so he decided that it would be a good idea to start a conversation. Turning to the scum, he asked how they dared to appear before them so shamefully after they had vilely fled from the battlefield, leaving their comrades to die. Moreover, he immediately pointed out the strangeness in their behavior, namely, that if they really decided to escape from the dungeon, they should have stayed at the barrier, without returning to the lower floors. Trying to defend themselves from the direct hints that they were traitors, the group leader said with a stupid laugh that there was no need to accuse his teammates so rudely. With a false air of friendliness in his gestures, he tried to justify himself by saying that they had simply returned to clear the dungeon after a tactical retreat. According to him, they were very surprised that all the monsters had already been destroyed by that time. Looking at the backpack overflowing with crystals, he asked with a sly smile how they managed to defeat such a serious opponent. Wu Jin had no intention of playing his dirty games, and said in a serious tone that they should not delay their vile plan. Taking off his backpack with precious materials that most likely interested the leader of their group, he assumed that those naive fools wanted to run away after receiving the return stones. But now they saw that everything was cleared out here, and the money itself was coming to meet them. A moment later, he scattered all the mana crystals onto the ground and was met with stunned looks from part of the group who did not expect such an act. With a menacing look, Wu Jun said in all seriousness that if they wanted his trophies so much, then they should try to take at least one of them for themselves. However, even after such high-quality manipulation, Dosu continued to try to convey a different opinion to him. He repeated with a ridiculous smile that there had been a misunderstanding, justifying his words by saying that they were not so stupid as to attack someone who had killed monsters that they could not do anything against, even with the help of coordinated work. He apologized for them leaving him and Sungu behind, justifying this act by saying that their lives were at stake and something like this could be expected. He explained the return back by saying that they simply returned for the return stones, and now, seeing that the path was cleared, they could even thank him for giving them the opportunity to take John Chul's body. Seeing how stubbornly leader Do-Su continued to justify his behavior, Wu Jin began to doubt his guesses. The green-haired guy, although he was fond of jewelry, still looked quite sincere. Sighing heavily, he decided that he had simply gone too far, confusing the premonition of the monsters with an ambush. Based on this, he assumed that during those 20 years spent in Alphen, he had become too nervous and distrustful, which even affected his attitude towards people like him after his return. In just a moment, he was confronted with the reality that he had begun to deny a few seconds ago. He felt a sudden, intense burning sensation in his eye area, which was used on him by a fire magic user, the leader of their group, Do-Su. Song-gu was shocked by what was happening, and, staring at his savior, did not even have time to react to the fact that those scoundrels received the order to begin the attack. A moment later, a magic arrow flew at the poor guy and hit him in the left shoulder. Song-gu screamed in pain as Wu Jin began to get his bearings, resigning himself to the fact that he had to fight. He saw Do-Su rush at him with a knife, shouting furiously that he shouldn't hold a grudge against him for this. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Wu Jin and dealt him a vile blow to the stomach. Meanwhile, in some other dungeon, another raid was successfully completed, because the main team of one of the most serious guilds of Seoul was responsible for it. The guys were well equipped, moreover. They even had a truck that transported all their gear. Not only the logistics, but also the teamwork was almost perfect. One could envy the way they supported each other after a successful raid. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a phone call. The team leader, who is the same red-haired girl we met earlier, took a call in which she was informed that the second unexpected intruder who entered their property had been found. It was about Wu Jin, and Yoon-hee couldn't help but be surprised when she learned that although they didn't have any information on him, they did have information that today was the first time he appeared in the database after registering with the Awakened Alliance. Of course, the team leader wanted to know immediately where he was at that moment in order to have a clearing conversation with him. She had no idea what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into on the very first day of his awakened career. Back to those events, the vile and disgusting Do-Su had already stabbed Wu Jin, and after his knife stopped, he began to look into his eyes with curiosity, expecting to see a reaction to pain in them. He was simply shocked when he saw that instead of the expected reaction, he began to laugh maliciously, saying that he was surprised by such insolence. As it turned out, not only did Wu Jin manage to get his bearings, he also blocked that sneaky blow by grabbing the attacker's arm. He held his arm so tightly that Do-Su began to tremble from the sharp pain, similar to a broken bone. He no longer had time to talk. He threw the attacker to the ground with brute force, and he didn't even have time to notice how it happened. Do-Su broke the floor with his own body and began to scream in incredible pain. While adjusting his long hair, Wu Jin asked with an evil expression if he really believed that he could carry out such a vile plan. There were only a few scratches on his face, and his eyes were intact, since he had managed to use the mana aura. Pointing his finger at the other bastards who dared to challenge him, he asked if it was true what they said about all the awakened beings being the same as them. Looking at the shameless traitors blinded by the bloodstones, he shocked those guys by using necromancy on the goblin corpses lying next to them, calling for reinforcements in the form of 5 skeletons that outnumbered the attackers in strength. He declared that it was time for punishment, and then ordered them to get rid of the scoundrels. Within a moment, all the members of the group were exterminated right before the eyes of their leader, who watched helplessly while lying on the ground. Wu Jin didn't intend to waste much time on them, so he reached for the knife that Do-Su had dropped. Walking slowly towards the leader of the group, accompanied by the shouts of the other fighters, he looked him coldly in the eyes, making it clear that it was all over for him. Injured after being thrown so hard to the ground, Do-Su was in a panic, and he hoarsely shouted that he was suggesting that they just talk to avoid violence. With a wild look, Wu Jin asked him in return if he wanted to stall for time so that the delay in using his skill would pass. A moment later, Dosu joined his comrades and departed for the next world. After dealing with the vile members of the hunting party, Wu Jin did not miss the opportunity to check the pockets of their leader, expecting that he should have a lot of money. Wounded in the shoulder, Songgu, who witnessed this cruel spectacle, could not believe his eyes and the cold-bloodedness with which his savior dealt with the attackers. After eliminating 5 people in an instant, Wu Jin said that these bastards were useless anyway, and then asked his new friend if he agreed with his words. Looking around, he asked why he couldn't even find the words to somehow respond to his question. Songgu was shaking from fear and pain from his injury. He said with great difficulty in a weakened voice that Wu Jin was absolutely right. Having finished his business, Wu Jin came closer to him and, putting his hands on his hips, stated the fact that he was in danger for the 2nd time in a row. Speaking of this, he shocked Songgu by saying that because of this, he would have to pay double. There was nothing to explain here. Songgu himself understood that he had been saved twice and was now in infinite debt to this madman. Ignoring the attackers lying nearby, Wu Jin treated Songgu's wounds for the 2nd time, giving him first aid. Thus, the raid was completely over, and when they came out of the dungeon, the representative of the alliance controlling this station could not understand why he saw only 2 members of the group, which consisted of 8 people. When asked why there were only 2 of them, Wu Jin calmly replied that all of their other comrades had been killed by monsters that were much stronger than they had expected. This information was not only shocking, but also suspicious. The Soul Hunter Alliance representative, noticing the overflowing backpack on the awakened man's back, asked how they were able to collect all those bloodstones. Looking at his backpack, which was indeed suspicious, Wu Jin answered without hesitation that even though they were facing a serious threat, it still didn't stop them from collecting all the trophies so as not to leave the money lying on the ground. Having no other choice, the representative of the Hunters Alliance handed him a statement and a pen, asking him to sign before leaving, since there was a chance that the Bureau would contact him to clarify the details of this incident. Having finished with these nuances, Wu Jin, together with his friend, who was afraid to even move in his presence, immediately went to the mana crystal collection point. When he sold all the trophies, he walked out of that building with a sly, satisfied smile. He had never imagined that he could get more than 13 million won in one raid. As he continued to walk with a mad expression on his face, he was also smug about the fact that to that amount, he should also add the bonus 4 million that he would soon receive from Songgu as payment for saving him. He once again confirmed his suspicions that it was worth continuing to clear the dungeons himself in order to maximize the financial benefits from the campaigns. Even though he had escaped twice from situations where his life seemed to be on the line, Songgu was deeply troubled, knowing that there was no escape from this guy. The sum of 4 million won was becoming increasingly more worrying to him, because even with his savings, he was not enough to give it all at once. He was already wondering whether he could try to lower the price for his rescue, and whether they would give him a loan for such an amount, without any adequate explanation for such a financial need. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted as soon as Wu Jin spoke to him. Turning towards him, he reminded him with the same crazy expression on his face that he had already seen that he really didn't like those people who tried to stab him in the back. After this warning that made Songgu's blood run cold, Wu Jin bid him farewell, saying that he would look forward to his call regarding payment for his life-saving services. It seemed like Songgu should have felt some relief when Wu Jin left, but instead, he went into an even greater state of shock as he wondered what amount of money they were talking about. He couldn't tell if they were talking about 4 million won or 400 million won. The uncontrollable series of funny events did not stop at this point. The working day of the owner of a small mobile equipment store was already nearing its end. His business was not in the best condition. There were few customers, and among them there were not even 10 buyers, so he yawned out of boredom, waiting for the end of the working day. Suddenly he felt an inexplicable pressure, followed by the loud opening of the front door. He was simply shocked that some madman was entering his shop, opening its glass doors with a brutal kick. It was Wu Jin, and it was obvious that he was far from being in the best mood, and was not in the mood to negotiate with this blond man. Wu Jin slowly walked up to the salesman and grabbed him by the crib, then lifted him into the air with just one hand. The salesman was scared to death. He was angry at the same time, not understanding what was happening. Due to the small number of customers, he could not afford a contract with a security service, and seeing this madman, he trembled with fear, wondering why he was so strong. He didn't even have time to utter a word before he suddenly received a lightning-fast and incredibly painful slap in the face. He angrily shouted what he was even allowing himself to do. The seller hoped that he would be able to put him in his place. For the first time in his life, he made such a gross mistake, because instead of trying to find out the reason for the discontent of such an angry visitor, he provoked his anger and another portion of slaps. The seller barely had time to breathe in air. He could not comprehend what was happening, fearing that if this continued for a few more minutes, he might even die. His face began to swell, and he thought that this was what he had recently seen on TV. He could think of nothing else but to assume that this was called indiscriminate rape. With a trembling voice, he began to beg for mercy. Looking at this poor guy, Wu Jin wondered if greeting the impudent guy like that was enough for him to realize the seriousness of his intentions. His mood was not so bad, so he did not refuse the seller's request, and instead of continuing to beat him with slaps, he simply threw him on the floor. When Wu Jin approached this phone store owner, he immediately knelt down in front of him and cried out pitifully that he would do whatever he asked of him. In response, Wu Jin conveyed to him the words that he truly hated people who stab him in the back, as well as people who try to deceive him. The seller could not understand what kind of knife in the back he was talking about, and what he meant when he spoke about the deception he accused him of. Seeing the bewilderment of the beaten scoundrel, Wu Jin took out of his pocket the phone that the seller sold him, saying that it was the latest model. Upon seeing this outdated model, the beaten swindler immediately remembered that this was the very same device that he had managed to successfully sell to some simpleton. Not only did he sell that phone by telling him it was the latest model, he also convinced him it was an incredible deal by selling it at the price of really good new ones. At that moment, Wu Jin was truly perceived as a simpleton, because when he picked up this device, after staying in Alphen for 20 years, he was incredibly delighted. He even happily said that he couldn't believe how far technology had come in the last 5 years. Seeing the angry look of this guy, the seller remembered that it was he who became the victim of his fraud. Everything fell into place. The man, scared to death, had no choice but to correct the situation to his own detriment. On his way home, Wu Jin was enjoying his new phone. As expected, he was delighted with this device, which was indeed much better than the previous one. He still doubted whether he had done the right thing with the seller, because if they were in Alphen, he would have lost his tongue. Suddenly, some men in suits appeared behind him and addressed him by his full name. Wu Jin stopped, seeing that he was surrounded by some strange guys. The red-haired stranger began to describe his dossier in detail, including information from the Hunter Alliance and even information about him clearing out the Guachian station single-handedly, indicating that he was much higher than F rank. She also didn't forget to mention that he was suspected of killing his teammates. Looking at this guy she had just met for the first time, Yoon-hee boldly asked if he was too fearless for a newbie. In response, Wu Jin asked who she was and why she was so interested in him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the leader of the hunting team behaved extremely unusually, politely apologizing for her manners. After that, she confidently introduced herself as the leader of the Cinnabar group from the Hwarang Guild. For Wu Jin, this meant practically nothing. He still didn't know how things were at the top of the guilds, and who among them could be considered truly dangerous. However, for his own good, he decided to check why she was so confident. Using the detection skill, he easily determined that this bold woman had truly impressive strength. Continuing the conversation, he asked her why she had found him. In response, Lee Yoon-hee mysteriously said that some rat was fearlessly roaming around the dungeons of her guild, believing that he would go unpunished for it. Realizing that it was him who was being called Krisa, Wu Jin smiled slyly. Looking around, he laughed at Yoon-hee's words, asking if their guild had really brought so many people just for the sake of one rat. Continuing his mockery, he said that since they were willing to bring so many people for him alone, it meant that Hwarang was a very large guild. Just as he was about to say that their dungeon he had recently entered was miserable, his speech was suddenly interrupted. One of the hunters was next to him in an instant and grabbed his face with his hand. Wu Jin didn't even have time to do anything before the red-haired guy in the black tuxedo threw him to the ground with great force. After that, the hunter from the Hwarang Guild warned him that he should watch his language, because for insulting their guild, he would feel its real wrath. Although the blow looked impressive, Wu Jin was not particularly hurt, but his anger flared up from the insolent treatment of his face. The attacker didn't even have time to notice how Wu Jin grabbed his hand. Gripping his stock tightly, he rose to his feet in an instant and made him scream in pain, squeezing almost to the point of breaking bones. It was obvious that this guy, who was called a rat when they met, was capable of dealing with these hunters. Yun-hee understood this very well. She could not allow anyone from her team to suffer from the actions of a guy who got on their nerves. In just a moment, she took a lightning-fast step and delivered a powerful kick to Wu Jin's stomach, so strong that he flew to the side. When he hit the ground, he still didn't understand how it happened. Opening his eyes after falling, he saw that Yun-hee was next to him again and raised her leg high. In an instant, she kicked him in the face so hard that the asphalt beneath him began to crumble. For the first time since returning to Earth, Kang Wu Jin encountered an opponent so strong that he was also fast enough that his reflexes were insufficient for combat. Putting her foot on his face, the arrogant woman said she was impressed by his strength. Still, she suggested he listen to her advice, saying that although he didn't look like a normal F rank, even with such skills, he shouldn't get cocky. Naturally, the point was that he would not be able to act arbitrarily on their territory with impunity. As she left, she looked again at the beaten Wu Jin lying on the asphalt and said that if he wanted to live longer, he should not forget her words. Fortunately, that was the end of it, and the team representatives left him in the same place. When it was all over, Wu Jin touched his face, which hurt from being treated so disrespectfully. He didn't feel any humiliation or anything like that, realizing that he wasn't in the best shape right now. Moreover, he was even genuinely surprised that for the first time in a long time, he had lost a battle without a chance. After such an unexpected warm meeting, Lee Yun-hee became very interested in him, and when he told Jae-min about this meeting, he was shocked to the limit. When Wu Jin asked him if she was really a famous person, he said with great emotion that she was one of the 10 awakened of their country who had an A rank. As for the Hwarang Guild, it turned out that it was in the top 3 along with the Hammer and KH. According to him, they all have great influence in politics and economics. Shocked by what he heard, Jae-min asked what his ridiculous protector had done in the first dungeon, that they paid such special attention to him. Wu Jin was extremely dissatisfied with such a tone and answered him insolently. He said that his weakling friend should watch his language, because in fact, if he wanted, he could beat even the Hwarang army, but after he regained his strength. In response to his words, Jae-min even began to laugh, saying that the pride of a guy with an F rank was simply amazing. However, Wu Jin couldn't help but agree with his words, knowing that he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought someone outside the dungeon, even if they were high level. In addition, the necromancy skill itself was not unlimited, as it required corpses. The silence was broken when he handed Jae-min a bag containing some rather expensive famous perfume. The hint that he smelled bad was interrupted by the return of the money he had borrowed from him for a while. Seeing the impressive amount in front of him, Jae-min began to feel awkward and asked him to give back as much as he took, saying that he had already helped him a lot. When Wu Jin began to insist that he not refuse his gratitude, Jae-min was genuinely touched by his attitude. With a sly smile, the high school student added that if it was convenient for him, then he should consider the rest to be payment for living together in his apartment. Jae-min agreed with his words, but in an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing what his words really meant. He realized that Wu Jin was gently hinting to him that he was going to continue living with him. Trying to understand the reason for this behavior, he mentioned that he had recently met his mother. Wu Jin immediately understood what was going on, so he gave a direct answer that her house was too small, and he wanted to stay at his place until he could buy a new place. As an awkward pause ensued, Wu Jin became a little flustered by his only friend's words, and assumed that he had given too little money. In response, Jae-min reassured him that there was no problem. Before finishing his speech, he noticed that Wu Jin had changed his phone number. He was genuinely surprised, saying that this was the first time he had seen this latest model among his friends, which was in some sense a technological breakthrough. When he asked to look at the phone, Wu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the salesman had understood his request correctly this time. Jae-min was actually delighted with this device, especially the color, which was called Crazy Red. According to him, to make such a device, you need bloodstones, which is why the Crazy Red phone also becomes crazy expensive. Realizing this, Jae-min assumed that his friend really earned a lot, but his friend replied that he got it as a result of an event. His words sounded mysterious, but he didn't want to scare his friend by mentioning that this was an event in which the life of the salesman who had cheated him on the previous deal was at stake. Jae-min did not hide his admiration and even called his new friend a really cool guy. Suddenly, a message regarding a money transfer came on his phone, and Jae-min began to count the number of zeros with difficulty. Wu Jin immediately took his phone back and looked at the account where another 40 million won had appeared from Hong Sung-gu, and he realized that the idiot had mixed something up, because originally it was about 4 million. He had no choice but to contact him and arrange a meeting. When Sun-gu arrived at the said cafe, he greeted Wu Jin respectfully, calling him boss and politely asking how he was doing. In response, Wu Jin asked in confusion why all this speech was necessary when they had just met a few hours ago. After these words, he extended his phone towards him, asking what this bank transfer amount meant. With a clear tone of condemnation, he asked the poor fellow if he considered him some kind of beggar since he had sent such a sum. Then he reminded him of his words about 4. Sun-gu froze for a moment, realizing that he had paid. Remembering what he saw in the dungeon, he began to think that if he couldn't pay, he would end up in the place of those guys who crossed them. Now he began to think that we were talking about those same 4, not millions, but hundreds of millions. He couldn't even imagine how to get such a sum in such a short period of time, so he couldn't find a better option than to fall on his knees and start pitifully begging for his life. Wu Jin felt extremely awkward at this sudden sight, while Sun-gu, who had misunderstood his words, desperately shouted that he would give up the remaining portion if he was given a little more time. The behavior of this ridiculous awakened one attracted the attention of everyone present in this cafe, so Wu Jin began to get angry and nervously said that if he wanted to live, then he should first sit at the table with him. Sun-gu followed his order without question, and then began to make excuses that he was very sorry that he could not get 400 million won in such a short period of time. He desperately promised that if he was given time, then he would definitely pay for saving his worthless life. When Wu Jin heard the amount that idiot was talking about, he was completely at a loss. It was clear that he was in despair, but he was ready to do anything to save his life. Wu Jin finally realized that he had completely misunderstood his speech. On the other hand, he couldn't help but admit that modern children seem quite generous. Choosing a more comfortable position for himself, he decided that if Song-gu was wrong, then he really deserved to be taken advantage of. With his hands folded in front of him, the newly minted businessman, with a sly expression on his face, asked how long he would have to wait for his money. The next day, Wu Jin set out again to seek profit. A walk in the fresh air in a fairly nice area was how he started his morning. A little later, a car with a personal driver, Song-gu, arrived for him. Seeing him in a good mood on the way to the dungeon, Wu Jin asked him why he was so happy on his first day of work. In response, he said in a cheerful tone that even servants can be happy. Sun-gu actually amused Wu Jin, even though Wu Jin had no intention of considering him as that servant. As it turns out, last night, this ridiculous guy announced that since he can't return the 400 million won anytime soon, he's willing to become a member of his savior's group in order to give him a portion of his profits. After thinking for a moment, Wu Jin pointed out the flaw in this plan, saying that he was just going to stick to him, which seemed like an obvious and safe idea. Sun-gu didn't even think about personal gain, so he began to excitedly justify himself by saying that he just wanted to earn that money by being a truly useful person. Fearing rejection, he even declared his willingness to become his personal manager. With some admiration, he promised that in that case he would take full responsibility for choosing dungeons, booking, selling bloodstones, and other concerns, including even the possibility of being his personal driver. In response, Wu Jin said that if he was going to work like that, then that made him a personal servant. Song-gu felt a little offended. He was really hurt by these words, even though he knew that his savior was completely right. He smiled from ear to ear and awkwardly praised his boss for his very accurate observation. The conditions were really favorable. Wu Jin didn't mind the company of a guy he could trust. Pleased with this unexpected opportunity, he began to dictate terms that, surprisingly, turned out to be mutually beneficial. He said that in this case, their cooperation would last for a year, and since it would be too difficult to do it for free, his servants would even have their share of the total profit. His offer seemed like a real gift from fate. Sun Gu grabbed his boss's hand and sincerely thanked him for it. In response, Wu Jin said with a kind smile that he was also grateful to him for it. As a result, another good friend appeared in his circle. Looking at Song Gu, who was driving him to the pre-booked dungeon, the carefree awakened one thought that it was quite funny, because by pure chance, he got himself a servant due to a misunderstanding in which he actually wanted to return the excess. In fact, he understood that he was doing a great service for him, no less than he was receiving himself. Looking at this young man, he pleased him with the sudden words that if he would just do his job well, then 10% of the profits would be at his disposal. Hearing this, Song Gu turned away from the road and, with tears in his eyes, thanked his boss for what he was doing for him. When Wu Jin interrupted his snotty speech by asking if he had found the dungeon he had been told about, he immediately replied that at the boss's request, she had reserved a 3-star dungeon with the most monsters. They soon arrived at the third exit of Maebong Station, where a swarm of Reikis was located. Monsters like cockroaches weren't much of a problem in terms of battle difficulty, but their numbers were definitely very impressive. Sun Gu was at a loss, doubting whether they could handle such a task. He had 2 backpacks on his shoulders, and his only task was to collect trophies, but Wu Jin still asked him to keep an eye out, so as not to be accidentally hit by a surprise attack. The numerical superiority of the Rakia swarm was a serious problem, but not for a necromancer with a lot of experience behind him. Wu Jin got his bearings from the start. He had to spend all his points on control in order to increase the maximum number of his army. The number of skeletons he could control had grown to a massive 19, which was even more than the maximum number of participants in a single raid. Taking quantity with quantity and superior quality was a wise decision, but even so, they were in for a pretty hardcore playthrough. In just a moment, this floor turned into a bloody battlefield. It didn't take long before the swarm of Reikis thinned out to the point that the skeletons began to break through with increasing speed. Although the Raki did not have impressive intelligence, their instincts were enough to make them tremble with fear when the mage's familiars approached. The ruthless skeletons completed their task with ease. Although there were relatively few of them, in the end they greedily divided the remains of these monsters. Song Gu tried his best to keep up. Even during the battle on the first floor, he had started his work of collecting bloodstones, so it was a little delay before he caught up with his boss. As soon as he went down to the floor below, he didn't even pay attention to his boss's praise, because he was in an indescribable shock that the skeletons had managed to deal with the next batch of monsters. Watching with his mouth open, as the summoned fighters dealt with the monsters, he couldn't believe that they were advancing so quickly, because usually a raid on a Reiki dungeon takes at least 2 hours, while Wu Jin managed to do it on his own in just 15 minutes. The main fighter of their modest squad was already very tired of fighting at such a pace, so he sat down on a bench to finally rest. Opening the status window, he saw that he had already reached level 7 and had accumulated some achievement points that he could use to strengthen some of his stats. The skills he could learn at level 7 seemed boring and not particularly useful. The fire hand covered in flames required too many points, but did not provide any noticeable advantages, as did the water ball, which is a common mage spell. However, among these he found a really interesting option, which was the summoning of a skeleton mage. He could learn this skill already at level 10, so Wu Jin thought it would be a good idea to open it soon. Meanwhile, Sun Gu finished collecting trophies and even managed to find a return stone on his own. While in this dungeon, they were able to completely clear it in just 27 minutes, but Wu Jin was wondering what to do next. In fact, he hadn't thought about having much free time before, since they had booked the dungeon for 4 hours. As he climbed up, he informed his already tired servant that they would be able to go through this dungeon 7 more times during this time. As soon as they finished their first expedition, they immediately went to the Bloodstone Reception Center and received a whopping 53 million won for their trophies. Hearing the mention of such an incredible amount, Song-gu was at a loss, not understanding what the representative of this change point was talking about. A moment later, he felt an incredible shock from the realization that this was indeed the amount they had received. Their check was in his hands. They had earned more than 50 million. Realizing that at this rate the amount would soon be over 400 million, he began to tremble at the realization that his share would be a whopping 40 million won. Previously, he had been going to peer-to-peer dungeons for 2 months and had earned around 30 million, but here it was a whopping 40 million in one day. The amazing result was mind-blowing, and Sung-gu said he couldn't believe what was happening. With an incredibly happy expression on his face, he thanked his boss for what he was doing for him, calling him a truly great man. With a kind smile, Wu Jin asked him not to fuss, because it was still too early to rejoice. It was not the time to relax, knowing that they still had 7 more trips to the dungeon left. Following his boss, his subordinate called it an opportunity given by the gods, because as it turned out, becoming Wu Jin's manager was truly a great decision. The events surrounding the new awakened, who began to show incredible success, began to gradually spread. In the Hammer Guild, one of the 3 most powerful hunter organizations in Seoul, everything was as usual. The leader of one of the teams was enjoying his free time in the office. He was humming a song and making coffee when he was suddenly interrupted by a message. Without being distracted from his work, Captain Gay-min took the call and asked what had happened and why he was being disturbed. In response, he was told that 2 guys had bought a ticket for 4 o'clock in the morning and entered the dungeon. The interlocutor paid special attention to the fact that those guys were a little strange. People die in dungeons all the time, so Gay-ming didn't think there was anything strange about it. However, he was told in return that the strange thing was that those 2 were still alive. But what was equally strange was how long it took them to clear the 3-star dungeon. He reported that their first raid took 30 minutes, and on the second, they only spent 11 minutes. A moment later, he saw Wu Jin and Sung-gu exit the dungeon again, and on the 3rd raid they spent only 9 minutes and 40 seconds. The shocking result stunned the guys from the Hammer Guild. They couldn't believe how this was possible, because even professional teams of 8 people spend 2 hours on such raids. Having won a bet that the mysterious guys would do it in less than 10 minutes, the captain's subordinate who was watching them asked his boss if he could find information about those guys using their data from open sources. Gay-ming had never heard of A-rank guys clearing dungeons in a duo. However, he was wrong, and his shock increased to an unprecedented level when he learned that the 2 subjects being monitored were only F-rank. Hanging up, the captain replied that they should stay in touch for the time being while he could find out at least some information regarding those guys. When checking the data, he immediately found out that one of them, namely Wu Jin, had only registered in the hunter database 1 day ago, while the other member of the squad had only registered 2 months ago. This result indicated that such measurements were wrong. An excited smile appeared on the captain's face, realizing that this was too big of a measurement error, and those 2 should be assigned at least a C rank. Awakened ones with such serious abilities are likely to become high-ranking. He knew this for a long time, and had been waiting for guys with such potential for a long time, so he could not miss the opportunity to get them at his disposal. As expected, the Hwarang Guild was also watching the events. One of the managers of this organization noticed their strange activity and reported to Yun-hee that the guy who recently appeared in their sight was able to do something incredible. They had dealt with him before due to a report from a bureau employee that he had trespassed on their property. They already knew that Hong Sung-gu was an unremarkable fire mage, while the main power was possessed by Kang Woo-jin, an F-rank necromancer. The leader of their organization, turning to Captain Lee Yun-hee, asked what she thought of his abilities. Recalling their meeting, she replied that she actually thought he was unusual, but not that unusual. Like Captain Jae-min of the Hammer Guild, she also came to the conclusion that Wu Jin must be at least a C-rank fighter. The leader agreed with her words and concluded that there were 2 options, the first being that he was hiding his abilities during the test, and the second option was that Wu Jin was growing at a crazy pace. It was the first time Lee Yun-hee had seen something like this, so she asked the more experienced leader if there had ever been an awakened who had such a speed of development that they could rise 2 or 3 ranks of power in one night. In response, the red-haired man said that there was a similar case in history where an awakened person rose from F to A rank in an insanely short time. His potential was a secret until he reached the #1 spot in South Korea. Naturally, they were talking about Kim Kang-chal, and understanding this, Yun-hee objected, saying that such a great hunter cannot be compared to some punks. Despite her opinion, the leader suggested not to be too sure of his guesses. He thought it would be a good idea to confirm who Wu Jin really was. Lee Sang-ho, the brother of Captain Ha-yun, who is the master of the Hwarang Guild, gave his sister the order to bring this guy to his office so that they could find out what kind of person he is. Meanwhile, the boys continued their non-stop raids in which Wu Jin became increasingly faster. On the other hand, Sun-gu, who had a completely different role, was barely able to stay conscious. While collecting bloodstones from defeated monsters, he thought that if such loads continued, he would be the first to die in the dungeon while extracting precious trophies. Turning to his boss, he asked in a tired voice if they could take a little rest. Seeing his condition, Wu Jin replied that he had done a good job. Even though Sun-gu was his servant by verbal contract, he respected his work and fatigue, so he took a short break. Song-gu sat down on the floor, immediately drank half a bottle of water, and said with a more cheerful expression that he felt much better now. When the boss asked how much time they had left, he replied that it was a little over an hour. They were doing much faster than expected, so after 3 hours of continuous dungeon raiding, they had already managed to earn around 400 million won. Wu Jin knew that this was enough to buy a house for Mom and Su-ah, and also for Sun-gu to have everything he needed. Based on this, he made a very unexpected decision. Rising to his feet, he gave his friend an incredible motivation by saying that all the remaining bloodstones would be completely under his control, and during this time he would be under his protection. Taking a deep breath, the boss suggested that his subordinate get everything he could, after which he suggested that they speed up. In just a moment, he rushed forward with great speed to attack the remaining monsters that were on the lower floors. Sun-gu was taken aback by Wu Jin's enthusiasm. The progression of strength gradually increased, and the fighter, using the crowbar and his familiars, turned into an increasingly powerful hunter. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he not only improved the skills of his skeletons, but also fought on the battlefield himself, improving his own characteristics. The rush sometimes made him need to act according to the situation. Previously, he was just a general who wisely led his army, but now, finding himself at the forefront of the battle, he himself often found himself in dangerous situations. However, in such a weak dungeon, he didn't really feel the pressure from the monsters, because their numbers weren't a problem thanks to his 19 skeletons, and he himself could easily deal with surprise attacks. After 3 hours of constant raiding, he finally reached the long-awaited 10th level. Having cleared another floor and received a message about his level increasing, he decided that this should be enough to strengthen his army. When he opened the system window, a new notification suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that he had fulfilled the level requirements for class assignment. Wu Jin was surprised because when he was in Alphen, this did not happen. With a thoughtful look, he said that in Alphen, classes were also determined by reaching level 10, but he was already a necromancer, so he did not understand what was happening with the system. A moment later, the system began to work with special persistence, analyzing the player's development in order to assign him one of the possible classes. As it turned out, he actually became a dual class, gaining a second class that was a warrior. Wu Jin felt a little uneasy thinking that this might be a problem, but he couldn't refuse such an offer. In addition, he was given a bonus in the form of a warrior weapon. Based on his experience, Wu Jin believed that being a mage was definitely more advantageous, as the characteristics overlapped with necromancy. Unfortunately, he did not receive the mage class, but became a warrior. If he had known that this would happen, he would have used magic instead of waving a crowbar. He had no other option but to accept such a decision of fate. Ignoring the details, he looked with particular interest at the bonus in the form of a warrior's weapon, which became his reward for acquiring new abilities. The mysterious gift item appeared in front of him, but in reality, it looked more like an ordinary steel pipe. As soon as he touched the warrior's weapon, he received a notification about its properties. As it turned out, it was a steel staff that grows with the user and will come to him at the first call. After looking at this item, Wu Jin still smiled, realizing that a weapon with increasing characteristics was not so bad. He thought with anticipation about what it would become in the future. After finishing receiving the unexpected rewards, he returned to his original plan, obtaining the Necromancer bonus in the form of the Demon Seal Catalyst. The item known as the Demon Seal Crystal is a magical crystal that is obtained by necromancers upon reaching certain levels. The 7 crystals inside are great familiars, incomparable to the skeletal soldiers. With their help, on Alphen, he destroyed all the enemies who dared to come to Alendal, the land that belonged to him. With a smile of anticipation, he wondered who he would get this time. As he opened the seal, the crystal began to shatter with a blinding purple light. Wu Jin folded his hands in front of him, waiting to see the familiar he would receive from this crystal. A moment later, a succubus with black wings appeared in front of him, a short blonde with large eyes and bright red lips. It seems the necromancer had already seen her before and was stunned that it was she who appeared in front of him. It was Bibi, and when she saw her master, she asked with tears in her eyes where he had disappeared to. While Wu Jin was trying to figure out why she was the one who appeared from the crystal, Bibi rushed at him with hugs and screamed that she really missed her master. There were a lot of questions, the first of which were why she didn't stay on Alphen and what was going on in general, since she somehow miraculously ended up on Earth. With tears in her eyes, Bibi explained that after their master disappeared, all the familiars were placed in the seal space. After these words, Wu Jin realized that they had all moved along with him, but were now sealed until their master gained enough power to return them to his control. Bibi continued tearfully talking about how much she missed her master, but after a moment she remembered something important and stopped. As it turned out, it was because she smelled a strange smell. Looking around, she asked why she could smell that in such a place. Wu Jin couldn't even guess that all this time he had been smelling Tranit's subjects from them. Hearing this, he was shocked, because he himself could not even imagine who was behind such an expansion of monsters on Earth. The one he feared to see on his home planet was a demon that invaded Alphen from a mysterious dimension and destroyed 90% of the local population. Wu Jin had never fought him, but his subjects invaded his domain, Alendal, so often that the sight of them made him sick. It has now become clear that the fact that Tranet is gradually invading Earth is the reason for the sudden appearance of the dungeons. Finding himself on his home planet, Wu Jin thought that he had escaped from Hell, but as it turned out, Hell was following him. Meanwhile, near the station where they were fighting, some representatives of large hunter organizations had already appeared. There were enough guys interested in Wu Jin, among whom were leaders of large teams. Looking at his watch, Ha Min replied to the representative of the large organization that the recruits they were interested in entered the dungeon 8 minutes ago, so they should be coming out soon. According to him, those who interested their leader so much were not simpletons, because they earned more than 400 million won, working only 2 people, and only in 1 dungeon in less than 4 hours. This guy, observing the situation, believed that with such strength, he too would be able to clear dungeons at such a speed. Meanwhile, all attention turned to the guys because they finally came out of the dungeon. Sungu could barely move his legs, while Wu Jin was fine, but still thought about the disturbing news he had learned after his first familiar had appeared. Jin Min Chang broke the silence by complimenting them on their good work in the dungeon. With a smile on his face, he asked if they would mind giving him a few minutes of their time to listen to one of the most fateful proposals of their lives. In response, Wu Jin coldly walked past and replied without much interest that he refused their offer. Hearing such an unexpected answer, Jin felt despair and threw aside his pride and ran after them, begging them to stop. With a sullen look, Wu Jin asked why he was asking if they were willing to listen, if he was going to waste their valuable time anyway. Mr. Min Chang was very worried about the situation. His face was covered in cold sweat due to the difficult dialogue. He couldn't understand what was wrong with the guy who, by recruiting him, his career would skyrocket. In response, he apologized for wasting their time all this time with his beating around the bush. Having regained his former respectable appearance, he handed over his business card and said that they should get down to business because the Hammer Guild wanted to recruit them. But even after the direct text, Wu Jin turned around and started walking away, shocking even his protege with the answer that he was not interested. Jun, having lost his pride again, started running after them, assuming that they simply did not know who they were. Wu Jin knew that this wasn't going to stop just like that, so he turned back to the pushy leader of the hunting team and said that he heard that they were one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. Jin Min Chang felt a little relieved after hearing that he was being treated properly. After that, he extended his business card towards the promising hunter and said that their guild had the strongest of the awakened within its ranks. He promised that if they joined them, then they would receive the best support without delay. Skipping formalities, Wu Jin, calling the representative of one of the strongest organizations simply a man, asked him to stop this meaningless dialogue. With an angry look, he said that he was in a noticeably bad mood, so it was worth stopping to irritate him, so as not to run into rudeness. His behavior seemed unusual to other people, because no one even guessed what was threatening their planet. Having earned a large sum, Wu Jin stopped at an interesting place, after which, together with his mother and sister, he went to one of the most prosperous areas of the city. His mother was shocked to learn that her son, a few days after his return, led them to a huge house that the realtor said now belonged to their family. She was excited about what was happening, realizing that such a home would cost an unimaginable amount of money. Looking at her son, who had a calm smile on his face, she still wondered how he was going to buy such a house. Looking at his phone, he replied that he had recently replenished his account and could now afford it. His mother was shocked to hear such words, and the son was forced to explain that he was actually a wanderer who made money in the dungeons. As expected, his mother was very worried. She couldn't allow her son to take such a risk after losing a family member once. However, Wu Jin insisted that she had nothing to worry about after all. He wasn't weak at all, and hunting in the dungeon was like fighting cockroaches for him. Even after all his arguments, his mother could not accept his words, but her daughter joined the conversation, asking if she could have a dog. She reminded her that they could have one if they had a house with at least some lawn, and here it was just huge. With a devil in her eyes, she tugged at her clothes again, and in response, the worried mother asked her to wait while she sorted out what was happening. Seeing her worry, Wu Jin asked her not to worry. Placing his hand on his little sister's head, he said that they should consider this as compensation for the hard times they had to endure due to the fact that there had been no male in their family for 5 years. With a kind smile, he asked them to just believe in his strength. In fact, this is how he was able to calm their worries, and soon the family moved into a new, spacious house. That same evening, Wu Jin went for a walk. Having gone around the corner of one of the houses, he turned to Bibi and asked her to come out of hiding. His summoning began to work, but she never appeared before him. As he repeated his words, he saw that the trail of summoning magic began to lead him around the corner of the building. He was surprised, because when he looked around, Bibi was still not there. A moment later, he saw a cat with strange energy passing by, so he assumed that she was his familiar in a very unusual form for her. As it turned out, it really was her. Wu Jin couldn't understand why she had turned into a cat, but he couldn't mistake those eyes for anything else. When he picked her up, he heard that she couldn't take her true form outside the dungeon. As it turned out, because of this, she had to find a small organism that could become a vessel for her. This turned out to be a street black cat that was nearby. Hearing this, Wu Jin was surprised, because he did not understand why it did not work as before. After that, he asked if Bibi sensed any other energy sources of Tranit that was trying to invade Earth. In response, he heard that everything was clean, and there was a pleasant smell of peace all around. Her words surprised Wu Jin even more, because it was the first time he saw a demon enjoying the smell of peace. Still, he came to the very pleasant conclusion that Tranet's energy had not yet affected this world. He was suddenly distracted by the voice of a stranger who called him full of surprises, relying on the assumption that Wu Jin even took care of stray cats. Looking around, the necromancer saw another mysterious man who was very interested in his strength and personality. With a pleasant smile, the red-haired man who introduced himself as the Eyes of the Hwarang Guild asked if it would be difficult for him to spare a little time for a conversation. While Wu Jin was with Li Sang-ho, his subordinate Sungu visited a place he had only dreamed of visiting before. While in a luxury car showroom, he waited to meet the dealer, still wondering what could explain his boss's strange behavior. When they were returning from work to the dungeon, he asked the question that was troubling him directly. He wondered why he had turned down the offer from the Hammer Guild, which other hunters could only dream of. With a heavy sigh, Wu Jin replied that he just wanted to. Sun Gu was surprised by this answer, as it sounded as if his boss was some kind of cheeky schoolboy. Wu Jin explained that he simply hated following anyone's orders. Alarmed by this answer, Song Gu, with cold sweat on his face, replied that even the almighty Hammer Guild could not compare to the strength of his boss. Still, he wasn't sure if Wu Jin's arrogance and pride were the only reason he turned down a lucrative partnership with the guild that could have opened the door for them to earn more and grow. While inside the incredible car showroom, he answered with a sly laugh that the reason was no longer so important, because soon he would have the opportunity to drive the car he had dreamed of for so long. With his hands folded in front of him and his eyes looking up, he made the decision that all he would do from now on was trust and follow his boss. A moment later, his thoughts were interrupted by the dealer, who came out to meet him, apologizing for keeping him waiting. They immediately brought him a contract and asked if he wanted to sign it right away. Being so close to his dream, Song Gu agreed to the proposal without hesitation. Meanwhile, his boss was in one of the cafes, where he was already being apologized to for how his first meeting with the Hwarang Guild had been. What Li Sang meant was that he had a run-in with Yun He over a misunderstanding about visiting their dungeon without permission. Hearing this name, Wu Jin immediately knew that it was about that crazy woman with red hair. The guild leader explained that in fact, although she is his younger sister, she is very different from him due to her explosive nature. He folded his hands in front of him and said with a kind smile that Yun He was very valuable to the guild, so he was ready to compensate for any tricky situations involving her. Wu Jin shook his head and said there was no need for that, then suggested that they move on to the real reason for his visit. Continuing to smile, Sanho replied that he was quite smart in negotiations despite only having recently graduated from high school and not even having much experience in talking to hunters. He admitted that he had actually observed his progress, which he could confidently call a stunning progression, which was impossible for a rank F. He believed that Wu Jin belonged to a rank C at the very least, especially considering what had happened in the raid he had participated in today. With an anticipatory look, he said that he was confident that Wu Jin was one step away from the top ranks, and it was only a matter of time. After listening to his compliments, Wu Jin immediately realized that they were now also interested in having him at their disposal. Seeing his mood, Sanho confirmed his suspicions and asked him to join the Hwarang Guild, promising that they would be able to provide the best conditions for his development. Wu Jin wasn't interested in such proposals, so he decided to act quite unexpectedly and suggested that what they called the conditions for development was that the role of the leader would be transferred to him if he could defeat him in a duel. Considering it to be just a friendly joke, Mr. Li replied with a laugh that he expected nothing less from him, having heard about his self-confidence. In response, he said with a kind smile that he leads the Hwarang Guild not because of his awakened skills, because his B rank is worth nothing in comparison even to his sister's rank, which is A rank. Relying on these words, he gave a full answer that therefore he could not give him his place, even if he defeated him in battle. In response, Wu Jin stood up from the table and started walking towards the exit, disrespectfully replying that in that case he was not interested. He was suddenly stopped by a startling question from the Hwarang leader. Mr. Li coldly asked him if he knew why dungeons appeared on Earth. Seeing Wu Jin's interest, he said that it had been 5 years since the underground tremor, but they still hadn't found out anything about the dungeons. However, according to his observations, the dungeons were getting bigger, and the monsters inside them were much stronger than before. But humanity is not at all frightened by this, because people are completely immersed in earning money from bloodstones. Mr. Li Sang-ho is absolutely sure that the world will drown in chaos if everything continues like this. With a sincere look, he made the most advantageous proposal at the moment. He said that gathering the awakened to stop this was his true purpose. Looking towards the promising hunter, he expressed hope that he would entrust them with his strength. The next morning, the Hammer Guild was truly restless. The leader of the 4th team was in a truly terrible mood, which made his entire team worry. Suddenly, Assistant Leader Jin noticed something interesting. He immediately turned to his boss, saying that the guys they were interested in had already managed to book exit 6 of Guaishan Station. Hearing this, Mr. Jin became furious, saying that he shouldn't spoil the mood by talking about that impudent boy at such an early hour. Walking towards the window, Jun Min Chang began to rant about how good Wu Jin was, suggesting that he would be a C-rank hunter at best. However, his out-loud thoughts were interrupted by a message that the newbie they were interested in had booked a dungeon with a 4-star difficulty. Hearing this, Mr. Jun almost choked on his coffee, thinking that the madman had signed his own death warrant. He ran to the computer without delay and made sure that they had again reserved such a difficult area in order to clear it together. With a cold sweat on his face, he confirmed his suspicions that those guys had gone crazy. In fact, F rank can't enter dungeons higher than 4 stars, and in that case, they would only be able to go if they were part of a mining or support team. From the very beginning, Leader Jun saw that they were newbies who were booking dungeons without even basic knowledge, and yet he was still tormented by the question of what kind of abilities they possessed to be able to clear such a difficult dungeon. In response, Jun asked if there was a 4-star dungeon nearby. As it turned out, it was Cheongsa Station Exit. Hearing his guess confirmed, the leader thought that it was quite close to what the guys he was interested in had booked. He asked his subordinate to try to cancel the booking in order to interest Wu Jin. The subordinate thought that his boss had already given up, but he confidently replied that this time they would be able to sign a contract with those guys. He believed that if you want to catch fish, then you need to prepare the right bait, which was their dungeon. Meanwhile, Sungu and Wu Jin were racing towards the reserved dungeon in a new car. Sungu drove around in his dream car all night, saying he bought it because he didn't want to drive his boss around in an old sledgehammer. In response, Wu Jin, grateful for such attention, praised him for his efforts. Looking around, he nodded his head and concluded that this car was clearly on a completely different level, even considering that its interior was simply something. Despite all the questions raised by the fact that the boss didn't know much about cars, Sungu didn't show his resentment, and replied that he would do his best to make sure that his Hyungnim would travel between his stops with maximum comfort. They were expecting a big catch, but when they arrived at their destination, they heard the local inspector complaining. He said that he couldn't imagine 2 F-rank guys clearing a 4-star dungeon. Sungu assured them that everything was fine, and that they were confident in their abilities, but the representative of the Hunters Association still refused to let them in. He said that it was suicide, and it was not about him not wanting to take responsibility for such an act. It was clear that he was afraid of damaging the reputation of the Hunting Association, and besides, those were the rules. After listening to the inspector's dissatisfaction, Songgu returned with sad news to his boss, who was waiting for him nearby. With an uncertain look, he said that he could not convince the inspector because he said that they were not allowed to visit this dungeon. He apologized to the boss for not investigating the matter from the beginning. Wu Jin didn't blame him for the money he had paid. There was nothing he could do about it, so he said that they should spend the next day reassessing their abilities. In order not to waste time, he asked Ha Min to check if there were any 3-star dungeons nearby. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a man in formal clothes, who said that he could not believe that they had met again near the dungeon. As expected, it was Mr. Jun, who had planned to meet like this from the beginning. Calling this situation fate, he asked what had happened and if he could help them in any way. With a kind smile, he tried not to show that he had hoped from the very beginning that he would meet them in this way. Without hiding his obvious suspicions, Wu Jin mockingly repeated his words that this was indeed fate. With his hands on his hips, he asked the curious leader of the 4th team of the Hammer organization how exactly he was going to help them. Without further ado, they headed to the Guachin Government Complex Station, where they had prepared a dungeon for these guys in advance. Recalling their failure, Leader Jun guessed that they didn't know that only C rank and above were allowed into 4-star dungeons. Pointing his hand at this station, he said that this 4-star dungeon was at their guild's disposal, and all reservations had been cancelled, making them free to enter. Wu Jin had this place at his disposal thanks to the help of the Hammer Guild, and he expressed suspicion that it was too good to be true. He said that all such concessions had to be paid for, so he asked what they wanted from him in return. With a kind smile on his face, Leader Jun assured that this was just a gesture of goodwill, and they would resolve their friends' rank issues on their own, so they could clear this dungeon to their heart's content without worrying about the Hunter Association's reaction. Taking his words into consideration, Wu Jin replied that if that was really the case, then they would be most happy to agree to this proposal. After these words, the leader of the fourth team wished them good luck in passing, but asked them to stay for another minute to receive a gift from him. Waving his hand, he asked to walk with him a few meters. Next to them stood their work car, in which the gift in question had been previously located. Opening the trunk, Leader Jun said with a sly laugh that everything has to be paid for. Min Chang didn't ask for anything in return, but he was in anticipation, thinking that a favor is always repaid with a favor. It's no secret that there is an unspoken rule that if someone shares food with you, it's natural for a person to share in return. Although Wu Jin was obviously a strong awakened, Leader Jun didn't know him well enough, and thought that he was just a kid who was 24 years old. He was more than sure that he already had him on his hook. In turn, the subordinate of the leader of the fourth team thought exactly the same. It was not the first time he had carried out this scheme together with his boss, so he began to play his own game, making a compliment that the mood of their dear friend had changed for the better. When Wu Jin asked what he was talking about, he replied that yesterday he was in such a mood that it was scary to even talk to him. Remembering that day, the necromancer agreed, because he really was in a bad mood due to the fact that all his thoughts were occupied with Tranit's presence on his dear earth. Seeing how Wu Jin was gradually becoming more open to communication, the trickster from the Hammer Guild asked with a smile on his face if they would mind having a drink together after their raid was over. Wu Jin agreed without hesitation, and that impudent office plankton immediately came to the conclusion that the kid had fallen for his manipulations. Having been in the Hammer Guild for 2 years now, he was confident that their tactics were impeccable, and that their target would soon sign a contract with them, especially after they had a few shots of strong soju. He continued to talk about celebrating their success, mentioning that he knew of a nice place nearby. Watching this whole stupid performance, Sungu felt a little awkward, realizing that it was a waste of time, because no matter how much they sucked up, his Hyunim still wouldn't join their guild. When Jin Min Chang returned, he stopped for a moment, looking around the area for the guys he had brought to this place. When Ha Min asked where those guys had gone, he replied that they had already gone to the dungeon. Hearing this, Mr. Jin began to shake with anxiety, saying that he had asked them to wait so that he could give them a gift for the journey. He was furious, and his protege did not understand what his anger was about. He believed that he was going to wait for them to return anyway, so this gift could be given after their raid. As it turns out, this gift was a much-needed survival kit, without which you can't go on raids on 4-star dungeons. Throwing the 2 bags on the ground, the leader asked Ha Min how much the F-ranked guys who entered such dungeons knew, and whether they had heard about the dangers of such a raid. With a worried look, Mr. Jun thought about the fact that for such dungeons, a D-rank team with a C-rank leader was recommended. He knew that Kang Wu Jin was only an F-rank on paper, and with his speed at clearing 3-star dungeons, he should be able to defeat the monsters in this dungeon. But despite this, his success was in great question due to the fact that he did not take the necessary equipment, because from 4-star to 6-star dungeons are different from low-level ones. If you go there without information and a survival kit, even a high-ranking hunter will not return alive. With his hand to his face, Leader Jin said that this was the end, because with their actions they had not helped, but had literally sent those guys on a deadly raid. Meanwhile, the boys had already cleared a significant portion of the dungeon, clearing all the floors with ease. Looking around, Wu Jin wondered if this was really a 4-star dungeon, considering the monsters they encountered along the way were all too common. Songgu assumed that it was just an easy 4-star dungeon, and his boss decided to agree with it to avoid straining his brain. All the bloodstones had been collected, so Wu Jin activated the search for the return stone. Unexpectedly for him, there was no reaction to the use of his ability. Wu Jin thought that it couldn't be that there wasn't such an object near them. He couldn't even imagine that this wasn't the whole dungeon, and that they only saw the open part of it, so he chalked it up to his skill being too low. In order not to waste time, they decided to return to the place where they started, looking around. For the first time in all the raids, they encountered such an unusual problem. Walking through the same place once again, Songgu noticed that the place where the entrance had previously been had moved somewhere and no longer looked the same as before. Suddenly, he stopped and said in surprise that something was wrong here. A bright glow appeared before them, which provided answers to their troubling questions. Where they were looking for a way out of the dungeon, a portal suddenly appeared that led them deeper, to the hidden part of this place. It became obvious that the portal had not caused the return stone to appear. They had no other option but to enter and continue clearing the dungeon. With an anticipatory smile on his face, Woojin said that he now understood why this was a 4-star dungeon. They were near a portal, beyond which a real survival game awaited them. Still, the guys decided not to delay, because even though their trip was paid for by the Hammer Guild, they could not waste precious time thinking. Having passed through this portal, Woojin was surprised by what he saw in front of him. They found themselves in another change, and Songu began to behave strangely. For some unknown reason, he stripped naked, and Woojin couldn't understand what he was planning. He immediately looked away and asked with some awkwardness why he did it. In response, he heard a disgruntled cry about Hunim also standing naked in front of him. Looking around, Woojin realized that only their bodies could move through this portal, while their clothes remained in the place where they entered this teleport. The strange forest they found themselves in greeted them with some strange animal cry. Standing there without clothes was a pretty bad idea. While Songu was panicking, his boss was becoming increasingly surprised at what was happening, becoming increasingly convinced that this was indeed a dungeon of a completely different level from the ones they had been in before. Thanks to his skills, Woojin quickly obtained the necessary items to survive in this dimension without wasting any time, even covering basic needs such as clothing. Seeing how he could control space, Songu couldn't contain his delight. Woojin continued to amaze him with his skills and how he acted coolly in any situation. Even though they had been working together lately, he still seemed like a complete mystery. While Songu was trying to guess what his boss was doing, he was distributing his experience points. At that moment he was at level 10, and thanks to the bonuses transferred from Alphen, his stats were much higher than those of guys with the same level. Even so, he knew that a 4-star dungeon was still dangerous. For example, in the Rocky dungeon, the necromancer's skills were enough. But here everything was different, because he could meet strong enemies with whom he would have to fight face to face. Considering all the risks, he decided to use the rest of his experience points to learn warrior skills. Now he had several movement abilities, a strong blow, anger, and warrior intuition in his arsenal. Having prepared everything necessary, the guys rushed into battle in order to direct time in the right direction without delay. The first monsters were already close, and Songu, who was still panicking at being in such a place, asked his boss to be on guard. The huge lizard rushed through the dense forest towards the unexpected guests at high speed, while Woojin appeared right in front of it in an instant. Before the monster could even comprehend it, the dual-class fighter suddenly appeared above his head. Thanks to the warrior's intuition, Woojin was able to assess the enemy's strength in a split second. As it turned out, it was a crocodile with a strength level of... This was his first opportunity to experience firsthand what monsters of such a high level were like. While the level 10 fighter was fighting a level 31 monster and waiting for even worse monsters to come, the outside of the station was still restless. The guys from the Hammer Guild hoped for their quick return, but the barrier never disappeared. Based on this, it was logical to assume that the guys were still alive, but they had no way to know what was happening inside. Time in such dungeons was 4 times faster than on Earth, so Leader June assumed that about 2 hours had already passed there. His protege continued to wonder how long they could hold out, and whether they could, with their combined efforts, resist even a crocodile. In fact, although the guys knew how incredible the newcomer they were interested in was, even the leader of the 4th team doubted that fighting bare-handed against monsters above level 30 was something possible. Of course, he was most worried about the guys going inside without a survival kit. He didn't know what Woojin's abilities were, so he was worried about them not having any equipment. The portals in high-level dungeons don't allow materials from Earth to pass through, and it's dangerous. The only things that could be brought were things from other dimensions or made from materials using blood crystals. Clutching his head, Jinmin Chang, who thought this was the end of his whole plan, said that even if their guys could deal with the monster, the main problem would be the lack of water and food. One problem was replaced by another, because they understood that even if it was difficult to survive empty-handed in the Amazon jungle, then there was no talk of such survival in the portal of a high-level dungeon. While the guys from the Hammer Guild were tormented by their sad assumptions, there was a feast in the dungeon portal that could be envied. The previously excited Songu enjoyed the incredible crocodile meat with a smile on his face, to which his boss was even able to get the spices he used on Alphen. Their time together seemed like some kind of vacation. Wu Jin was quite knowledgeable about such things, and in addition to cooking gourmet meat, he also knew how to choose a decent beer, which goes well with such a kebab. After taking a few sips of the low-alcohol drink, Songu completely forgot about all his worries, saying that he would never forget this trip to the dungeon. Wu Jin was glad that he was able to please this friend, because earlier, in Alphen, he had no one to share such joys of life with except the demons that were his familiars. While the guys were resting inside the portal, having perfect conditions for this business, the captain of the hammer team and his protege continued to worry about the fact that a lot of time had passed. On the one hand, they already believed that the newcomers to the hunter business could survive, but there were still doubts. As an experienced leader of a hunting team, Jun Min Chang assumed that they could somehow defeat the crocodile by distracting it with the necromancer's calls. However, he was more than sure that such a difficult fight would not give any advantages in the future, especially in the swamps. For those who have at least some understanding of such dungeons, it is no secret that the swamps that appear from time to time in the jungles of such portals are simply a death sentence for melee fighters. Even for our guys, it was quite difficult to move. Their legs got stuck, and danger was on all sides. At this point, they had to be on guard, because you could never be sure that in a moment the Hokos and swamp anacondas would not pounce at the same time. Only Hong Sung-gu had long-range combat, but his fireballs weren't enough to stop Hoko's crazy monkeys. The guys from the Hammer Guild team knew about this too, so their worries continued to grow, not taking them away from the thought that their brilliant idea had come to an end because of one missed detail. As it turned out, they were wrong once again. While Sung-gu watched motionlessly as everything happened, Wu Jin continued to incinerate the monsters, despite being a primarily close-range fighter. Watching this, Sung-gu was once again shocked to realize how limitless his Hyungnim's skills were. This time, Wu Jin demonstrated the summoning of skeletons with magic. Using fire, they instantly incinerated all the monkeys, because each of them had a power that exceeded Song-gu's. While the boys overcame one obstacle after another, using the skills and experience of the leader of their small squad, the representatives of the Hammer Guild waiting for them had a small snack with instant noodles. 4 whole hours had already passed, and the ward continued to ask his leader whether they would be able to clear the dungeon. Jun Min Chang was still tense. He still didn't know the exact answer, and this time he added an important detail that it wasn't only the monsters that were dangerous in high-level dungeons, because there were plenty of unfamiliar plants, animals, and insects there. They didn't even doubt that the newcomers who entered a high-level dungeon for the first time knew nothing about such ecosystems. This meant that there was a high chance that they would eat something poisonous due to hunger. Meanwhile, Sun-gu, who was under the care of the all-knowing Hyungnim, was enjoying tropical fruits. He liked them very much, because they were sweet and very tasty. Wu Jin explained to him that they were mortally dangerous when raw, but after cooking on fire, they became edible. Hearing this, the ward became frightened and immediately spat out everything he had managed to chew. He even started to resent his Hyungnim for not warning him in advance. Wu Jin laughed good-naturedly at his protege's clumsiness, because he couldn't explain to him how he knew about everything inside such places. It was not yet time to reveal the secret that his life in Alphen had lasted for 20 years. While inside the dungeon, Wu Jin and Sun-gu took their time to avoid making a mistake. It was already dark outside, but the guys from the Hammer Guild were still waiting for them to return. Their conversations became more frank, and now the ward wanted to know if his leader had a reason why he wanted Kang Wu Jin so much. Their guild wasn't particularly interested in this deal, but over the past 5 years, it was Jun Min Chang who had been able to find a huge number of talents and believed that his eyes had never deceived him in this matter. Hamin was delighted to recall the stories of his leader recruiting rising stars that had become very famous. He assumed that he was the one who first learned about their A-rank fighter, known as Park Jin-woo. As it turned out, it was indeed Jun Min Chan, but he surprised his protege even more when he said that he was now more than sure that Kang Wu Jin would become much cooler than the one in question. He had put so much effort into recruiting Wu Jin, so now he hoped that his efforts would pay off, and that crazy guy would return alive. Otherwise, his death would be a huge loss for all of humanity. Ha-min couldn't even imagine that his captain had such thoughts in his head. He cheerfully suggested to his boss to pray for those guys to get out of the dungeon alive. In response, Mr. Jun once again said tensely that it would not be as easy as one might think. Even though he voiced his thoughts about Wu Jin's prospects, he was not confident that he could handle the guardian of the returning stone, which was a truly strong opponent. In fact, everyone knows how difficult it is to fight the guard, so Ha-min thought that praying for their return wouldn't be a bad idea. However, the leader continued to act extremely pessimistic, saying that Wu Jin would definitely meet his death in this fierce battle. Meanwhile, the boys continued to move forward. Now, they were in the middle of some wasteland, which led them to the place that was so necessary for their return. Song-gu stopped the moment he saw the stone of return in the distance. He began to hurry forward, joyfully saying that they would finally be able to get out of this terrible place. Seeing his ward rushing to die, Wu Jin stopped him by pulling his hood. A moment later, a trap appeared in front of them, the surface suddenly crumbling, revealing sharp bamboo sticks below. Song-gu almost lost his life in his haste, so he thanked his Hyung-nim with great gratitude for watching over him. Wu Jin didn't react in any way, but only continued to look into the distance with particular interest. His friend didn't understand what had caught his savior's attention, so he looked around. It only took him a moment to realize that the trap wasn't the only thing that could stop them from getting the Hearthstone. A moment after the trap was activated, they saw a large number of high-level monsters appear. It seemed like a real problem, but Wu Jin had expected something like this. In front of them appeared quite serious enemies, which were much stronger than the crocodile they encountered as soon as they passed through the portal. It was a small detachment of Alphen orcs, consisting of warriors and mages of level. The population of Alphen consists of a huge number of races, among which are humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and even orcs. Another question was what they were doing in the dungeon on Earth. They had no other option but to find out personally. Not much time had passed since Wu Jin's return to Earth, so he still had a good command of the Alphen language, with which he inquired why the orcs were on his planet. Seeing how the enemies reacted to the boss's mysterious speech, Song-gu was once again at a loss, realizing that he still didn't know much about his new friend. The orcs began to look around, not understanding how this man from a planet not native to them knew their language. In response, one of them asked who he was and how he knew the language of Alphen. Wu Jin didn't intend to answer this question, so he asked them to ignore it and asked again what they were doing in such a place. One of the orcs paused for a moment before answering. It seemed to him that it was unpleasant and difficult to talk about how they had all lost their home. Jin was shocked because his guess was correct. Tranet defeated them all. According to the orc, when the balance was broken, Tranet became the master of everything that was on Alphen. They are here precisely because of the contract with the new master of their planet. It was strange to hear about some kind of contract from the lips of the orcs who had lost everything because of the new master of Alphen. As it turned out, this contract was incredibly tricky. Following it, the orcs would receive Earth under their control and it would become their new home. Hearing this, Wu Jin wondered how they could fall for such a stupid trick, since Tranet doesn't even own Earth, making this contract even more pointless than serving such a scumbag. Taking out his weapon, Wu Jin showed that he had no intention of playing around with those who were intruders into his home. In response to his determination, the orc leader shouted to his squad to immediately rush into the attack. This battle was a real challenge because never before had the guys faced so many opponents with such a huge level of strength. Wu Jin was extremely calm, knowing that he had to keep a cool head in order to deal with such a problem. This battle decided his fate as well as the fate of his ward because, without passing these guys, they would not be able to get to the Stone of Return. A little more time passed, and the guys from the Hammer Guild were still waiting for their return near the barrier. Outside, 6 hours and 20 minutes passed, but Ha-min was still encouraging his leader and said with a joyful tone once again that he had a good feeling. At this moment, Junmin Chang, who had been pondering the situation all this time, began to realize that they were probably crossing the swamp, or, which was unlikely, were already near the orc squad that guarded the return stone, since more than one day had passed. He was amazed at the thought that those two actually had a chance to clear this dungeon that belonged to a high-ranking dimension. Suddenly, the barrier began to disappear before their eyes, which shocked them even more in their moment of deep thought. Min Chang literally felt a lump in his throat, realizing that this was a fateful moment, because there were two options. Looking down, he froze, hoping that the boys would return. However, the hope that they would return alive began to fade gradually. The barrier disappeared, but they still didn't come out. Ha-min understood his boss's feelings, because this meant only one thing, that the worst-case scenario had become reality, and they were finished. Disappointed with what happened, Jun Min-chang was devastated and was about to fill his emptiness with alcohol, so he suggested to Ha-min that they go back. However, a moment later, he heard footsteps and tired, dissatisfied words about taking a cart with him on the next raid. Looking down, he saw the guys dragging a huge number of artifacts obtained from inside the dungeon. The sadness of loss suddenly changed to sincere joy and gratitude to fate, and Leader Jun congratulated Wu Jin with great delight on his return to the surface. With the same calm smile, Wu Jin, who didn't even look tired, asked why the guys from the Hammer Guild were so happy to see him. Returning back after a long raid, the guys got acquainted with the details that they missed before entering the dungeon. Wu Jin came to the conclusion that the survival kit was not very necessary, but the information was very much so. They were a little disappointed to learn that the crocodile skin, which was a very expensive resource, did not interest them, and was left in the dungeon. In fact, Songgu was not thrilled to hear that he would take it next time. The bloodstones, which weighed quite enough, were enough for him. The dream of becoming a fire mage was becoming increasingly vague, because his job as a loader did not give him a minute to rest. At one point, the driver noticed that his Hyun Nim was looking at someone on the street with particular interest. As it turned out, he saw his friend Jae Min walking along the sidewalk with some girl in a blue dress with a yellow Panama hat on her forehead. Stopping, Wu Jin distracted his friend by shouting his name. Jae Min looked around in surprise, not understanding who the voice belonged to. Seeing a premium car nearby and a guy with black hair sitting in the front seat, he immediately realized that his boss was talking to him, but the girl standing next to him, seeing strangers, became quiet and began to behave modestly and reservedly, not attracting attention. Ignoring her discomfort, Wu Jin assumed that his dear friend was on a date. In response, Jae Min awkwardly clarified that it was just his Nuna. When Jae Min addressed her, he introduced Wu Jin as the guy who helped him deal with some problems with bullies. He had told her about him before, and she knew exactly who he was, but she still felt uncomfortable. Gathering her resolve, she looked up and asked if his name was Wu Jin. Having looked at the girl standing in front of their car, Wu Jin was literally speechless. Meanwhile, the document accepting Kang Wu Jin as the vice president was already on the desk of the Hammer Guild director, but he was skeptical about this unexpected offer. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by the news that Vice President Park Jin-woo had arrived for a meeting. As soon as Mr. Park entered, he was surprised that Leader Jun was visiting their president at such a late hour. At that moment, Min Chang passed by, saying that his working hours were coming to an end. This hurried behavior indicated that he was nervous. The vice president could not help but ask his boss what was wrong with this guy. Sighing heavily, the president replied that he himself had no idea, because the leader Jun had noticed some necromancer and came to him with a request to make him the vice president of the Hammer Guild. Park Jin-woo responded to these words with a good laugh and said that if Leader Jun says so, then he should be listened to, but the president was not pleased with such a proposal and replied that their precious employee had already lost his former grip. According to him, Jun had only been bringing in mediocre hunters lately, and spotting a man like Mr. Park Jin-woo was pure luck. Moving away from this topic, the president asked his deputy how things were going in America. As it turned out, they had some nasty rumors that turned out to be true. There was talk about some incident, and that Titan protected people from the disaster. The guild in question found a woman in one of the dungeons who mysteriously appeared from the dungeon. They continued to watch her, but could not find any changes since she had been razed to the ground. The strange woman and the dungeons, who did not show aggression towards people, did not know human languages, and constantly uttered a word that people from the Titan Guild could not understand. Representatives of this American guild assumed that it was some kind of post-traumatic syndrome due to which she could not get rid of a certain word, which broke her psyche. The guild leader saw her as the key to uncovering the secret of the dungeons, so he asked his wards to talk to this woman to learn more about her origins and the situation around the dungeons. Ding Kun, who is the leader of this guild, is an A-rank awakened, who is really worried about the origin of the rifts on the ground. It has been 5 years since the dungeons appeared, and he was convinced that they finally found some clue. The woman in question spoke the language of Alphen, and the word she spoke was the name of the necromancer she had met on her planet. While fateful events were happening in the world, Wu Jin was enjoying a quiet life. Jae-min returned home and began studying, but he still felt uneasy about returning home alone after going out with his sister. As it turned out, upon seeing Ji-woon, his boss invited her to go to a cafe together. Ji-woon did not refuse such a sudden offer. After a short conversation, Wu Jin drank a few glasses of strong drink, and with a kind smile began to wonder how fate gave them the opportunity to meet again. He did not hold back in complimenting her, and even said that although 5 years had passed, she was still as cute as before. In response, a blush appeared on the shy girl's face, and she tried to somehow avoid such unexpected words. Seeing his classmate from the past acting so modestly, Wu Jin explained to his friend what was going on, saying that Ji Woong was the most popular girl in school, and half of the boys had a crush on her. Sungu believed every word his boss said and began to support this humble girl, while she continued to awkwardly make excuses that she was not that popular. Wu Jin continued to enjoy her reaction, but he didn't embarrass her to hurt her feelings. He liked her emotions, because he was not an exception among those who liked her. Ji Woong had always been a smart and sweet girl to him, who got along easily with all the students. He saw that she had changed a lot, while Ji Woon herself was surprised by his behavior and wondered if he had always been so friendly. His sudden question hit the nail on the head and caught her off guard. He asked why she was wearing a Panama hat and whether it could be that she simply hadn't washed her hair before going for a walk. The girl was confused. She began to stutter and hesitantly justified herself by saying that she simply liked to wear Panama hats. Sungu, without stopping drinking alcohol, began to analyze the situation and was well aware that his boss's straightforwardness was putting this cute girl in an awkward position. He couldn't understand how he could ask a girl such a question, but suddenly he realized that it most likely meant that his boss had never met a girl before, and that was why he was putting her in an awkward position with his straightforwardness. It was obvious because Wu Jin casually continued to throw out awkward phrases. For example, he assumed that it was inconvenient for her, so he suggested that she take it off despite her excuses. Seeing Ji Woong's obvious discomfort, Sungu decided to take it upon himself to change the subject before she pulled that sun hat up to her chin. In a cheerful mood, the ward suggested that Nuna and the boss play a drinking game. Wu Jin became a little wary and asked why they were suddenly playing a game. In the end, the alcohol did its job, and after half an hour, they were already so drunk that Sungu was already drinking alcohol from the bottle on his own, singing some love songs. He was drunk and looked so awkward that Wu Jin couldn't utter a word. At that moment, he felt some anger towards his ward and said in a threatening voice that if he himself did not sit down at the table, then he would help him with this. A threatening aura, reminiscent of a thirst for blood, did its job in an instant. Having calmed down his restless drunk friend, Wu Jin turned his attention to Ji Woon, who, after so much alcohol, was trying to collect her feelings and lay down on the table. At this point, it was clear that she had had enough alcohol, and it was time to replenish her water supply with carbonated water. As it turned out, she had already fallen asleep and suddenly woke up with a start, accidentally throwing her Panama hat off her head. As soon as the Panama hat fell to the ground, its secret was revealed. Sungu saw what it was about. At first he thought he was imagining things because he was drunk. However, judging by the reaction of some random visitor, it became clear that his eyes were not lying to him. Ji Woon had a burn on her forehead that she was so embarrassed about, and a woman passing by justified her lack of self-confidence, because she soon began to discuss it with her friend with some disgust. Sungu was alarmed by this, because now they both understood what was causing Nuna's behavior. Despite this, Wu Jin continued to be cold-blooded. Luckily, Ji Woon was asleep again at that moment, so she didn't notice what happened. As usual, it was up to Wu Jin to deal with the situation. He picked up her hat and asked his friend not to make a noise as if something big had happened. Putting a Panama hat on her head to hide her burn, he said that it was no big deal, because even with him, she was still just as cute. After drinking one last time, the guys went home, first of all taking Ji Woon home. When she woke up, the first thing she felt was a headache due to a hangover, because alcohol is a senseless and disgusting thing. Remembering what happened that evening, she wondered where she was, But when she looked around, she saw her younger brother and realized that she had been sleeping in her own bed. Jae-min saw his sister finally wake up when she first asked how she got home. The brother replied that Woo-jin had brought her, after which he offered her to wash up and have some soup, which is great for overcoming a hangover. Ji-woon did so, but when she entered the bathroom, she was surprised to notice a Panama hat on her head. At first, she thought she had fallen asleep right in it, but at that very moment, a very important memory from that evening came into her head. She remembered being so drunk that she felt a lightness in her head, which was due to the fact that the Panama hat had fallen to the floor. However, at another point, she clearly remembered being carried in someone's arms, and the Panama hat was already on her head. Her heart began to flutter with excitement at the realization that he had finally seen her secret. It was about the scar she got during the dungeon breakthrough 5 years ago, when she was attacked by a monster. Standing in front of the mirror, she told herself that she didn't want Woo-jin to see her with that horrible scar on half her face. She wanted him to think that she was still the same as she was when they were in school. At that moment, she suddenly blushed, remembering the moment when Woo-jin carefully put a Panama hat on her head and called her cute, despite the scar that ruined her life. For the first time in 5 years, she heard such words, a compliment from a man who not only saw her forehead for the first time, but was also not indifferent to her. She felt warmth, while before others reacted to her scar coldly and cruelly. At that moment, Woo-jin remembered the events of 5 years ago in his sleep, even before that incident occurred during the first appearance of the dungeons. After another school day, as usual, the question arose about who was on duty and who stayed after classes to clean the school classroom. The first in this pair was Kang Woo-jin. The second person turned out to be a rather unexpected choice. It was Ji-woon. Everyone left, and the boys quickly finished the task, but they worked silently the entire time. After locking the office, the boys began to leave the school when Ji-woon started the conversation first, asking if they had forgotten to do anything. Kang Woo-jin answered very briefly and calmly, which surprised her greatly. As Ji-woon continued walking through the school hallways, she was surprised that he was so quiet. She even admitted that he reminded her of her brother, who always responded to her with one word no matter what she said. Woo-jin once again gave her a one-word answer, causing Ji-woon to quietly laugh, saying that at least by the second quarter they could start some kind of conversation. From then on, she suggested that they start saying hello every time they saw each other for the first time that day. The shy guy again agreed to her unexpected proposal, after which Jae-woon stopped and said that she had something to tell him and she would do it in his ear. Kang Woo-jin was surprised by her words, and as soon as she came closer and reached for his ear, he blushed in surprise. What she said to him at that moment remains a mystery, but we must not forget that she was the girl that almost all the boys in school were in love with. This beautiful dream was interrupted by the appearance of Bibi in the body of a cat, who asked him to wake up. Jin was even a little angry because she interrupted such a pleasant dream, which brought him pleasant memories and warm feelings that he had not experienced for 20 years. The first thing Woo-jin said when he woke up was that Bibi had cast some kind of spell on him while he was fast asleep, and not expecting anything. As it turned out, the guys were staying at a hotel. When Woo-jin went down to the first floor, he was already met by Sungu, who had managed to book a nice dungeon. Sitting down opposite him, Woo-jin asked if any 4-star dungeons had been reserved. As it turned out, Sungu was still searching, because there are very few such dungeons. Medium and large guilds immediately reserve such options, so for guys like them, everything was not easy. The question was quite difficult. The guys couldn't waste time, so Woo-jin even thought about going to some 3-star dungeon to earn at least some money. Suddenly, he had some crazy idea and dialed a person from his contact book who was signed by the name of Weakling. Before making the call, Woo-jin began to laugh maliciously, and in response to his request, the same Weakling immediately replied that he would soon arrive at the meeting place. In response, Woo-jin said that he would not wait more than 15 minutes. As expected, Woo-jin's authority was impressive enough that the guy did not even try to ask for more time. Seeing such unusual behavior from his boss, his protege asked who he was calling. At first, Woo-jin suggested that Sungu try to guess, and after his futile attempts, he said with a sly smile that that person was like a generous tree for them. As it turned out, the one who was listed as a weakling by him was none other than the leader of the 4th team of the Hammer Guild. The man rushed into the hotel building in a great hurry, and Wu Jin, seeing him in front of him, praised him for getting to the meeting place so quickly. Trying to catch his breath, Jun Min Chang apologized with a happy expression for making his dear friend wait for so long, and then asked what his help was needed with. Sitting down next to him and clarifying the essence of the request, he said that if it was about finding 4-star dungeons, then he was one of the best specialists in this matter. According to him, the dungeon forum is really good, but only for beginners. Taking the laptop in his hands, he said that he could take advantage of the guild's exclusive program. According to him, the guild support team specializes in this matter, but he himself has access to the Hammer Guild base. Returning to how the guys spent the day after the last raid, he said that they can stay overnight for free in any hotels if they join them. Continuing to recruit them to his team, he stated that they could also provide a house for free, which was a very lucrative offer for any high-level hunter, and an exceptional thank you if they agreed to cooperate. With a cheerful smile, Wu Jin replied that it was great, although it was clear that he was not at all interested in their offer even after such statements, because he could already afford to buy houses, and soon he might even get the opportunity to get one of the good hotels. While they were talking, Jun Min Chang finally logged into their guild's database and suggested that they look into any raidable dungeons that might be at their disposal. With a good laugh, Wu Jin agreed that guilds were quite convenient, but he meant that they were convenient for using their resources without mutual obligations. They went to the dungeon location without any delays, and Ha Min, who also came to meet them, informed the leader that they had confirmed the reservation, and now the guys had unhindered access to their territory. Before sending Mr. Kang Wu Jin to the dungeon, the leader asked if he would be willing to enjoy a cup of tea while having a pleasant conversation. Seeing the friendly attitude of the young and promising hunter, he did not hesitate to clarify that at the same time he would be able to give them information about cooperation and, what is no less important, clarify what they could encounter inside the dungeon. Jin did not mind because it was profitable, as coming closer, an experienced recruiter from the Hammer Guild clarified that this was confidential information of their guild and that it should be awaited with special anticipation. With some awkwardness, Wu Jin played along, saying that these words warmed up his interest. Suddenly something happened that caught Songgu's attention. For the first time he saw in person how the dungeon was reset. At that moment Jun Min Chang felt a certain shock from the realization that he was following this dungeon reset. He immediately shouted to his protege to quickly contact the guild. The panic of the Hammer Guild representatives continued to grow, and the people who were near the dungeon and were removing the bright glow of the barrier could unknowingly be in the danger zone. Just like Songgu, Wu Jin still didn't know what a dungeon reset was and what dangers came with it. Meanwhile, journalists appeared at the scene and began recording breaking news. Seeing all this fuss, as the military began to gather at the site, the guys understood that there was no time to go have some tea. The passage to the dungeon was closed in an instant, and according to the leader of June, this mine had already finished its work. He clarified that the point is that dungeons can be in 3 states. The first state is the mine, the most common state of the dungeon, which is usually worked with by beginners. The second state is 0, as is the case with this dungeon. The last one is a breakout, a worst-case scenario in which monsters break out of the dungeon and enter the outside world, destroying everything in their path. The dungeons the boys had entered earlier were definitely mines. In essence, mines are dungeons that have already been cleared, and where ordinary monsters that do not pose a particular danger to hunters were then summoned. These places attract the awakened because they can safely mine valuable resources such as bloodstones. According to Jun Min Chang, the mines exist for about 3 months. But when this stage comes to an end, a reset occurs, and a new dungeon appears. They saw the entrance of the 6th station of Seoul University reset, which is the second stage of the dungeon's progress. The information that made Wu Jin think was the leader's words that now many guilds would want to get there first. Hearing this, Wu Jin asked if this meant that this dungeon now had no owner. With a cheerful tone, Mr. Jun replied that it did, in other words, it was waiting for a new owner. A moment later, he was no longer laughing, because he realized why Wu Jin asked this question. With some excitement, he decided to make sure that Wu Jin had not gone crazy once again and was not planning to try to cleanse him. When the madman answered if there was any problem with that, Junmin Chang shouted in panic that they couldn't go on a Thai crazy raid because the monsters in the first raid were much more dangerous than normal monsters. The leader of the fourth team tried to convince him that the guild should take care of it, but Kang Woo-jin took his words as an attempt to convince him that the dungeon should not go to him, but to the Hammer Guild. Mr. Jun tried to convince him that he did not mean that. Such attempts were futile, and he understood this perfectly well. So he nevertheless admitted that the charter of the Hunters Association did not prohibit him from accessing the new dungeon, but he would only be able to enter after measuring the energy, because this dungeon was high level. It was a lucky coincidence that the Hunter Association team had just arrived at the scene and began measuring the energy that the dungeon emitted during the reset. This was necessary in order to assign the dungeon a class from 1 to 6 stars. To enter a 4-star dungeon, you must officially have at least a C rank, while 5 stars require a B rank. A-ranked attack squads are the only forces that have the right to enter 6-star dungeons. With a somewhat thoughtful look, Kang Woo-jin reminded his new friend that he had already told him once that he was a C-rank representative, and then, with a crazy, anticipatory smile, he said that in that case, he would be able to enter the dungeon if it turned out to be a 4-star one. Due to a major misfortune, this dungeon turned out to be a 5-star dungeon after the reset, causing Kang Woo-jin to lose the opportunity to visit it. Hearing this, Mr. Jun felt a certain relief and admitted with a smile that he was glad that at least this would be what would make him give up this idea. A moment later, the boys were distracted by the sudden noise of a crowd of onlookers. They were delighted by the Cinnabar squad, which was nearby, and arrived at the location of the Zero dungeon without delay. Now it has become clear that this dungeon will go to the Hwarang Guild. Noticing the leader of the team from the Hwarang Guild, the necromancer immediately remembered who she was. It was that crazy girl who dared to step on his face. By showing up in front of him, even if it wasn't on purpose, Lee Yoon-hee made a serious mistake, because Kang Woo-jin doesn't forget grievances. Woo-jin took action, suddenly walking towards Team Cinnabar and feigning excitement, saying that he couldn't believe that an A-rank awakened would arrive at the scene so quickly. His words about clearing this dungeon without any problems were mockery. Despite her high status, Yoon-hee, who had repeatedly dealt with punishing the impudent people who had broken into their territory, still remembered his name and immediately recognized the one who was a rare representative of necromancers. Continuing to feign delight, Woo-jin continued walking towards her and complimented her that as an A-rank hunter, her equipment was simply amazing. In response, the cheeky girl said that he didn't belong there because a 5-star dungeon wasn't for weaklings. She suggested that he stop being rude and hide before more problems appeared in his life. Woo-jin took her words with a sly smile. Everything was according to his plan. He continued to pester her and came even closer, telling her that she shouldn't be so angry because he just wanted to look at her incredible equipment, which he couldn't even dream of. Saying that nothing bad would happen to the equipment if he touched it once, he pulled his hand towards Yoon-hee's shoulder. The captain of the Hwarang team was beside herself with anger. She fell for all these provocations and angrily said that no one allowed him to touch her. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. Ha-min and Sun-gu ran to get coffee for their bosses, talking about all sorts of topics that they hadn't had time for before. When they returned to the dungeon, they noticed a sudden crowd forming with Woo-jin and Yoon-hee standing in the center, who were not in the best mood. A moment later, they heard her angry cry for him to remove his hands and the wave she made to push him aside so he wouldn't touch her equipment. However, it didn't work out the way she wanted. Yoon-hee was carried away by her emotions and fell into the cunning trap of the impudent man. Woo-jin pulled off an insanely clever plan. He didn't let himself be offended and dodged her hand swing, but staged a moment of losing his balance on his feet and deliberately fell towards the dungeon, overcoming the barrier. In just a moment, Yoon-hee realized what had happened, but it was too late as the participant had entered the dungeon. In the eyes of the crowd, this was very bad. They believed that due to an unfortunate accident, a fatal incident occurred because a man without any equipment fell into the dungeon. The confusion spread not only to the crowd, but also to Sun-gu and Ha-min. The guys from the Hammer Guild were shocked at the mere thought that their beloved candidate's luck had probably come to an end. As for the one who was considered the victim, he easily overcame the first floor of monsters and soon reached the portal, behind which not the jungle, but the desert was waiting for him. Having put on his equipment, he looked around, but having taken only one step forward, he almost fell into the trap of a huge monster. Jumping into the air, he managed to dodge the attack of a level 48 mad sandworm, a monster that was stronger than even the orcs that guarded the return stone of the previous dungeon that he cleared. In mid-air, Wu Jin responded to the inhospitable attitude towards him with an anticipatory smile, but he was prepared for any turn of events. The words that the 5-star dungeon was on a different level compared to the 4-star only fueled his interest. Using the warrior's weapon summoning, he, with his own strength, with just one blow, inflicted damage that at first glance this monster could not cope with. Looking at the seemingly defeated enemy, Wu Jin smugly said that even so, it was still an ordinary monster. However, as it turned out, the huge sandworm was not destroyed, and its weapon was immobilized due to it being stuck between the folds of this monster. Looking up, he saw that the sandworm was about to strike back. This moment threw the necromancer into a bit of confusion, as it had been a long time since he had encountered a situation in which he had underestimated his opponent. Having freed his weapon from the grip of the worm, he realized in an instant that all this time he had been surrounded by these worms. This was no joke, as they quickly made a real cage out of their bodies, pointing their deadly teeth in his direction. However, even in a closed, hopeless situation, he managed to deal them a fatal blow, using the full power of his weapon in slashing blows. By cutting down level 48 monsters like Tofu, he demonstrated the power of the warrior's special weapon form, the level 20 spear. Fortunately, he had raised his level by clearing out the orcs. Otherwise, there would have been big problems in such an unfair battle. Not even a few seconds had passed before some huge round stones began rushing towards him. That's what one might think when first looking at these monsters, which turned out to be desert beetles. Their number and the density of their attacks made him realize that he would have a hard time in this dungeon if he yawned instead of being on guard all the time. Grabbing his spear, he threw it at one of the monsters from a safe distance. Just as he had dealt significant damage with this attack, one of the desert beetles collapsed with a huge noise. The sudden explosion of this monster's body raised many questions in his mind, as he had never encountered such a monster before. As it turned out, the destruction of the desert beetle caused an explosion with the release of a large amount of energy, similar to explosives, as well as the spread of toxic smoke. It became obvious that fighting these monsters at close range without proper equipment was tantamount to suicide. He was surrounded and forced to react as quickly as possible, so in an instant, he built a bone wall from the corpses of the monsters, creating a barrier that saved him from colliding with the monsters. The bone wall did indeed protect him from the blast, but the surprise attack was still very dangerous. After getting out, Wu Jin grabbed his head due to the large amount of damage he had received due to this attack. Without wasting any time, he used the spatial technique to replenish his mana reserves, and also used the medicinal potion and antidote. After regaining his strength, Kong Wu Jin said with a serious attitude that he now had no doubt that the 5-star dungeon was on a completely different level. To add to his words, it's worth mentioning that what makes it even more difficult is the fact that he is the first one to enter it after the previous dungeon was reset, making it even more difficult due to the advanced level of the monsters. Outside, panic continued. People's opinions were divided, and most were inclined to believe that Kong Wu Jin had somehow managed to find a safe place where he was waiting in terror for his death, avoiding encounters with monsters. This infuriated the Yunhee fighters, because they thought he was just chilling out there. Watching all this and the stupid conclusions of some fools from the Hwarang Guild, a close friend of Wu Jin could not stand it and shouted that his Hunim was not chilling there, but was capturing the dungeon. In response, the Hwarang representative mockingly said that C rank was useless there. He continued to escalate the situation by saying that Wu Jin was probably hiding somewhere to delay the moment of his helpless death. Seeing that Sun Gu was on the verge of starting a fight, Mr. Jun intervened in the conversation and suggested that he believe and wait, not looking at the fools. Sun Gu listened to this wise advice and stepped aside, folding his hands in front of him and resigning himself to the situation where they were considered crazy, just like his Hyungnim. Trying to somehow distract himself from his latest worries, Jun Min Chang approached the incredible necromancer's protege, and with sincere curiosity, asked if he really thought that Wu Jin would be able to clear even such a dungeon on his own. Sungu answered without hesitation that it was out of the question, and that his incredible Hyungnim would definitely return alive. His answer seemed like some kind of childish romanticization of a terribly dangerous situation, but Jun restrained his reaction and took the opportunity to ask if he could tell him what skills his boss had that could give him an advantage in such a situation. Even though he was angry and emotional, Songgu did not follow Mr. Jun's lead and shook his head firmly, saying that he would not tell them anything. In the eyes of the guys from the Hammer Guild, he was truly stubborn, because until then he had not said anything important. They were surprised by how loyal he was. It even made them truly respect him. On the other hand, although such information was valuable, it did not change the fact that if everything ended sadly, it would all lose any meaning. However, the mere thought of Woo Jin surviving left Mr. Jun in a daze. Knowing that this would mean that there was an 11th A rank in South Korea made him tremble with curiosity about the identity of this young man. Meanwhile, Woo Jin continued to fight. The constant, non-stop battles that would have exhausted any fighter began to bear fruit. The fighting was still hard, but in this short period of time, he managed to significantly improve his characteristics and even reached level. The levels continued to rise even as he fought not only with his own strength, but also using the skeleton army as support on the flanks. Having defeated another wave of monsters of a fairly high level, he already felt a huge difference in his strength, and there was only one level left to reach the next summoning of a demonic familiar. While examining the area, he was surprised that this desert was so large that it was impossible to see its end or any clear change in the landscape. Suddenly he froze in surprise, realizing that he had found something interesting. In the distance, he noticed a familiar place, which most likely looked like some place connected to his past in Alphen. It was the abandoned village of Raglesia, and Woo Jin immediately went to this place to conduct reconnaissance, for which he used his skeletons. After examining the entire perimeter, he came to the conclusion that there was no one here. He had already begun to doubt his assumptions and decided that perhaps this village was truly abandoned. However, the next moment made it clear that he was right from the start. Suddenly, some powerful attack was aimed at him, which was rapidly approaching him. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he managed to dodge the attack at the last moment, which easily pierced through the strongest part of the summoned skeleton that stood behind him. This sneaky attack made Woo Jin angry, and he began to look in the direction from which this sudden attack was directed at him. As it turned out, it was a creature familiar to him from the race of beastmen, or rather, a mixture of man and snake named Nagi. Appearing before Woo Jin, he asked who he was dealing with and why the stranger was trying to invade the temple. In response, Woo Jin surprised him with words, saying that he had already seen this place, which was the temple of Arya. When Nagi asked how the man knew about the goddess Arya, he replied that he did not believe that there were those who did not know the Alphen goddess of divination. After this, Woo Jin asked Nagi why Arya's followers invaded Earth, and whether this could be considered a situation in which Tranet and Arya began to act together despite their differences in worldview. Hearing these straightforward words, Nagi literally flared up and shouted that he should not dare insult the goddess, because the situation that he so disrespectfully describes is in fact a necessary measure to punish the cult. When the topic of the cult came up, Woo Jin asked what kind of cult they were talking about. Despite the hostile reaction and a certain hatred towards the human, Nagi still explained that they had united with Tranet in order to punish the traitor who had escaped Earth. The one he was talking about, he called the Blue-Eyed Priestess. Hearing this, Woo Jin learned very valuable information because he had no idea that the priestess was on Earth. Now he had all the information he needed, and there was no longer any need for these guys. In response to these words, he took out his warrior weapon, a spear, which had become even stronger after recent battles, and then said that he did not care about the priestess. After these words, he took an attack stance and said that despite this, he would not allow them to enter the Earth, which was under his protection just as the Arya temple was under the protection of these creatures. In response, Nagi, recognizing the man's determination, answered him with the same words, saying that he would throw all his strength into passing through him to Earth, after which he showed his fighters, who had long surrounded him, were simply hidden by invisibility. Looking around, Woo Jin awkwardly said that this was too much because getting people mad was his personal thing. Despite his speech, there was more than enough reason to worry. He couldn't sense their presence, which only meant that their stealth skill was higher than his detection skill. Now it became clear that the skeleton soldiers would hardly cope with such a task. To make the task a little easier, he assigned skill points to increase the skeleton summoning level to, even without turning around, he felt a noticeable change in their strength. Now they were much better armed, became stronger, and even received small but quite strong armor. Taking a step forward and preparing to fight, he acknowledged the truth he was faced with. With anticipation of the battle, he said out loud that even after this, the outcome of the battle still remains a mystery. Even so, both he and Nagi had no doubt that putting their lives on the line was the only option to move forward. The elite goblin spearmen rushed forward with a cry. The skeletons were less talkative, but the sound of bones striking each other coming from their bodies made it clear that they were no less determined in battle. Wu Jin had also already entered the battle and first assessed the strength of one of the opponents by blocking his attack. At that very moment, he became the target of another enemy attack. Having parried this blow, he removed his spear from the previous opponent, dealing him a fatal blow. The multitude of enemies with the ability to fight at a distance did not give him peace, and he was forced to watch out for all possible attacks, including unexpected magic arrows from the air. The destructive power of these Alphan warriors was at a level to be reckoned with. They had no shame in attacking him from behind to achieve their goal, which made them very dangerous enemies. He had no other choice but to protect himself from enemies with long-range techniques. Using bone spears, Wu Jin immediately launched a counterattack, but it was unsuccessful due to the enemy taking cover behind a wall. The cunning orcs mocked his failures, working in the most complex manner. As soon as Wu Jin was distracted by the long-range group, one of Alphan's tailed monsters rushed at him at the same time, so he was forced to hide with the help of a bone wall, which reliably protected him from external attempts to penetrate inside. After getting outside, he sighed heavily because the enemy attacks really made him nervous. The difference in enemy levels was really significant. They took it by numbers and superiority in close combat, and they also covered each other, using the terrain features. It was very difficult to fight such enemies alone, and Bibi and the skeletons could do nothing. It seemed that at this level the skeletons could at least help somehow, but they would be destroyed faster than they could get rid of these scumbags with their combined efforts. He didn't have a chance now, so he had to resort to using one of the trump cards reserved for such moments. Meanwhile, the news channels were already covering the recent events. They were saying that more than 10 hours had passed since the incident victim, Mr. Kang, a C-rank awakened, fell into the dungeon. The news anchor also announced that the barrier had not yet disappeared and that Wu Jin was probably alive. The fact that he was still alive was called a miracle by both the anchor and most of the experts. The Hammer Guild leader, who was still monitoring the situation, said with a dissatisfied expression that Kang Wu Jin had entered there specifically to gain fame. Speaking about his ward, he decided that as soon as he returned, he would receive a serious reprimand for bragging earlier, and then almost completely giving away such a dungeon for the benefit of the Hwarang Guild for free. Meanwhile, Min Chang and his protege tried to somehow support Sun Gu, who was sitting in a bad mood, waiting for his boss. Thinking that this was so, the guys tried to support him and even brought him food so that he would not sit idle. According to them, the best time to capture a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours, so they can't guess how long they'll have to wait. In turn, Sung Gu, with a devastated look, replied that his young Neem must be having a hard time, because collecting all the trophies alone is no fairy tale. Looking at the cooling food, he tried to find some peace in this situation. With tears in his eyes, he accepted the offer of a snack to somehow shorten the time spent waiting for his boss to return. Meanwhile, the situation inside the temple became really tense. Despite a desperate battle, Wu Jin's side was defeated, and their vile enemy forced him to his knees before him, mockingly asking if he really intended to crush the temple with such a weak force. Without raising his head, Wu Jin replied with a laugh that he didn't believe that the 5-star dungeon really irritated him. Considering his self-confident speech as a bluff, Nagi asked with a sly smile why his defeated opponent continued to bluff. He went berserk the moment he heard Wu Jin's cheerful reply that his behavior was not delusional at all. As it turned out, he fought until the very end just to increase his level and get a new familiar from the sealed Devil Stone. As he removed the seal, he caused a bright, blinding color to appear, causing his enemies to become worried at the sudden and incomprehensible turn of events. Within a moment, the demon was summoned and the surface began to tremble. The reason for this behavior of the surface was the appearance of a demon that began to break through the earth. Seeing the stone monster in front of him, Nagi began to panic, shouting that Wu Jin was a real scumbag. When his old comrade appeared next to him, the necromancer said with a sly smile that he was glad to meet them. His servant, who lifted him up on his body, became his reliable help, throwing the enemy aside. The demon incarnated into a golem, using the environment made of sand. Sweeping away everything in its path, the golem began to move forward, rapidly reducing the number of opponents. The order was still the same: go forward, destroying the enemies. The enormous pressure and sudden change in situation put Nagi in a difficult position. He had to change his plan, give orders right on the battlefield, changing the formation to one that was safer for his troops. On the other hand, Wu Jin was quite free in terms of strategy, and just continued to work on the enemy clusters. The power of his sand golem was far superior to that of the enemy, and gave them no chance of survival, even despite their well-coordinated teamwork. Rushing forward with spears in their hands, the spearmen were doomed to certain death. While fighting for their leader, they lost their lives as the balance of power suddenly shifted towards Wu Jin. The temple area suddenly turned into a battlefield, where the battle was already over for most of the participants. Nagi was in despair. He was incredibly angry at the realization that his incredible warriors had been defeated by the enemy's ace in the hole. He couldn't stand the fact that some man was mocking his unit, asking how hard it was to fight in the minority. Burning with rage, he clenched his teeth and said that he would destroy him along with his arrogance. After these words, Nagi began to angrily release his fire magic, accumulating it in his right hand for a powerful attack. In response, Wu Jin gave a command with a sly smile to change the shape of the warrior's weapon. Now in his hands was not a spear but a huge hammer, carrying great power. Using the skill, he prepared to block the opponent's strike, who furiously aimed his magic-enhanced spear at him. However, Wu Jin's cunning smile did not disappear even when he saw such a formidable force in front of him. As it turned out, his skill was to create a powerful vortex that would swallow up everything around it. By using his second trump card, he was able to easily defeat the strongest monster in this dungeon. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Nagi couldn't come to terms with what had happened. Looking at the beaten opponent, Wu Jin guessed that he couldn't get any information out of this stubborn guy because he was the boss of the dungeon. Looking down, Nagi wondered in response where someone so strong among earthlings came from. As it turned out, his anger knew no bounds and he couldn't just give up. His warrior will raged until the very end, and using the form of a snake, he rushed into the attack shouting that he would not die until he fulfilled the will of the goddess. These were his last words because just a moment later, Wu Jin destroyed him with one powerful blow of his warrior hammer. Nagi had lost his own life by talking too much, but even without that, he had little chance of seeing the next sunset. The dungeon boss had been defeated, but the people outside didn't know about it yet. While eating instant noodles, Songgu continued to think about his boss, but even in this situation, he noted that the food was quite tasty due to the fact that he was already noticeably hungry. Suddenly, he heard a tricky question about why they only took 3 servings of noodles. As it turned out, it was Wu Jin's voice, and upon hearing it, Songgu completely forgot about his delicious dinner and beamed with happiness. He started running towards his boss just as reporters started flashing their cameras at them. There was a lot of noise around, but Songgu didn't pay attention to it, because he wanted to ask his boss whether he was okay or not. Looking around, Wu Jin saw Yunhee standing next to him, and with a sly smile, noted that he didn't expect her to be waiting for him to come out of the dungeon all this time. Taking a few steps towards her, he asked why she was pushing in front of a dangerous dungeon if she knew that he could die from such a situation. As expected, Yunhee was furious once she saw that he was able to return alive after clearing the new 5th-level dungeon single-handedly. Journalists managed to capture their conversation, but it was of little importance, since the focus was on Wu Jin. Now all the media were ready to publish a new article about the fact that a new A-rank hunter had appeared in Korea. Guild leader Hammer only learned about what had happened at the end of his workday. He was just about to go home when he heard breaking news that Mr. Khan, who had fallen into the dungeon at around 11 a.m. on Friday, had miraculously returned alive. The man couldn't believe his ears. because even his wildest guesses didn't include an option in which Kang Woo-jin would return alive and well. Just a moment later, he saw on live television how one of the journalists tried to ask a few questions to the new A-rank hunter after he returned from the dungeon. Suddenly, this attempt at an interview was interrupted by Mr. Jun, who abruptly covered the camera with his hand, saying that the man who had just cleared the 5-star dungeon single-handedly was in no condition to give an interview after such a terrifying workload. A large number of flashes continued to illuminate the street, but Sungu, Min Chang, and Ha Min shielded Wu Jin from the bright light, leading him closer to the car. It was simply unbelievable. Even the heads of large organizations were shocked by what happened at the end of a normal working day. The Hammer Guild president at that moment remembered his subordinate's words that this guy named Wu Jin was definitely an awakened one with outstanding abilities. He then replied that he could no longer invest in Leader Jun's intuition, as his recent awakenings had not shown any decent results since joining the organization. This time, his intuition actually worked, and now the president understood that if he brought Kang Woo-jin into their guild, then they would become the first organization in Korea to have 3 A-ranked hunters in their ranks. Although he began to regret his words, the prospects literally clouded his mind. With incredible joy, he began to think that Leader Jun had already completed his task, and Kang Woo-jin was now in their hands. Meanwhile, in one of the city's establishments, a celebration of the end of the working week was taking place. The Hwarang Guild president was reporting to a certain minister, saying that their business was going smoothly, and that a large number of people were involved. The minister repeated once again that not the slightest mistake should be made, but Lee Sang-ho insisted that all preparations had already been completed. In response, the government representative said that he had complete confidence in him and was willing to leave the rest of the business to him. Naturally, he also mentioned that at the end of this matter, the Hwarang Guild would receive a generous reward. At one point, Mr. Lee was distracted by a message on his phone, which shocked him to such an extent that he completely forgot about the conversation with the minister. At that moment, he learned that Kang Woo-jin had become the new A-rank hunter among the warriors of Korea. When the minister asked him what had happened, he answered politely and patiently that it was nothing important. Now he had no time for dinner with the minister, because he was beginning to be tormented by the thought that Kang Woo-jin was indeed not a simple awakened one. He guessed that this guy had a pretty high level, but he couldn't even imagine that he would become the new A-rank. In their last conversation with this guy, he mentioned that gathering all the worthy awakened to protect the earth from the danger coming from the dungeons was his true purpose. He tried to hook Wu Jin with such sweet talk, saying that he really hoped that the new promising hunter would entrust them with his power. However, despite his attempts, Wu Jin did not feel any affection for him. He was not interested in this proposal, because he understood that it was the most ordinary lie. With some condemnation at the end of their last conversation, he called his speech beautiful despite the fact that he himself is a rotten person inside. Even though it was a personal insult, Lee Sang-ho was willing to endure such impudence towards him in order to achieve his goal. He answered with a reserved smile that he still had not earned the trust of such a mysterious hunter, so he suggested that they continue the conversation another time. Remembering that situation, Sang-ho no longer doubted that Wu Jin had some kind of secret. Now the president wanted to see this guy and his team even more. He was ready to achieve this result at any cost. Suddenly, an idea appeared in his head, for the implementation of which he took advantage of the situation and asked the minister for a favor. As expected, the minister had close ties with him, and within the framework of business relations, he was willing to reward the Hwarang Guild president. With a sly smile, Sang-ho said that he would like to involve a certain interesting hunter in their business. During the following days off from work, Kang Woo-jin spent his free time pleasantly. What was pleasant for him turned out to be torture for his friend. Jae-min tried to concentrate on his studies, but the love drama Woo-jin was watching on his TV was so loud that it interrupted his thoughts and discouraged him from continuing to study. At one point, he couldn't stand it any longer, and turning around, he nevertheless expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that he couldn't concentrate on his studies. His request concerned not only Wu Jin, but also Bibi and Sungu, who were watching the series on TV with him. Despite his impudence, Wu Jin still turned down the volume so as not to inconvenience his friend, who allowed him to continue living in his apartment. However, Jae-min's headaches had not diminished lately, because now there was also a black cat in his apartment that meowed too much. Turning to Woo Jin, he asked if they were worried about the situation that had developed around the recent events. The matter was that reporters from various newspapers had gathered near their houses and had been crowding for 3 days in anticipation of meeting the much-talked-about hunter. Woo Jin assured that it was not a big problem, because sooner or later they would break up, since he planned not to leave the apartment for a few more days. His words did not please Jae-min very much, moreover. The impudence turned out to be even more serious, because his new problematic and now even famous friend began to order some products from the store from him in order to enjoy movies with delicious food. Jae-min tried to convey that he was busy because he had exams coming up, but that didn't stop Woo Jin. As soon as he waved an impressive sum of money in front of him, he immediately changed his attitude towards this request, having learned that he could keep the change for himself. Suddenly, their daily life was interrupted by a call on Woo Jin's mobile phone. Picking up the phone, he assumed it was his mother calling, so he asked if everything was calm and if reporters had stopped coming to their house. As it turned out, they still hadn't given up, because Woo Jin's photos were a sensation, for which they were ready to stay under the places of his supposed location for days on end. When he learned that reporters were still at his mother's house, he responded with some guilt that he would come later to pick them up from the house. As it turned out, this was not the only problem he learned about. Before reporting what had happened, he asked Sun-gu whether Korea was divided or had finally been united. When he heard that nothing had changed in these 5 years, Woo Jin was simply shocked, because even though dungeons had appeared everywhere, this thing remained the same as before. His discontent and excessive emotionality seemed like a mystery, and Song-gu could not understand what was causing his boss's unusual behavior. As it turned out, something too unexpected happened. Kang Woo-jin learned from his mother that he had received a draft notice for the army. He didn't like this kind of thing, so he was determined to find a way out of the situation as soon as possible. He was so desperate that he seriously suggested to the guys that they kill the head of North Korea so that Korea would become united again and there would be no more need to conscript the guys into the army. Sun-gu was simply shocked when he heard from his boss such madness that he was ready to go to avoid going to the army. Trying to hold him back with all his might, he shouted at him to calm down, but Woo Jin was already prepared to unite Korea and was going to do it before he was called up. His protege could not cope with this task and appealed to his common sense, asking if he was sure that the countries would unite after the death of the North Korean leader. With some displeasure, Kang Woo-jin, understanding what Sun-gu was getting at, asked if there was another way to achieve his goal. He thought that this was the best option if he did not want to join the army. Sun-gu did not give up trying to stop the boss and tried to convey to him that there were other ways he could avoid being drafted into the army. At this awkward moment, when Sun-gu was holding on to Woo Jin's clothes, kneeling and screaming desperately, Jae-min came back into the house. He was a little confused and awkwardly asked what they were doing there. When Woo Jin explained the matter, Jae-min said with confusion that it was not something he should worry about. According to him, an awakened person would not be a regular anyway, and in fact, this could be a good opportunity for him to grow. According to him, awakened people are usually assigned to a special division, but even in this case, there is an alternative. The guys were interested in what is an alternative to conscription. As it turned out, in order to avoid conscription, you can join a certified guild and help eliminate monsters at the request of the Ministry of Defense. Hearing this, Woo Jin was surprised that Jae-min even knew such things. As it turned out, his friend actually wanted to join a big guild, so he studied such things. Having learned new options on how to avoid being drafted, Woo Jin looked at his protege with distrust. He put Song-gu in an awkward position and made him feel guilty for saying that he was of so little use. Meanwhile, a small celebration began in the Hammer Guild, as Ha-min came to his leader with a very happy look on his face, saying that he had done an incredible thing. It was the first time Mr. Jun had seen him in such a mood, so he wanted to know where his protege got so much pathos from and what feat could have made him so happy and proud of the result. With an equally cheerful look, he stated that Mr. Woo Jin had made an appointment with him to talk about the guild. Moving closer to the shocked boss, he said that in other words, this meant that the most promising A-rank awakened was going to join their organization, raising them to the first place among all the hunter organizations in Korea. After these words, Min Chang began to recall the recent events, all his efforts when he tried in every way to help Woo Jin. He came to the realization that all his good deeds were not in vain and that he had worried in vain. Ha Min continued to shout about how his leader had done something great again, but Min Chang tried to remain calm and proudly said that they shouldn't make a fuss about it. Straightening his jacket, he headed to the president's office to report to him about the appointment of such an important meeting for their organization. Now he had no doubt that he still had not lost his grip. A sudden knock on the guild president's large office distracted him from his work, but he was glad to see his beloved protégé, whom he had recently considered useless. Upon seeing Leader Jun, he immediately asked how Kong Woo Jin's case was progressing. In response, Leader Jun delighted him with the news and made him laugh with joy, saying that they had contacted him to discuss the details. Hearing this, the president rushed towards him, grabbed his hands, and began to happily talk about how, as always, he had done an incredible job. Leader Jun was in no hurry and decided to mention the situation with the vice president, but the president responded without hesitation that he would give up the position if there was a need. With a good laugh, anticipating incredible events, the president said that the Hammer Guild was able to become the best guild in Korea only thanks to such an incredible leader. At the end of the conversation, Min Chang thanked the president for his attention and special attitude to the situation and said that he would take this as his gratitude after the matter was completed. After finishing all the preparations, Ha Min and his boss went to a cafe where he made an appointment with the incredible awakened that every guild in Korea wanted to get their hands on. However, here they were suddenly disappointed, because they did not expect that the conversation would not be about what they thought. As it turned out, Woo Jin didn't mean that he wanted to join the Hammer Guild. In fact, he wanted to propose that they create their own guild. Confused, Leader Jun tried to resolve the situation, believing it to be a misunderstanding, so he reminded him that they had previously talked about him joining the Hammer Guild. In response, Woo Jin explained clearly that he had no need for that, and that it would be better for Leader Jun and Mr. Ha Min to join them. Leader Jun, who thought that success was already in his pocket, clutched his head and said with some tension that they were already sure of signing the contract. Such an unexpected proposal put them in a difficult position. Ha Min was also confused and thoughtful. However, even though everything didn't turn out the way they wanted, Ha Min still found the strength to step out of his comfort zone and ask what the terms of their cooperation would be if they agreed to work in the organization that Woo Jin was planning to create. They were shocked when they heard that they were being offered an incredible amount of money. Woo Jin tried to lure them into working for his organization with incredible conditions, including increasing their current salaries by as much as 100 million won. While adjusting his hair, Leader Jun sighed heavily, regained his composure, and replied that it was not just about money. Trying to get back to the previous question, he reminded him that he was the leader of the Hammer Guild. As an ordinary person, he joined one of the best guilds and went through many difficulties to achieve such success, which makes such decisions difficult. He didn't like such radicalism, so he said once again that it wasn't just about money. In response to these arguments, Woo Jin smiled slyly, because he was prepared that it wouldn't be that easy to get them to cooperate. He folded his hands in front of him and said that he guaranteed them that their guild would be bigger than the others, including the Hammer Guild. He said with confidence that everything would be exactly as he said, and then suddenly offered them the positions of the founders of the organization. As expected, such words, which contained real trust, were deeply imprinted in the minds of the guys from the Hammer Guild. So on the way home, Ha Min still confessed to the leader that he was going to go under Woo Jin's leadership. His colleague was taken by surprise. He could not believe that his loyal protégé so easily agreed to this sudden proposal. Ha Min explained to him that this offer was possibly his only chance to achieve something big, since it was about Mr. Woo Jin, an incredible A-rank awakened. Citing the fact that he was able to clear a 5-star dungeon on his own, something no one else had ever done, he expressed his confidence that his guild would also grow quickly. On the other hand, he didn't think that such growth would be possible if he remained in his current position in the Hammer organization. However, his words were the pure truth, and Min Chang understood that judging by the clearing of the dungeons, The guild of this awakened one had a bright future, which was just around the corner, unlike the Hammer Guild. No matter how much effort he put into this organization, he knew it would be difficult to become a department head or director, surpassing the founders of his organization. On the other hand, he also doubted the president's words about the promotion, and the most he expected was that if he was lucky, they would stop laughing at him and despising him for his series of failures. This was the moment of the two boys' peak determination, because Leader Jun also decided to change his place of work without much thought. With a sly smile, he said that he would have to take a risk to get a higher position. His protege praised him for this determination and shouted that he had made the right choice. After saying these words, Ha-min took out his resignation letter, surprising his boss by saying that it had been prepared in advance. With a kind smile on his face, the ward revealed the truth to him, saying that all workers were like that. And yet the leader was not much different from him and demonstrated this at the moment when he also took his application out of his inside pocket. It was very crumpled, which indicated that he had been thinking about leaving for a long time, but could not find the determination to do so. Arriving at the office, they immediately headed to their places to pick up their things, but when they opened the door, they were surprised that the light was not on. They thought that everyone had already left, but they were wrong in their assumption. A moment later, the lights turned on and colored ribbons flew towards them, and to the sound of firecrackers, all the workers began to shout congratulations to the new boss, Jun Min Chang. The guys were in complete shock, realizing that their president had prepared a celebration in honor of the supposed success of their deal. In a cheerful mood, pleased with the leader Jun, the president said that he knew from their first meeting that the role of leader was too small for him. After these words, he announced to a thunderous applause that starting tomorrow, Min Chang will become a member of the board as vice president. At that moment, one of his colleagues approached Min Chang with a cake in his hands, inviting him to blow out the candles and make a wish. The other guys, with cheerful smiles, asked him not to forget them after the promotion and continued to congratulate him on such an incredible event. In response, Leader Jun could do nothing but laugh awkwardly and confusedly. Even despite their awkwardness, the president continued to make things worse for his subordinate, heightening the celebration by asking the staff to applaud Vice President Young-min Chang, adding that he was a genius who had completed an incredible negotiation. The guys didn't even have time to notice how all this action was over, and they found themselves in the middle of a celebration in a prepared hall with champagne and pleasant music, as well as an unlimited number of snacks. Seeing the confusion of his boss, Ha-min slyly gave him his statement. Running away from the new vice president, he said with a cheerful laugh that he was so embarrassed that the food wouldn't go down his throat, so he wasn't going to stay there and trusted his boss with the rest. As he left, he said that he believed that the leader would also be able to quit. He didn't have to be bored for long, because a moment later the president pounced on him with a request not to stand there like a pillar and to follow him quickly. The situation had worsened, even though it seemed that it couldn't get any worse. Vice President Jun felt even more awkward when he learned that all the Hammer Guild employees wanted to hear the details of his feat. With cold sweat on his face, Min Chang wanted to stop the president, but the president did not listen to him and asked him not to be shy and to tell everything as it was. Seeing the new vice president stuttering and acting unsure, his boss said he should come to terms with the fact that he now bears more responsibility than ever before. Jun folded his hands in front of him and admitted to all his colleagues that he had failed and that the celebration had been in vain. The president could not comprehend what he heard at first. Just a moment later, the man he had appointed as vice president ducked low and apologized for failing to recruit Kang Woo-jin. Once the president realized what had happened, he pointed his finger at his subordinate and angrily shouted whether what he had said was really true. In response, Jun apologized, and the president, filled with anger, continued to shout that a simple apology would not suffice, threatening his protege with dismissal. Hearing about the dismissal, Min Chang felt some relief, realizing that he would be grateful for it. The president continued to shout about how much resources had been spent on this matter and how it couldn't be compensated for with a simple apology, but Min Chang didn't listen to him at all, as he was completely absorbed in his own thoughts. He was right, because Leader Jun released the reservation of the dungeon and let Kang Woo-jin use it for free, and also paid people to hide his real rank. Things went too far, So Min Chang took advantage of the situation to take out a resignation letter and said that he would take responsibility. Placing 2 resignation letters on the table, the vice president announced that he would be leaving the Hammer Guild. Hearing this, the president became even more dissatisfied, saying that he must have gone crazy. He wondered what his dismissal would change, since he was not a civil servant. He sighed heavily and assumed that Min Chang was simply running away from the mess he had created with his own hands. Looking down, Jun couldn't understand what else the president wanted from him, since he had already done everything he could to apologize, even resigning along with his protégé. Still, he did his job, so he reported, saying that he had already finished with the formalities and was going to leave. When he said goodbye, he shocked his president, who thought he had him on a short leash. The president was beside himself with anger, and his 2 employees could only contain him, while the satisfied Jun Min Chang, adjusting his tie, had already completely said goodbye to the Hammer Guild. He was ready to face all the difficulties of his new life, trusting his intuition and faith in Wu Jin. For the first time in his life, he walked out of the Hammer Guild building with such a happy expression on his face. Seeing his light gait, Ha Min surprised him by asking him to hurry up and go to the car. As it turned out, he had been waiting for him all this time, believing that he would find the determination to accept this challenge and do what was right. With a kind smile, he explained that he would not go anywhere without his leader, after which he invited him to get in the car. Looking at Ha Min, Jun sighed with relief, thinking that this is what he likes about him, even though he can be rude sometimes. After that, they went to the cafe again, but this time to a separate business room. This time, Wu Jin greeted them with a wide smile, saying that he was glad to see them in the Ardal Guild. The guys were surprised to hear the name of their new guild. Wu Jin extended his hand to them and said that he hoped that they would get along and work effectively as a team. With a kind smile, Jun Min Chang sincerely said that he believed that with such a leader, they could do anything. After that, he offered to communicate with them without formalities, and promised that he and Ha Min would do everything to ensure that their new guild, Ardal, became world famous. With a good laugh, Wu Jin said that in that case, he would simply call him Ming Chang. In fact, even though they had decided to avoid unnecessary formalities from the start, it was unusual for the former vice president of the Hammer Guild to be so casual. With some confusion, he stuttered and asked to be called leader of June from now on. Placing his hands on his new protégé's shoulders, Wu Jin agreed to call him that, after which he warned that there would be organizational issues on him, so he should start preparing. Jun immediately replied that he would take care of it, while Wu Jin suggested that they first celebrate the founding of their promising organization. The leader surprised him with his proposal, so the confused leader Jun asked if the meeting was really over. As it turned out, Wu Jin really didn't know what else to discuss, because he assumed that leader Jun would be in charge of everything and work for everyone. After coming up with the name, he decided that his contribution was over. With some tension, Min Chang began to worry, wondering if it was really okay for the guild leader to be so careless and trusting. He felt a little uneasy just by watching how Wu Jin and Sun Gu were acting. They started discussing what kind of food they wanted to see on the banquet table, without even asking about the organization of their new guild. The only person with a sufficient level of responsibility suggested skipping the introduction stage, after which he asked to decide on something first. Kang Wu Jin, as the leader of the new guild, had no idea what was going on, but was willing to meet them halfway. First, Jun Min Chang brought up the topic of raiding the dungeon of the 6th entrance of Seoul University. He said that other awakened ones will want to reserve it, so they need to agree on the conditions for the raid, which has nothing to do with creating a guild. Hearing his words, Wu Jin was surprised, because he wasn't going to let anyone in there, since he could clear it out himself many more times. Despite his words, Leader Jun still thought that it would be better if others used him while he was resting, since then the dungeon wouldn't be idle. His words made enough sense for Wu Jin to change his mind. After that, the leader inquired about the rest of the questions, and learned that they needed at least 5 people to found a guild. After thinking for a while, Kang Wu Jin began to look for options on who to choose as the last member of their team. He first thought of inviting Jae Min, but Sun Gu didn't think it would work since he was underage. Leader Jun confirmed his suspicions by saying that it wouldn't work with teenagers. Looking through his contacts, which weren't that many, Wu Jin wondered who else might be suitable for this role. He had few acquaintances, and his mother was not suitable either. Suddenly he saw the contact of the guy he had signed up as a weakling and immediately beamed with happiness. Just 10 minutes later, a fair-haired guy came into their cafe, who shuddered just from Wu Jin's greeting. The head of the new guild immediately asked the weakling whether he had taken his ID and seal with him. As soon as the frightened man entered, he replied that he had not forgotten. When he saw the terrifying hunter start to walk towards him, he closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in fear. But suddenly, Wu Jin gently placed his hand on his shoulder and welcomed him to his organization. With a sly smile, he said that in front of them was the 5th member of their team, who was a telephone scammer. Hearing this, the swindler was so confused that he was able to squeeze out a few words, wondering what was going on here. 2 days later, the Ardal Guild already had its own office. Preparations had already begun here, and workers were rushing to do everything as needed. After finishing supervising this process, Hamin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that now their office looks really respectable. After accepting this delightful job, Leader Jun thanked the guys for their good work and noted that even Mr. Seong-hoon did an excellent job. Seong-hoon, better known as a phone scammer, was surprised by what he started doing, because 2 days ago, he thought that this was some kind of scam related to his punishment for what he did earlier. However, now he realized that the crazy guy who had beaten him half to death and stolen his phone was not who he had taken him for during their first meeting. He couldn't even imagine that Kang Woo Jin, who is now on everyone's lips as one of the most promising hunters in all of Korea. Looking at the TV that was still showing the news, Ha Min was still surprised that everyone was only talking about their leader. Woo Jin explained with a sincere smile that it was not surprising because he was the 11th A rank awakened of Korea, although it was still unofficial. It was logical to assume that he was one of the strongest hunters in history, so it was no surprise that everyone treated him like that. Looking at these guys, Seong-hoon thought about how that madman managed to attract even the guys from the Hammer Guild. With a sly smile on his face, he decided that this situation was quite advantageous because it meant that the leader was offering very good conditions. In fact, Seong-hoon had been suffering from boredom for a long time now, since the business wasn't bringing in enough money like before, so he didn't mind just working in the guild. Suddenly, his thoughts about his sudden success were interrupted by the question of how he was connected with the head of the newly formed Guild Ardal. Hamin remembered that when they met, the CEO and that guy seemed close, since Seong-hoon came running so quickly after his call. One of the founders assumed that he was a relative or close friend of Woo Jin, but he couldn't even think about what caused that guy's behavior. He couldn't admit that he had only rushed to that cafe so quickly because he didn't want to get beat up. He honestly didn't understand why Woo Jin had called him of all people, so he assumed that he simply regretted beating him up that day. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the head of the newly formed guild Ardal himself. Looking around, he said that it was quite good, and that he was glad that everyone had done a great job. After thanking him for his part in the job, Leader Jun asked if he had finished describing his dungeon raid. Looking back at the barely alive and exhausted Sungu, he said that this guy was the only one who had to really sweat. Seeing him in such a state, Ha Min and Jun Min Chun were simply shocked, realizing how much their leader had driven him to. Sungu decided to pass by, while the caring leader Jun reached out to him and asked if he was feeling okay. His appearance answered the question itself, and Ha Min clarified that they had a lot to write down, even if it was a successful raid on a 5-star dungeon. As soon as the chieftain's ward, who was responsible for the trophies, sat down at the table, it seemed to everyone that his soul was leaving his body. Seeing this, the worried founders decided that he should be given some kind of allowance for such hard work, and preferably that this allowance be for life. After resting a bit, Kong Woo Jin, as the head of the Ardal Guild, gathered the guys in the meeting room for the first time in order to decide what, in his words, was the most important thing at the moment. First of all, he turned to the most trusted person, the leader Jun. He was wondering what position he would take in order to do as many useful things for the guild as possible. Hearing this question, Leader Jun was a little confused because he didn't think that he would be given such freedom of choice. At first, he thought it was just irresponsibility and lack of experience of their leader. He was partly right, and Wu Jin himself explained that they had few people, so it was worth distributing responsibilities so that the work would go better. He suggested that everyone say their desired place in the guild hierarchy. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked to realize that they had freedom of choice in what position to take. The one who was most shocked was the phone scammer Seung-hoon, because he couldn't even imagine that his life would turn upside down after being beaten by some madman whom he tried to deceive, considering him a simpleton. Everyone became silent, so Wu Jin took the initiative again and started with Leader Jun, asking what positions were usually needed first in guilds. Leader Jun immediately replied that there were two categories, awakened and ordinary workers. Leadership positions were usually given to awakened workers, but he said that was not so important. What he thought was really important were the details of the contract, such as the rate and percentage of dungeon raids and such. After listening to his words, Wu Jin moved on to Sungu, asking him again what he wanted. The confused guy awkwardly replied that he had been working as his manager recently and had no idea what to do next. Seeing that he was extremely indecisive, Wu Jin gave him the position of guild director without discussion. Hearing this, Songgu shuddered in shock, but seeing his boss's kind smile, he immediately realized that this was no joke. With an incredible sparkle in his eyes and a blush on his cheeks, he felt enormous pride in the fact that at 21 years old he had already become a director. As it turned out, he began to rejoice too early, because in fact the boss appointed him as the director of collecting loot in the dungeons. The difficult life that seemed to be ending after being appointed to the director's position was in fact only made worse by even greater workload and responsibility. The guys from the Hammer Guild weren't thrilled either, as they had never heard of such a position. Turning again to the experienced former representative of one of the largest hunter guilds, Wu Jin asked what departments the guild had. Leader Jun replied that it was the accounting department, the administrative department, the sales and support department, and the management department. After thinking for a while, Wu Jin noticed a discrepancy between the number of founders and the number of departments, and decided that it would be worth splitting it all into three. First of all, he decided to give a place in the hierarchy to the leader Jun. Considering his knowledge in organizing the guild's work, he pleased him by appointing him as the general manager of the entire Ardal Guild. A joyful Jun replied that he would give his all to achieve common goals. Next up was Ha Min, and he knew exactly what he wanted as the head of the support department. Without further ado, Wu Jin agreed with his wish, and he got the position he wanted. With a good laugh, he said that he promised to do his best. The last one left was a telephone scammer, frightened but touched by the leader's sudden generosity. Looking at Seung-hoon, Wu Jin turned to Leader Jun with confusion and asked what this guy was doing among them. Leader Jun was at a loss, stuttering as he asked if the leader had told them that he would be one of the founders of the Ardal Guild. It was true that this fair-haired trickster was the fifth member of their team. In response, Wu Jin said that he just wanted to use his name. Now he couldn't do anything about it, because that guy really did become the fifth member of their guild. Seeing how Seung-hoon began to panic, the guys thought about what they should do with the last participant in the meeting. With a sly smile, Wu Jin came up with a pretty good plan. He folded his hands in front of him and said that since this bastard was here, then he should be given a proper job. What his decision turned out to be is still unknown, but there is no doubt that it was quite insidious. Returning to more pressing matters, Leader Jun, who became the guild's general manager, inquired about hiring new employees. The boss didn't understand why he needed new employees, which greatly puzzled his protege. Jun was forced to explain that as the guild grew, the number of awakened would increase, so they would need more workers. In response to his words, the chief handed him a summons to the army, and with a sly smile explained that in fact, he only went on raids to dodge the army. He believed that they no longer needed employees for such a task. With a shudder running through his body, Jun Minchang realized that he had been used for such a petty purpose. The reason why a madman like Wu Jin would decide to found his own guild was in his hands. It was hard for him to realize that it was because of his pride that he had never decided to join the Hammer Guild. He also felt heavy with the knowledge that if Wu Jin had chosen the easier path for him and joined the Hammer Guild, then he would have become the head of the department and would have lived happily ever after, without bothering himself with as many worries as in the newly formed Ardal Guild. Seeing the concern of his organization's general manager, Wu Jin asked why he suddenly became silent. In response, he hesitantly said that he thought they would still need a couple more workers to make all the work processes easier. Wu Jin was not against it and suggested that he take care of it without bothering the others. He shocked his protege even more by saying that now the work of the support department would be entirely in the hands of the general manager. Wu Jin's kind smile seemed like a mystery, because Junmin Chang couldn't figure out whether he really trusted him or was just dumping troublesome work on him. Meanwhile, news about Kang Wu Jin became so widespread that all smartphone users knew that he had become the 11th awakened person in South Korea. He became very popular, and Ji-woon, who was reading this news, couldn't believe that she had been drinking with such a person. Moreover, the one who was just her classmate at school turned out to be a completely different person after 5 years of his absence from the city. During their last meeting, something happened that she couldn't even imagine. The moment the Panama hat that was hiding her scar, which she found disgusting, fell off her head, Wu Jin put the Panama hat back on her head, saying that even like this, she was still cute. Just remembering that moment made her feel butterflies in her stomach, and she couldn't sit still. A blush appeared on her face, and she began to distract herself from such thoughts, telling herself that she should not think about such things. Suddenly she heard the creak of the front door. After that, she was shouted at by an angry woman who said that she was scaring people. Two friends with not very attractive appearance started yelling at her that even though she was indoors, she should still wear a hat because she was not alone. They asked her to behave appropriately, once again demonstrating the disgusting character traits of those people who did not treat her scar with understanding. By apologizing, Ji-woon once again demonstrated her patience. Even though the girls from her dorm had started to leave the room, she still heard part of their conversations about saving up some money to move out of this place because Ji-woon was constantly scaring them with his appearance. At that moment, the sweet girl felt sad again and lost hope that she could be loved, especially by such a popular person like Wu Jin. Her younger brother, Jae-min, didn't know what to do, so he decided to come visit her. He hoped that she would be surprised if he was right outside her company. The timing was just right since he had finished his exams and Wu Jin had returned to his home. He was going to have dinner and have a good time with her. His sister was a little late, but he still waited next to her at the entrance to her dorm. At that moment, he noticed two girls with an extraordinary appearance who were leaving the entrance, discussing some girl, talking about rumors that she had flirted with many guys until she got a burn on half her face. It became obvious that they were talking about Ji-woon. The last thing Jae-min heard from their conversations was that his sister used to be such a quiet person, and now guys run away as soon as they see her without a hat. Rumors like these made Jae-min feel a little sad because he couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, in the deserted underground of the 6th station of Seoul University, another raid was completed. Wu Jin cleared the area alone once again, and the director of treasure collection finally finished collecting valuables. After collecting everything, he turned to his Hyungnim, saying that they could finish now. Unfortunately, this time they were only able to obtain common items. Useful artifacts were no longer encountered due to the fact that they had already conducted more than 3 raids on this dungeon. The quality of the loot undoubtedly decreased as the number of successful raids increased. After looking at his inventory, Wu Jin said with a smile that this was enough and that they had already obtained everything useful. After that, he collected all the loot in his inventory and used the return stone. As expected, a whole crowd of journalists was waiting for them outside. Seeing Wu Jin leave the newly cleared dungeon, they started running towards him asking how his latest successful raid went. Less than 4 hours had passed since the start of the passage, which was an absolute record even among strong teams of hunters. Suddenly, Seung-hoon broke through this crowd and congratulated the leader on his excellent work with a smile on his face. When Wu Jin asked him what he was doing there, he replied that Director Jun had asked him to take them to the office after they finished the raid. When asked where Director Jun himself was, he replied that since their guild had been approved, he had gone to the General Affairs Bureau, which is why he would return to the office a little later. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some impudent journalist who, due to his rude behavior, even pushed Seung-hoon aside. After that, he began desperately asking for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions, the first of which concerned the secret of such a speed of clearing high-level dungeons. A moment later, a whole crowd of journalists ran past Seung-hoon, who were also interested in getting at least a few words from the most popular hunter at that time. Wu Jin was in a difficult situation He was back in the crowd, with all the microphones pointed at his face. The reporters were asking about the truth of the rumor that he was not accepting applications for this dungeon and when he was going to start renting it out to other hunters. Seeing all this impudence in the work of the media, Seung-hoon could not contain his anger. Suddenly, he shouted for everyone to step aside. The crowd of journalists suddenly dispersed and began to look with interest in the direction of the sales director. At this point, Seung-hoon showed his character by shouting that Mr. Kang was tired of clearing dungeons, and that giving an interview at their guild happens after the application to their address is approved. The final argument that discouraged the journalists was the threat that if they continued to pester the head of the Ardal Guild, then their organizations would be held accountable before the law. The words that he remembered all their faces and would keep this in mind when he received a request for an interview made the journalists understand the seriousness of the situation. There was no doubt that one of the founders of the Ardal Guild was definitely unhappy with this situation, which meant that it could jeopardize the possibility of interaction with one of the most unpredictable and scandalous hunter organizations in all of Korea. Seeing how effective a phone scammer could be, Woo-jin was genuinely surprised. A moment later, Seung-hoon pleased him by telling him that he should wait a little longer until he brought him the car. As the sales director ran towards the parking lot where his car was, Woo-jin continued talking to Sun-gu. He was surprised that the phone scammer was so angry about being pushed, and also asked if the strange guy had been so aggressive before. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun-gu decided to ask how his Hyun-nim knew Seung-hoon. With a sly smile, Woo-jin remembered that this was the guy who sold him the bad phone. As it turns out, the threat of being beaten works wonders. At first, Seung-hoon didn't know why he was called, but when he heard that all that was required of him was his name, his pride was hurt to such an extent that he firmly decided to make himself useful. For the sake of his goal, he had risked everything and even closed his shop, just because he had misunderstood everything. Now he had to stay in this guild at any cost, and was ready for anything, even for such blackmail, which he had scared off a crowd of journalists. Even 3 days later, the Ardal Guild continued to be at the top of all the news in the country. While in his office, Woo-jin was reading the news, and there were many interesting things among them. Many media outlets were discussing the fact that the much-talked-about Kang Woo-jin had passed the re-evaluation at the General Affairs Bureau and had officially become an A-rank hunter. No one knew what plans he and his guild had, but everyone believed that everything would be serious, because Ardal had already received approval from the General Affairs Bureau. He had many personal achievements to his credit, such as record-breaking speed in clearing dungeons and more. What Woo-jin was most interested in was the article comparing who was the strongest awakened in Korea. First of all, he was compared to Kim Kang-chul, a mysterious figure whose strength was rumored to be a hunter. When Sun-gu entered one of his offices, he asked him in surprise what he was eating. As it turned out, the jar that contained what looked like popcorn was actually overflowing with reinforcement stones that boosted a hunter's stats. Song-gu was shocked by this suggestion, saying that reinforcement stones were terribly valuable, costing around 1 billion won. He was embarrassed to ask for something like that, so Woo-jin decided to offer him a few himself to make his work easier. Sun-gu's hands, which were stretched out towards the benefactor, trembled at the mere thought of receiving such valuable stones. Hyun-nim told him that these 3 stones would increase his strength, agility, and endurance. Continuing to eat the jewels as if they were popcorn and generally petty expenses, Woo-jin asked his protege not to worry about it, and to do everything in order to improve his own characteristics. He himself looked at it from the practical point of view, because Sun-gu needed to become stronger to carry more things, and become faster to collect them faster. Of course, he also needed good stamina to work even harder for the benefit of their guild. At that moment, Jae-min suddenly came to visit them, and from the very beginning it was noticeable that he was not in a very good mood. Seeing his sad comrade in front of him, Woo-jin wondered what was wrong with him. A moment later, Jae-min said that he wanted to talk to him about something important and personal. He asked to give him a few minutes, and Woo-jin didn't mind. Half an hour later, Sun-gu visited his boss again, who was in his office. The first thing he asked was why Jae-min left so quickly. Upon learning that he had indeed returned home, Song-gu asked what had happened to make him look so serious and depressed at the same time. While choosing a suitable shirt, Woo Jin replied that it was a long story, something like a brother's love for a sister. These words seemed like a riddle. The boss continued that he needed to go out for a short walk. When Sungu asked him where he was going, he replied that he wanted to meet Ji-won. He also suggested that his protege take advantage of the moment of calm and leave work a little early. Hearing that the boss was going out with a girl, Sungu shouted in surprise that it was a real date. At that moment, Seung-hoon walked down the hallway and managed to hear such a mention. While doing all sorts of petty office work, like watering flowers, he decided that he finally had a serious task, a chance to show himself from his best side. He decided to act openly, so he immediately entered his boss's office. With a sly smile, he said that hiring him was an excellent decision. Hearing such a sudden speech, Woo Jin tried to find out what he was talking about and what had suddenly interested him in the conversation. Without mentioning that he heard about his boss's date, Seung-hoon said that they should trust him because he was a real expert in this. As a result, the guys went shopping in one of the rather premium stores, despite the fact that the clothes in this place looked rather primitive. Looking around, Sungu, who was in such a place for the first time, was surprised to ask if this was really the same Korea in which he lived. They were in the VIP room of this store. The guys couldn't even imagine that there was such a place in the shopping center where the customer is given special attention. 3 consultants worked with Woo Jin at the same time, taking his body measurements to select the perfect clothes. Sun Hong seemed like the 4th consultant, as he tried his best to get to the guild leader by offering him various options for formal suits. Woo Jin, who was the center of attention, still didn't understand what all the fuss was about. An hour earlier, he learned that Seung-hoon was interested in helping him with the walk. Then he said that there are many ways to win a girl over, but among them it is worth paying attention to the most effective ones. According to him, the most important thing is sincerity and the first impression. After that, he asked the kids to just do as he said and dragged them along with him on a shopping trip to the mall. Woo Jin still didn't fully understand what the phone scammer wanted from him. Winking back, Seung-hoon then said that wearing the right clothes is the first step to a girl's heart. Although the guild leader didn't take it as seriously as his charges, he still wasn't against it, thinking that sometimes it wouldn't hurt to buy something stylish and new. When he showed up in front of the guys in his new clothes, a crisp black suit with a dark blue shirt, the consultants could barely contain their delight, and the more sincere Seung-hoon and Sun-gi said that he really did look great. With a kind smile, the far from modest guy asked the guys to be quiet, realizing that their reaction was indeed genuine. Seung-hoon, who had been following him closely, once again suggested that he improve his appearance. This time he said that a suit and a watch would complete the look. Putting the watch on his hand, the leader began to walk towards the exit, but Seung-hoon asked him to take something else important. As it turned out, it was a plan to have fun in the area where his boss was going to meet a girl. When his subordinate asked him to just follow his plan, Woo Jin realized that he had been misunderstood. Still, he wanted to have a good time relaxing, so he decided to listen and thanked Seung-hoon for his efforts, saying that they could leave work early in honor of the upcoming weekend. Sun Hong was very happy with the result of his efforts, so he finally wished the leader good luck, shouting that he would succeed. As soon as he left, Song-gu fell onto the sofa in relief and said that now they could finally rest. As it turned out, this was not the end, because according to Seung-hoon, he still had one more tricky business left to do for the good of his leader. After that, he said a phrase about how every time he tries to bring people together, they inevitably become couples for life. Sun Hong was determined from start to finish, and even openly admitted that he was going to help the leader with his love. Hearing this, Sungu was at a loss, because he had just heard from his boss that he just wanted to go for a walk. He couldn't believe that Hyun Nim was actually going to meet her, and Seung-hoon only confirmed these words, although he himself was only relying on guesses related to part of the conversation he overheard. The sales director glanced at his watch and said that time was short and he had a lot to prepare. He then headed towards the exit, wishing the director good luck with collecting trophies and a good weekend. In just an instant, Seung-hoon disappeared and Sungu was left alone, without receiving answers to all his sudden questions. Despite how desperately his colleague tried to help the leader, he doubted that Hyun Nim was going to confess his love since he was telling him about some kind of medicine or something like that. Meanwhile, Ji-woon finished another workday and returned to the dormitory of Daesan Company. She was sad as usual, thinking that another day was torture, which she successfully overcame again. As she emerged from the shower, she noticed that she had a new message on her phone. As soon as she picked up the phone, she found out that Woo Jin had suddenly invited her out for a walk. Seeing this, a sparkle of happiness appeared in her eyes. She couldn't believe that he was actually inviting her for a walk, which could most likely be considered a date. Within a moment, she remembered her low self-esteem and inferiority complex due to the scar on her face, so she stopped even thinking about the possibility of someone asking her out. She decided that he must have some other reason for meeting. At that moment, Woo Jin called her on her mobile phone and shocked her by telling her that he was already right under her dorm. Coming to the window, she made sure that he had really come. She was simply shocked when she saw how he prepared for their walk. For the first time in her life, she saw him like this, in a smart formal suit that was perfect for a date, not an ordinary walk. After a few minutes of walking, Ji-woon finally decided to ask him why he wanted to meet. She was wondering why he was in such a hurry and why he had suddenly asked her to go downtown with him. Woo Jin surprised her with his answer, saying that he didn't have anything special in mind, because he just wanted to give her something and go on a date with her. Hearing about the date, Ji-woon was very confused, but after a moment she felt warmth and a blush appeared on her face again. Looking at Woo Jin, who had become incredibly famous, she wondered if he really liked her. She found the situation extremely unusual, due to the fact that she was worried about her appearance. Moreover, she was surprised that he had prepared so well by choosing a suit. She didn't know how to act in this situation, because she hadn't even prepared herself by choosing the right clothes. Woo Jin was trying his best not to make her worry, so he took full responsibility for the date and suggested going to a movie while it was still too early for dinner. Suddenly, a man bumped into her shoulder and immediately apologized. At that moment, Woo Jin noticed that she was very worried about whether her cap had fallen off her head. Seeing her excitement, he immediately remembered what the problem was. He couldn't forget how she felt about her burn and how insecure she became because of the scar on her face. She was afraid of people's judgment, so Woo Jin asked her if it was true that she cared so much about what others thought. Her silence spoke for itself. She could not behave differently, realizing that people were uncomfortable seeing her open face. At that moment, Woo Jin once again demonstrated that he was a real man who could solve problems. He grabbed her hand and hurriedly led her into an alley with small market stalls. The products that interested him made Ji-woon feel at a loss just by looking at them. Taking one of the masks from the counter, Woo Jin held it out to the confused and unsure girl. With a kind smile, he made it clear that this masquerade did not concern only her. Having bought these masks and put them on their faces, the boys caused a lot of joy among those around them. They walked around in them in broad daylight, and it looked quite funny. Some thought it was crazy, but no one could argue that they looked good. At first, people assumed that it was some kind of holiday, but later there were even thoughts that they were celebrities. Ji-woon still felt a little awkward, and didn't know if they would really be walking around wearing these masks. It was the first time in 5 years that she had received so much attention because of her appearance, but people's reactions were quite pleasant. In response to her question, Woo Jin asked what she was talking about. He thought that she wanted to exchange masks with him. He caught her off guard, and Ji-woon answered a little confused that this was not the problem at all. Hearing her words, Woo Jin decided that in that case there were no problems, and then suggested that they go on further, since they were already late for the movie. His care and ease became what awakened feelings in the girl who had long since lost love for herself. The movie they came to see was a romantic film about the love between 2 high school students. While in the cinema, they sat without masks, and Ji-woon felt quite comfortable. As it turned out, the 2 of them were the only ones in the room. Looking around and looking at the calm Woo Jin, Ji-woon didn't understand what was going on, because it was said earlier that all the tickets were already sold out. Woo Jin didn't show it, but she knew that he was probably involved in the fact that they were the only 2 here. As it turned out, half an hour ago, when they came to the cinema, they were told that all the tickets had already been sold out. Woo Jin felt a little awkward. Ji-woon tried to calm him down, saying that they didn't have to watch the movie, they could have a good time without it. Guildmaster Ardal agreed with her words, saying that they really didn't have much of a choice. Suddenly, a man wearing a cap and a mask on his face approached them, saying that he had urgent business, because of which he was ready to give them his tickets. After handing over the tickets, the stranger ran away, wishing them a good time. At that moment, Wu Jin realized that the person who gave them his tickets reminded him of someone. As it turned out, the whole situation was a cunning trick by Sheng Hun. The thing he was talking about was a cunning plan to buy out all the tickets. When the movie started, he refunded all the tickets except for the ones he gave to the guild leader. He was very persistent in returning his tickets. As it turned out, he managed to cheat by saying that he was buying them for a large group of people. To get his money back, he started shouting that he had bought them only 10 minutes ago. To the saleswoman, he seemed crazy, but his plan worked. When they left the cinema, Ji-woon shared her impressions. She really enjoyed it, and the last time she went to the cinema was about 5 years ago. Wu Jin replied that he enjoyed it too, since he hadn't been to the cinema for 20 years. The girl took his words as a good joke, although he wasn't joking. Suddenly they heard a man shout, calling them a couple of Beauty and the Beast. A stranger in a clown costume invited them to come over and play roulette, which was free. This roulette had as many as 8 prizes and only one chance to lose. According to the stranger, such an opportunity will not present itself again because the chance of winning is as much as 90%. Looking at Ji-woon, Wu Jin asked if they should try it with some distrust towards the proposal. She was not ready to take responsibility for the decision, saying that she was very bad at such things. With nothing to lose, Ji-woon tried her luck, but the roulette wheel stopped at a loss. In response, the stranger suggested not to be upset and asked the monster to try his luck, because it would be nice to give a gift to his girlfriend during a date. Wu Jin didn't refuse, even though he didn't really believe that this was a good idea. He started spinning the roulette wheel with the thought that unless he was cursed or something, then he was unlikely to lose either. It seemed that he had also lost, but at the last moment, the stranger quietly caught the roulette wheel with his hand and moved it to prize number 8. Ji-woon was delighted that Wu Jin managed to win the prize. She never noticed the trick and happily said that it was the first time she saw someone win something like that. Scratching the back of his head, Wu Jin thought that something was wrong here, but the stranger, without wasting any time, brought congratulations for Ji-woon and gave her a prize. Now the real monster didn't even doubt what was happening. Noticing his intense gaze, the stranger decided to stop hiding. Lifting his glasses, Seung-hoon winked at his boss, who began to wonder what his ridiculous subordinate was trying to achieve by continuing to follow him. Mentally wishing his boss luck, Seung-hoon let him go, trusting him to take the last steps of the date on his own. Wu Jin actually managed to win the other games. Although it was not easy, he still managed to beat the stuffed animal machine, getting the prize as a gift for Ji-woon. Their next stop was some kind of clothing sale, and as it turned out, Seung-hoon was still following them. Even when the guys went to dinner, the cunning phone scammer, who was trying to be useful to his new boss, was next to them, carefully monitoring the process of the date. After this eventful day, the guys decided to take a walk along the empty streets of the city and stopped in one of the parks. Ji-woon felt such incredible lightness and calmness for the first time in 5 years. She wondered how much time had passed since she stopped being bothered by the looks of others. At first, she thought it was the mask, but after that, she corrected her guess by thinking that if Wu Jin hadn't done this with her, then she most likely wouldn't have been able to pull off something so daring. Looking at him, even through the mask, she felt incredible warmth and sincerity in his behavior. She thought that if this was a dream, then she no longer wanted to wake up. At the end of their date, they decided to sit down to rest after a busy day. Ji-woon shared her emotions, saying that the day was just amazing and she really enjoyed everything, even wearing a weird mask. She enjoyed watching movies and eating at restaurants with him, even though people might think they were weird. In response to her hesitant remark about them being weird, Wu Jin asked how that could possibly affect them. Ji-woon responded to his words with a kind laugh. Rising to her feet, she said that he was right. Although she still did not have the courage to walk where there were many people, she admitted that it still felt like a dream to her. Now she has started to defend her feelings again. Looking at the sky, she began to think that sooner or later the dream would end, and if this dream continued, then she would fall in unrequited love. Taking off her mask, she said with some sadness that it was time to return to reality. Wu Jin joined her, lifting his mask slightly to reveal his face and kind smile. Coming closer to her, he said that in order for her to regain the courage she had previously possessed, he had one good gift for her. Ji-woon was very confused because it was about a gift, and she had no idea what it was about. Suddenly, this touching moment was interrupted by a sudden fireworks display of incredible proportions. After this, another unexpected event happened. A huge number of people crowded around them and began to congratulate them. They were holding flowers in their hands, and as soon as they saw Ji-woon's face, they began to act rather confused. As it turned out, they started saying that her face scared them a little, but after that, realizing their mistake, they continued talking, saying that the guy next to her really loved her. The cunning swindler's latest plan was about to fail, and he began to get nervous, realizing that he had made a mistake. He had previously told these guys to clap and liven up the atmosphere, but instead, they had once again reminded the girl of what she had been worried about all this time. He had no idea what had gone wrong at all, since he had never seen Ji-woon before. Removing the mask from his face, an enraged Woo Jin couldn't believe that Seung-hoon had continued his ridiculous attempts to bring them closer, and had even made such a terrible mistake. Seeing how Ji-woon grabbed her mask, he knew she wanted to hide from all those gazes directed at the flaw on her face. He saw no other choice but to use his power. Suddenly, for everyone present, Woo Jin created a bone wall that separated them from the crowd of ridiculous guys who failed the task from Seung-hoon. Opening her eyes after the sudden noise that startled her greatly, Ji-woon looked at Woo Jin and asked where they were. The surroundings were pitch black due to the bone wall completely blocking them from the surroundings. Looking into her eyes, Woo Jin asked her to close her eyes. Ji-woon was so touched that she couldn't utter a word. As it turned out, her brother Jae-min actually came to the office regarding her problem, which was preventing her from living a normal life. He told him that during the dungeon breakthrough, they lost their parents. From that moment on, Ji-woon stopped doing what she wanted, all for him. On that terrifying day, she was hurt by a monster during a dungeon breakthrough. That's how she got the scar that they couldn't get rid of in any way. The modest guy felt guilty for turning to his friend, and still asked him to help her if it was possible. Although Woo Jin didn't answer him, he thought that as a man, Jae-min shouldn't be afraid to ask others for help, especially when it comes to his loved ones. Taking out his gift, he turned to Ji-woon and said that from now on, she would wake up from the dream she had mentioned earlier. By applying the healing ointment to her forehead, he released some mana. With this rare item, even irreversible curse wounds could be repaired. Woo Jin did everything he could to make Ji-woon actually wake up from the terrible nightmare that began with the first dungeon breakthroughs, where she not only lost her courage, but also her parents. When Ji-woon returned home, she received a caring message from Woo Jin. He asked her not to wet her face and hair so as not to wash off the medicine. Instead, he suggested that she just go to bed. She even laughed at this, because it seemed like he worked in some kind of beauty salon. Thanking him for his concern, she asked him to go to bed early and rest after such a busy day, during which she had a good time. She was pleased to even imagine that it could happen that her scar would disappear with just one application of some cream. After finishing the correspondence, she remembered that she still hadn't opened the gift they had won at roulette. What she saw surprised her greatly. It turned out to be a beautiful ring. At that moment, the big picture began to form in her head, because she understood that a simple street vendor would not give out such prizes. Remembering the events of that day, she also couldn't forget that they watched a movie in an empty cinema, which couldn't be a coincidence. Dinner at an expensive restaurant is also not a common thing for a simple walk. He really got the impression that it was a real date. The sudden fireworks completed the overall picture, as it was a real creation of a romantic atmosphere. Of course, this also included the fact that ordinary passers-by suddenly gathered around them and gave her many roses. Gathering all her memories together, Ji-woon began to blush even more than before, thinking that Kang Woo-jin was going to confess his love to her. The many things that happened that day had consequences that affected not only Ji-woon, but also the one who was behind all these pleasant surprises for her. On Monday, when the guys gathered in the office again for work, Seung-hoon was doing exercises from the very morning. He did a huge number of push-ups, saying that from now on he would only do what he was asked to do. This was explained by the fact that the head of the guild was not delighted with the huge number of intrusive surprises that his ward created. Sun Hong began to become even more obedient, because the fear of the terrifying power of the leader did not give him peace. After finishing the educational moment, Woo Jin repeated again that he should only do what he asked, and nothing more. After these words, he still asked why he did something that he was not asked to do. With great guilt and constant apologies, the humble servant shouted that he felt he had not shown loyalty to his leader, which is why he had made the mistake of trying to make up for lost time. His words even pleased Wu Jin, and he stopped being angry at him for the mistakes he had made due to his arbitrariness. So he asked him with a smile to remember once and for all that he only expected from him what he himself asked for. Seung-hun felt somewhat relieved, but the awkwardness returned after the leader asked whose money he spent on these gifts. As it turned out, he used the guild's corporate account, which was a serious strategic mistake and another problem in his life. Hearing this, the chief again made him do push-ups and shout that he should only do what he was asked to do. The educational moment was suddenly interrupted by Director Jun, who had just finished some organizational matters and found time to meet with the head. When he entered the head's office, he was surprised to ask what was going on and why the head of the sales department was doing intense training in the middle of the workday. Given the head's characteristics, he decided to let this moment pass and informed him that he had managed to settle matters with the Ministry of Defense. As it turned out, Wu Jin really did not have to serve in the army now, but there were some nuances. According to Director Jun, he was exempted from this on the condition that he fulfilled 10 requests from the army. He could not bring himself to continue the list of conditions, saying that this was unprecedented and unheard of. Surprised by his words, Wu Jin asked him not to delay and finish what he had started to say. Gathering all his determination and suppressing his awkwardness, Min Chang said that in connection with this agreement, Mr. Kang must be immediately mobilized to Daegu at Exit 3 of Yongan Station. As it turned out, in the place in question, his power would be a great help, because there was a breakthrough in the dungeon. Wu Jin immediately went to the previously mentioned place and found that there was not a soul around. It seemed to him that this area was some kind of separate ghost town. Regarding the dungeon breakthrough, Director Jun explained that if the dungeon is not cleared within 30 days after the reset, the barrier begins to collapse and monsters come out of the dungeon onto the streets. This is most likely due to the previous teams failing to clear the breach, which is why the Ministry of Defense requested awakened support to deal with the breach and its aftermath. Given this situation, Wu Jin also wondered what would happen if they couldn't stop this stage. In response, Jun told the bitter truth that, unfortunately for the mobilized forces, if this happened, the entire Daegu region would have to be destroyed with aerial bombs. While in the Daegu area, he began to understand that the reason why there were so many open areas and parks around the station was because such places made it possible for a tunnel to break through, a very dangerous situation for the residents. Suddenly, the silence and solitude of the guild leader Ardal was interrupted by some military woman who said that the evacuation was completed 2 days ago. According to her, the dungeon breakthrough will be the next day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Approaching one of the most famous awakened in recent memory, First Lieutenant Choi Ha-sol introduced herself as the person in charge of the area from the Korean Army's Special Defense Force. Kang Woo-jin introduced himself in return, and strangely enough, heard that their entire squad had heard of his strength. It was truly an honor for her to meet him in person, especially in a situation where his strength was so necessary. Sighing with a kind smile, the hunter who had recently become the head of his own guild suggested skipping the formalities. Continuing the conversation, he asked why they weren't going to try to clear the dungeon before the breakthrough. As it turned out, the return portal had already been used 3 times, so they couldn't take that risk and chose the easier way, fighting outside. Hearing about the return portal, Wu Jin was a little surprised, and Ha-sol explained to him that it was possible to escape from the dungeon in the middle of clearing using the return item. Wu Jin was surprised, because he didn't even know that this was possible, despite the fact that he had already cleared more than a dozen dungeons. The lieutenant also clarified the detail that this portal can only be used 3 times in one dungeon. As for this dungeon, the main squad of the Hwarang Guild tried to clear it first, but they failed. The second time, the Hwarang Guild and the Hammer joined forces, but even that didn't work. The squad of Awakened from all over the world also failed, having used up the last portal. The lieutenant agreed that they could try to clear the dungeon in the remaining time, but that would mean putting their lives on the line, and no one wanted to take that risk. When Wu Jin suggested that breaking through would be more dangerous in that case, she shook her head in disagreement. Referring to his experience, she said that he probably already knew that the terrain of the dungeon played a significant role. Although the monsters in this dungeon were not very strong, it was the terrain that made this raid difficult. Despite this, she was sure that fighting outside would be fine, because even though modern weapons could not be brought into the dungeon, on their territory there was the possibility of fighting with them, and this gave them an incredible advantage. Using the full might of the Korean army, they had saved the city from underground breakthroughs more than once, so they had no doubt that it would work next time. Hearing so much praise for the army, Wu Jin asked a very logical question about the reason for his presence at this event, if the problem with guns and missiles could be solved. There was a weighty logic in his words, and the lieutenant even managed to get confused, but she also quickly figured out the answer, saying that the awakened also play an important role. Although the army is the main force, the awakened are always on standby in case the monsters break through the first line of defense. In addition, they initially had no information about the dungeon boss, so there was a need to prepare to fight with all the forces of the awakened. Trying to change the subject so as not to be asked such questions again, the lieutenant awkwardly suggested going to the waiting room, where other awakened ones were already waiting for them. All the guys gathered in a local cafe, which became a temporary waiting room for the awakened ones participating in this whole event. When Kang Wu Jin entered, everyone present recognized him. Just like him, the guys were dressed in regular clothes and hadn't even thought about changing into combat gear yet. In fact, they were happy to see such a strong reinforcement, knowing that Kang Wu Jin had become the 11th A-rank hunter. Looking around, Wu Jin couldn't find anyone interesting until he came across a lady, with whom ironically their paths crossed once again. Standing against the wall was Yun Hee, the troubled captain of one of the Hwarang teams. He looked at her and said with some mockery that they had met again. With a sly smile, he said that this was certainly his destiny. Yun Hee didn't know what to answer and just said his name angrily. She didn't end up in this place by chance. Her older brother had planned everything from the very beginning and entrusted her with a special task that, in his opinion, only she was capable of. Having made an appointment shortly before this incident, he explained to her the whole essence of his plan. What was discussed shocked her in some ways, but it is not known what they talked about that evening. Lee Sang-ho had high hopes that she would play her role correctly in this matter. Remembering that request, Yun Hee, despite her anger, was forced to follow the plan, not making any mistakes even when communicating with that guy. She still had some freedom, because it was the final result that was important, not the way it was achieved. As the conversation continued, Wu Jin continued to tease her and even apologized for cutting in line at Seoul Station, noting that 5-star dungeons weren't that important. With a sly smile, he hurt her pride by saying that in such places a whole squad was not needed because it was a waste of time. However, these words were not enough to undermine Miss Yun Hee's self-confidence. She withstood his pressure and even came up with an answer, saying that she was surprised that she remembered how just yesterday she had trampled his face into the asphalt, and now he had become stronger. Hearing her words, which were the real truth, the guys inside the temporary awakening room began to discuss her words, being surprised that Lee Yun Hee and Kang Wu Jin had fought before. They were delighted at the news that she beat him and even thought that the rumors about him were exaggerated. Her counter-provocation seemed to have an effect on Kang Wu Jin, but he most likely reacted this way on purpose to start a fight. After shouting whether she really wanted to try fighting him again, he released an overwhelming aura of a necromancer. Lee Yun Hee also had no intention of standing aside and showed off her powerful warrior-class hunter aura. Lieutenant Choi Ha-sol, who was standing next to them, was very confused, because even though she was awakened, her strength was not even close to these monsters. She began to frantically beg them to stop, addressing the participants of the conflict one by one. The words that they were allies, that tomorrow they would fight shoulder to shoulder, brought the parties to the conflict to their senses a little. Having stopped pressuring him with her impressive strength, Yun Hee admitted that he had indeed become stronger, but noted that his behavior was still that of a child. Demonstrating her dominance in the conversation and the situation, she warned him that he shouldn't worry about it, because people could die because of his one mistake. Kong Woo Jin continued to be angry at her words, replying that he didn't understand why she was so stuck up and who she was to speak to him in such a tone. In an attempt to stop him, Ha-Sol informed him that Yoon-hee would be the leader of the awakened support team, and therefore such conflicts could not be carried out with her. Feeling victorious in the verbal altercation, the red-haired girl turned around with a smug laugh. At this point, the conflict ended. Everything went without a fight and no casualties. Once the two calmed down, the lieutenant who was in charge of the Awakened's participation in the operation to clear the breach let out a sigh of relief. After that, she was surprised by Kang Woo-jin's words that he couldn't do anything about it, so he wasn't going to disturb the peace of this group. He then turned to the lieutenant and asked if she could get information about what was inside the dungeon, which no one had been able to clear out, even despite using joint efforts. The lieutenant was a little worried, because soon there would be a dungeon breakthrough and she did not understand why he needed this information. In response, Woo Jin asked if it was a state secret, since she refused to answer him. In an attempt to befriend and maintain a good relationship with the promising hunter, Ha-Sol nevertheless agreed to let him print out the information, saying that it was available to anyone who wanted it. As soon as they left, Yoon-hee realized what he was planning. She was right, because Kang Woo Jin was indeed extremely interested in clearing this 6-star dungeon and was not going to sit back and wait for a breakthrough to occur due to the series of failures of the previous hunter groups. Standing next to the barrier, he admitted that the energy of this dungeon was truly astounding. Now it was no surprise to him that this dungeon was called the strongest among those in their territory. Suddenly, his enjoyment of the barrier's powerful aura was interrupted by a stern female voice. Yoon-hee, who had guessed what he was planning, followed him and now wanted to know what he was going to do. With a sly smile, he replied that she herself knew that he was going to clear this dungeon, like all the previous ones. In response, Yoon-hee suggested that if he was going to do something so crazy, then he was definitely not in his right mind. Woo Jin responded to her suggestion with a sly laugh, because in his mind, things were not quite as she thought. He thought that the one who would share experience points and achievements with the army and other awakened ones would be more likely to be called crazy. Despite his self-confidence, Yoon-hee's common sense once again gave her a reason to warn him, saying that the best awakened had failed 3 times in this dungeon. She assumed that he was simply a fool who was seeking a hard death. As soon as she started talking about how it was no longer possible to use the return portal, he interrupted her, saying that she was talking too much. After that, he once again hurt her pride by saying that she was nothing more than a scared cat, saying that she was incapable of anything without the return portal. He touched the barrier and asked her to wait for him outside. A timid cat named Yoon-hee had no choice but to fall for his provocation. She was furious the moment he walked inside, trying to drag her with him into such a crazy place. At this time, President Hwarang was enjoying the evening while his sister had to carry out the plan. The call he received from the minister was something he clearly did not expect. They agreed with him that a breakthrough would occur, and the unfavorable area of the city would be erased from the earth in order to sell this territory to large corporations. But everything did not go according to plan, and the minister reported that Lee Yun-hee had begun clearing the dungeon in question. Hearing this, Mr. Lee could hardly contain his anger and apologized to the minister, asking him to contact him a little later after he found out what was really going on. He had no idea why Yun-hee had entered the dungeon, or how she could turn away from his mission. Yoon-hee actually fell for the provocation and went inside. Finding herself at the first location after passing the portal, she saw a very bloody place, which by its appearance alone indicated that a huge battle had already taken place here. The entire place was in traces of mana and battles, which told her that this was the work of soldiers summoned by the hands of a necromancer. Thinking about the scale of the battle, she guessed that Woo Jin wasn't alone. There were at least 20 soldiers with him. At first, she really thought he was crazy to clear the dungeon alone, but now she understood where his confidence came from. Just one look at the battlefield told her that he had no difficulties here. However, even so, she was not sure that he could cope. Considering his level, she believed that with such skills and such an army, he had no place in such a dungeon. She had already tried to clear this portal with strong awakened ones several times, so she had no doubt that he would not only not get the return stone, but also clear the dungeon. In a sense, she was right, and Wu Jin first experienced difficulties during his encounter with a level 60 ogre that could destroy an entire squad of his skeletons with one blow. However, after several minutes of fighting without any result, Wu Jin said with a smile that he had finally achieved his goal. He needed experience points in order to make a worthy counterattack. Taking advantage of the moment, he once again summoned his demonic familiar, which this time became a stone golem, befitting the environment he was in. After that, he pointed at the enemy and gave the order to his familiar to attack. Both monsters with unimaginable brute force clashed in a duel, and it became clear that they were matched in size. The sudden attack from the rock gave them a chance and an advantage, as the ogre was caught off guard and lost his balance. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Jin used his familiar as a springboard and quickly closed the distance with his opponent. The ogre didn't have time to do anything because he was still falling and couldn't regain his balance. In the end, Wu Jin ended the fight with his warrior weapon, a hammer with unimaginable destructive power. After finishing the battle and defeating another powerful monster, Wu Jin was cheered up by the news that he had finally reached level 40, which gave him additional achievement points. He celebrated his small victory not alone, but to a stormy ovation from Bibi, who called the work done magnificent. In response, Wu Jin asked in surprise where she got so much emotion from and where she learned to communicate like that. Most likely, life in the body of a cat gave her some feelings, because even when she met Rocky after a long time inside the seal, she hugged him and called him a good man. Upon hearing that the golem had a name, the necromancer came to the conclusion that Bibi was watching too much TV, which is why she had similar feelings and desires to communicate even with the golem, calling it by a fictitious name. He was not going to delay, so he went further and asked to hurry up and not waste time on such things. However, taking a few more steps towards the supposed center of the dungeon, he discovered something very unexpected. He encountered a peculiarity of the landscape that was the reason why this dungeon could not be cleared by other awakened. Right under his nose was a huge cliff, due to which the path to the next part of the dungeon was blocked for most awakened. In his case, the situation was a little different, because he came to this place with an experience that no one else among the awakened of Earth could boast of. He had already heard of such a place, which is sacred from the legends of Alphen. At that moment, they were on the so-called Tart Plateau. After looking around this location, Wu Jin remembered a lesser-known name for this place. It was also known as the Temple of the Giants. This ravine was the reason for the previous raids to fail, so he had to prepare thoroughly. This was the right time to unlock special level bonuses. This time, he gained the skills of the Necromancer class, which included armor and a phantom spear, which were necessary for using subordinate souls in physical form, which could either defend or carry out attacks. He had previously learned the soul extraction skill, right when he was rescuing Songgu during their first joint raid. Now he has gained the ability. He has the opportunity to use an advanced skill related to soul extraction. After raising the phantom armor skill to level 10, he summoned the wandering spirits to himself. In this way, he was able to collect the spirits of most of the defeated opponents, replenishing the scent of 100 subordinates to the full. After finishing this, he gathered his strength and unlocked a new skill of the warrior class, namely the weapon of the altered form, the Great Sword, which he could not use before. Once he had access to this weapon, the system automatically gave him access to the Great Sword techniques and the cleavage skill. The final stage of preparation for the final battle was the summoning of the crystal with the seal. Bibi happily recognized the object, as it contained one of the familiars she had previously fought with on Alphen under her master's command. Wu Jin waited with a smile for his new assistant to gradually reunite with his previous warriors. As it turned out, he knew in advance that Shinshin was inside the demonic stone. A moment later, the seal opened, and a powerful demonic beast appeared before them. Shinshin is a horse that once obediently served its master, the most powerful necromancer of Alphen. It is a phantom warhorse with blood boiling in its veins that not only moves its master, but also attacks without fear of death. Bibi immediately rushed to her old comrade and happily asked him if he missed her or not. Even the rock, having cast off its golem form, flew closer to the phantom horse with joy at the reunion. Everyone was excited about this moment, but the owner suggested that they leave the touching reunion for later. They had a serious challenge ahead of them, a battle with the final floor with a limited time to clear, so he suggested that they hurry. Using the phantom charge, the horse easily jumped to a great height and helped them overcome the large distance of the cliff between the temple and the rest of the surface. Ogres continued to appear even after the boys reached the site of the giant sacred temple. As an A-rank hunter, Yun-hee had no fear of such enemies, having cleared similar dungeons more than once. Her steadfastness was also due to the fact that she possessed a huge reserve of deadly skills. Using one of them, she turned a huge level 60 ogre into a drushlak in an instant. The monster was defeated, and the way forward was open and safe for the swordswoman. Continuing to slowly move forward, Yun-hee assumed that she would soon meet her offender, an overly impudent and arrogant newcomer among the awakened of her rank. However, as soon as she reached the cliff, she saw something she clearly could not have expected. Wu Jin was in the sky, riding on some kind of horse that was summoned using his necromancy magic. She assumed that he would find a way out of this situation, but she could not even imagine that he had such a large stock of necromancer tricks. There was little time, so she decided to hurry. From previous raids, there was a rope left in this place that connected the giant temple and part of the surface to the cliff. Yun-hee was not going to stop and prepared to overcome this obstacle. In fact, the main reason why they couldn't clear the dungeon wasn't the ravine, because they could use the flight abilities of some awakened ones. The real problem was what they were facing in the temple grounds. There were only 3 monsters behind this ravine, guarding the stone of return. It was because of them that they decided to retreat, not continuing the battle due to the high risks. For greater benefit, it was decided to allow the dungeon to be breached in order to completely destroy and then rebuild the area around it. Although she didn't like this political decision, the final decision still rested with the leader, so she had to obey. However, this was an exception. She couldn't allow anyone to clear the dungeon after their guild failed the mission. Also, she felt angry at the thought that, in the future, it would be said that one person had performed better than their party. Yun-hee was in a hurry to catch the man who could shake the status of their organization, which was run by her brother. For the sake of the honor of the Hwarang Guild, she felt it was her duty to stop Kang Woo-jin's purge. An hour before the dungeon breakthrough, the guys were still inside, and Lee Sang-ho gave a press conference on behalf of the Hwarang Guild. A huge crowd of journalists gathered in one place wanted to know what chances of survival Lee Yun-hee and Kang Woo-jin had, who entered the dungeon. With complete seriousness, the president of the organization replied that such a probability was extremely low and that he expected that most likely even his sister would meet a sad end in such a difficult place. One of the reporters mentioned that there was about an hour left until the dungeon breakthrough. Mentioning that Lee Yun-hee was his sister, he wanted to ask the Hwarang Guild president what he thought about it. The question was personal, so Mr. Lee asked if they were really interested in what he thought. Showing feigned trembling throughout his body and anxiety about the situation, he said that one of his family members was about to die and he was unable to do anything. He began to act like an incredibly weak person, overwhelmed by the weight of imminent loss. After this answer, the Hwarang Guild president jumped up and said that the press conference was over. As expected, this behavior was just an excuse to avoid talking to reporters. When he left the room, one of his charges met him and said that it was a great performance by the head of their guild. Looking at his watch, he asked if there was any change. Upon learning that everything was heading towards a dungeon breakthrough and the death of his sister, the hypocritical Hwarang Guild president responded that it sounded like a real relief, after which he suggested returning to headquarters. The subordinate was shocked by such an answer, but tried not to show it. He did not know about the political plans for this region, and therefore could not even imagine that cooperation with the minister was more valuable to the head than the life of his own sister. Thinking about the leader's words of relief, he felt a certain fear due to his superior's cold-bloodedness, as it made him think that even his own sister was just a common card in his guild's deck. Leaving this place due to the danger of the imminent breakthrough of the dungeon, they began to walk towards the parking lot where their car was parked, but suddenly stopped, seeing people shouting about some boss of their guild. Mr. Lee asked what was going on, and his protege replied that the guys who were organizing this commotion were employees of the Ardal Guild, which belonged to Kang Woo-jin. At this moment, the head of the Hwarang Guild learned for the first time that the Awakened One, whom he so wanted to get under his control, had organized his own organization in such a short time, under whose command there were several very brave and very loyal guys. Meanwhile, Wu Jin reached the floor of the giant temple and thanked Xin Xin for his excellent work. Looking around, Bibi was surprised that this place was actually called a temple. She said that she would have believed her master's words if he had said that this was just some kind of cemetery. There were a lot of strange stone statues everywhere, which made the place truly creepy. Bibi assumed that the giants in question had simply turned into golems or something. Wu Jin himself didn't know the answer to this question, because he only knew about the giant temple from rumors. Even so, he had a way to check whether this place was safe, or whether he should expect a sudden attack from the enemies. Turning to the rock, he suggested that he try to eat the stone statues. The order was quite unexpected, but the familiar immediately placed his demonic soul into one of the statues. In an instant, he had completely taken over the stone and returned to his golem form. The fact that this strategy worked meant that it was just a normal stone without any soul sealed inside. Otherwise, Rocky wouldn't have been able to obtain such a body. As it turned out, it wasn't that simple. In just a moment, Rocky lost control of the stone, and all the other statues actually turned into golems. In an instant, they were surrounded by giant level 65 monsters. This situation was more difficult than any previous one that Wu Jin had been in. Even so, he did not lose his grip, and continued to look for a way out. Thanks to his observation skills, he noticed that out of all the statues, only 5 golems were activated, which meant that there was a trap in front of them that worked in a certain area. Golems left no corpse or soul behind, which was somewhat useless for using his necromancer skills. Here he could only rely on his familiars and his own skills as a warrior, so he immediately summoned a weapon in the form of a hammer. With a smile that was in anticipation of battle, Wu Jin prepared to level up his warrior skills. Meanwhile, Yun-hee was already very close and managed to see the beginning of his battle. She was amazed by his agility and strength. She was shocked to realize that the necromancer looked like an awakened warrior class, which is not inferior to real warriors of his level. She hadn't fought on this floor yet, and hadn't even thought that all these statues would turn out to be golems. It was clear to her now that if they had gone further, and someone had simply walked madly towards the altar, then they would have been surrounded and destroyed in an instant, without any chance of survival. On the other hand, she watched as a necromancer class person, even without using his own skills, but only fighting with a strange hammer in his hands, gave a good rebuff to these powerful monsters. His instincts really surprised the woman who had been a warrior for the past 5 years. After several minutes of intense battle, the necromancer with the skills of a warrior finally brought the matter to an end. During the battle he was very tired, but his strength was restored the moment he destroyed all 5 golems. It seemed that the end was near, because the only advantage of the enemies of this temple was their numbers. Yet there was something that bothered Wu Jin. He felt that things were not so simple. There was still something that he didn't like from the very beginning. It was the 3 monsters that stood motionless in one place next to the altar. The one-eyed inhabitants of Alphen seemed very dangerous, and it was they who were entrusted with the Stone of Return. Now he had no way of knowing who he was dealing with, so he decided to continue pushing forward, gradually getting closer to the altar by destroying the golems. Gradually he became stronger and stronger, and his mastery of the hammer increased noticeably. Bibi and Rocky watched him from the side. The cunning demonic blonde encouraged her master in every possible way, and thus all the statues that turned into golems were destroyed. There were only 3 strange monsters from Alphen that were preventing them from getting the return stone. Judging by how brightly the return stone was shining, they could guess that the dungeon was about to break through. They were short on time, and Wu Jin knew that this was the first time he had been in a situation like this where he actually needed to hurry. Despite the rush, he could not make a single mistake because his enemies were Cyclops. Cyclops are one of the races that originated from the line of ancient giants. Although they are descended from the same stock as the ogres, they differ from them in that they lack the barbaric qualities and savage nature. The Cyclopes actually inherited wisdom from a race of ancient giants. Their race prospered due to its civilization. They are strong and truly worthy of being the final boss guarding this temple. One of the 3 Cyclops, seeing Wu Jin in front of him, said in the language of Alphen that it was surprising for him to meet such a person in such a place. Wu Jin didn't know him personally, so he was surprised that his name was known to this Cyclops. As it turned out, these guys were also familiar with his demonic familiars, because they called Ricky a giant god of destruction who could charge up. Bibi received a cute nickname that she hadn't heard since Alphen, where she was called the Witch of Hallucinations. Wu Jin himself was called a ruthless necromancer, which made him smile from the pleasant memories. Hearing this, he assumed that even among the clan that belonged to the giants, he was still quite famous. The Cyclops responded to his words about fame with some anger, saying that he could not help but remember such a person. Within a moment, their bodies began to suddenly increase in size, proving the fact that they were the heirs of the giants. Clutching his weapon angrily in his hands, he said that the ruthless necromancer was remembered by them as the King of Death, the immortal Ardal. There was no surprise that his name from the time of Alphen was spoken out loud, but Wu Jin was extremely concerned about the gigantification ability that the Cyclopes had demonstrated. In just a moment, the huge Cyclops aimed his shining, deadly mace at his opponent. Wu Jin reacted skillfully and ordered his familiar to take a defensive position. Rocky, using his entire body, successfully blocked the blow of a large mace. It was not possible to destroy a person in an instant using surprise. Having escaped this deadly attack, Wu Jin began to prepare for the fight, but first decided to check if Tranit had sent them, like his previous opponents. The Cyclops, who was expected to be a proud being representing the race of wise giants, responded quite shamefully, as he said that Tranit was the new order of their universe, which would fix everything. He was sure that Wu Jin would not be able to cope and stop his army. When he continued his shameful speech, saying that the immortal Ardal had already lost when he escaped from Alphen, Wu Jin became seriously angry. Continuing to irritate the legendary necromancer from Alphen, the Cyclops said that his anger confirmed his words. Wu Jin lowered his eyes and said with an evil smile that he shouldn't cross the line because he would pay a very painful price for it. Having transformed his warrior's weapon into a spear, he rushed into the attack, and only at the last moment did the Cyclops realize that this attack could no longer be dodged. The giant monster's only eye was pierced by a spear. This is the weakest point of this Alphen race. Wu Jin thought with a satisfied smile that this was the end for his opponent, and there were only 2 of them left. However, a moment later the Cyclops unexpectedly struck back, slapping him with his palms. Squeezing his palms with all his might, he said that now the immortal Ardal had come to an end. However, just a moment later, Wu Jin proved that he was still not suppressed, and used a whirlwind of blades to cut his limbs like tofu, freeing himself from his grip. Returning to the surface, he ignored Bibi's concerns, and uttered words of incomprehension regarding the Cyclops being normal, even after he pierced his eye with a spear. In just a moment, the system reported that the Cyclops had completely healed all of its wounds, and the lost limbs had returned to their original appearance. This news was quite bad. It was too powerful an ability that Wu Jin did not expect to see in such a place. Meanwhile, the conflict between the military and the guys from the Ardal Guild continued outside. A scandal broke out at the 4th guard post because the guild founders asked to let them through to the place where their guildmaster entered the dungeon. They were refused to find out about his condition, no matter how much they asked. According to army representatives, they have already reported all the necessary information to the media, and being in such close proximity is too dangerous due to the threat of a dungeon breakthrough. Ji Wung, who came to this troubled place with her brother, couldn't stop worrying about whether Kang Wu Jin was okay or not. She lowered her head and tried to hide her emotions, because if she thought about the worst, she couldn't even imagine what would happen to her life. Gritting her teeth, she began to pray, strengthening her faith that he would return alive and well. Her prayers came in handy as Wu Jin continued to fight fiercely against 3 gigantified monsters at once. As the experienced warrior Yoon Hee watched him fight, she was amazed at how he continued to resist despite the enormous pressure. She acknowledged that the Cyclopes had monstrous strength due to their gigantic bodies. Equally exciting was their almost instantaneous ability to regenerate. From the outside, this whole situation seemed hopeless to her, and she was incredibly interested in what he would do. Continuing the battle, Wu Jin chose a more mobile weapon, the legendary sword, with which he could inflict deadly cuts. However, even this did not bring any results, because the Cyclops continued to regenerate without stopping the moment they received a fatal wound. There was no end to this, and all his efforts were in vain. He already understood that if this continued, then a breakthrough of the dungeon could not be avoided. It was the first time he had seen and never heard of Cyclops with such a regenerative ability. He understood that this was their native land, but such an ability seemed too imbalanced. As soon as he had thought about it in his head, he realized that he was indeed fighting on their territory, where they had a huge advantage. Thinking about this, he reminded himself that this place was the temple of the entire giant race. From the very beginning, the Cyclopes guarded this temple, which meant that it was not only about its cultural value, but also about preserving the power of this place and using its advantages for protection. Wu Jin understood that all their abilities were limited in this location, so he asked Rocky and Bibi to do everything to distract the Cyclops for a while. Looking at the huge Cyclops with crushing force, Bibi began to panic, saying that she could not imagine how they would cope with such a task. In response, Wu Jin put his hand on her head and said that he believed that they could do it. Having offered them an excellent training that they couldn't refuse, the cunning master ran away from his charges, leaving them to be torn apart by monsters like mad dogs. It wasn't the first time Rocky had been in a fight where he was just a body to be beaten, but this was the first time Bibi had tried on such a role, and the sight of the terrifying Cyclops alone sent shivers down her spine. With some panic, she looked at the enemies and politely asked them to stop for a second to give her a chance to concentrate on the fight. Meanwhile, Wu Jin climbed up the huge statue that these Cyclops were guarding. This statue was so huge that without it, no one would have known what kind of temple it was. The ironic thought was not only about the decoration, but also the functionality of such a thing in such a place. Wu Jin guessed that the divine relic kept in this temple bestowed buffs to its believers. He guessed that in this case, it was a regeneration buff. Just as he thought that this relic was the statue beneath his feet, he saw one of the enraged Cyclops rush towards him and begin to shout angrily for him to remove his feet from their deity. With a sly smile, Wu Jin replied that his reaction meant that he had finally managed to find out their weak point. The Cyclops' alarm clearly indicated that he was close to the answer to this riddle. The Cyclops could not use his brute strength near this place, so he shouted out in anger the name of the necromancer from Alphen, calling him the immortal Ardal. Without wasting any time, Kong Wu Jin turned to using a warrior skill. In just a moment, he used an earth strike that turned the statue of the giant deity into a pile of stones. The Cyclops' reaction was immediate. He immediately rushed into the attack with an anger that he had never shown before. Now he was not afraid to swing his huge mace, which indicated that the counterattack would have the desired result. Using his legendary sword, Wu Jin decapitated his opponent with one precise cut. As soon as the Cyclops fell to the ground, it became obvious that he was no longer able to receive the terrain buff. His regeneration was not able to restore him after such an injury. Looking at the satisfactory result, Wu Jin slyly said that he was right, and now his swings were working properly. Turning to the other two monsters, he asked if they would like to repeat their words about him being a frightened fugitive who had left the battlefield. The battle was now more fair, as they had almost the same level of regeneration at their disposal. With a determined look, he stated the fact that despite their tricks, they could no longer continue to spout their nonsense, confident that they would defeat him. The last two monsters were not much of a problem, and Wu Jin had access to a lot of items that could quickly increase his power level in less than a minute. Seeing the giant's belt and the Cyclops' tears in front of him, he was so delighted that he didn't even pay attention to Bibi's worries. Looking through his inventory, Wu Jin thought about how he was starting to drift further and further away from his former self. His strength stats were already almost on par with his magic stats, and that was only after several battles with monsters that his skeleton army was no match for. It didn't matter much now, so he suggested that his familiars hurry up with their return. Bibi was delighted with this suggestion, because she was already missing the carefree life while watching TV series. However, as soon as they returned to the altar, they discovered that the return stone had disappeared. Wu Jin immediately asked the familiars if they had taken it, but it turned out that they had done nothing of the sort. It seemed as if the stone of return had been stolen by some ghost, but a moment later the answer to their question appeared before them. A cunning cat thief appeared before them and, showing them the stone they were looking for, asked if they really needed it that badly. For the first time since entering the dungeon, Yun He appeared before Wu Jin, fully appreciating his abilities in battle. Wu Jin hadn't noticed her before. He asked her with confusion what she was doing here. and whether she really just fell for his provocation and followed him. As it turned out, the Hwarang Guild president actually asked her to make Kang Woo-jin enter the dungeon that would break through at Yongan Station. Hearing such madness, Yun-hee couldn't understand what her brother was even thinking. He explained that Kang Woo-jin was a dangerous person because he was an individual with unknown abilities and past. That was why he believed that there was no better place to find out his secrets than the breaking dungeon where he would be forced to fight at the peak of his abilities. Mr. Lee wanted his sister to risk her life and observe him up close to find out what kind of abilities the mysterious necromancer had and what skills he possessed. He considered him a serious threat, so he was interested in who was supporting him and everything he could find out about this hunter. Hearing such a difficult request, Yoon-hee was not thrilled. She wondered why she had to do this and whether it was possible to send someone of lower rank. Mr. Lee replied that he was sure that only she could do that. In addition, he really wanted to have Kang Woo-jin on his side, but it was impossible due to him founding his own independent force, the Ardal Guild. Now he didn't care what Kang Woo-jin was doing, because the fact that he was able to clear dungeons single-handedly in the shortest amount of time meant that it would not be difficult for him to carry out a revolution in the Bloodstone market, which would shake the authority of the strongest guilds in Korea that were in balance. While in this place, Yoon-hee knew that she wouldn't be able to get him, so she thought about how it would be better to get rid of him before he gained influence. For the first time since they met, the red-haired girl showed some respect towards Woo-jin, saying that she was surprised when she heard that he was clearing the dungeon alone. She initially thought he was using some tricks, but now she admitted that he was indeed strong. Despite her words, Woo-jin was still wary and replied that he didn't need her gratitude. After that, he reminded him that the dungeon was about to break through and he had to return the hearthstone to him as quickly as possible.